This bald kid used to be the most ruthless bully in school. Everyone practically shook in their boots around him. But after just 3 months in a boot camp, our guy got rolled out in a wheelchair. Turns out, the government finally got sick of juvenile delinquents running wild and scrapped the minor protection laws completely. Now, any teen breaking the law gets shipped straight to a military-run camp for some extreme discipline. One wrong move and the drill sergeants teach you a lesson using direct physical force. Our main guy, Lim Minsu, was just an ordinary student, but someone framed him and dragged him into this nightmare. You would think his life was totally over in this living hell. But instead of remaining a weakling, Minsu flips the script, climbs the food chain, and somehow becomes the absolute boss of this prison. Back at a regular high school, Nurse Kim is completely shocked to see an endless line of students waiting patiently outside the mobile blood drive truck. The crowd here is massive compared to any other school. The nurses keep praising these kids for their generous hearts, though deep down, they find it pretty weird since modern teens usually avoid donating blood like the plague. But the real motive behind this crowd is not even close to noble. The kids are shoving and telling each other to hurry up before the cash payout ends. One curious kid asks how much a single blood voucher gets them, and the answer is 5,001. Over in a corner of the schoolyard, Lim Minsu is sitting on a crate, rapidly counting stacks of cash. Seeing a customer hesitate, Minsu turns on the salesman charm, giving them 10,001 for 2 vouchers and inviting them back next time. Students crowd around him to swap their vouchers for quick gaming cash before lunch break ends. Minsu smirks, revealing his cheeky exploit. He buys back a 5,001 gift voucher for 10,001. It sounds like a terrible business move, but his real goldmine lies in the accompanying blood donation certificates. He knows those papers are secretly worth about 12,001 each. By selling them online for 10,001 to people needing urgent transfusions, his inbox gets flooded with desperate buyers. The only reason others do not copy him is simple: it is highly illegal. But as a minor, Minsu is completely fearless. He smugly assumes that even if he gets caught, the police will just give him a slap on the wrist. Society has gotten incredibly messy lately, with youth crimes ranging from violent assault and online scams to straight-up murder completely spinning out of control. Even for the worst crimes, the law barely touches them. Counting his cash, Minsu sighs to himself, wondering why he only made 600,001 this month. He assumes the cops will never care about a victimless side hustle like this. But street business is never that easy, and right as he gets comfortable, a sudden, devastating kick flies straight into his face. His hard-earned cash and vouchers scatter all over the dirt. He bitterly realizes that once you choose a life of crime, you immediately become the perfect target for someone else. Minsu lies on the ground coughing in absolute agony as heavy footsteps slowly approach him. Right now, he is learning the hard way that crime always comes with a heavy price. A group of massive older kids surrounds him, and a blonde guy sneers maliciously, asking Minsu if he managed to rake in a lot of sweet cash today. Minsu can only grit his teeth and curse in total frustration because he knows absolutely nobody is coming to save him. Staring at the school walls plastered with anti-bullying slogans, he realized those moral campaigns are just a sick, hypocritical joke. He utterly despises this trash world, knowing those pretty, righteous words are completely useless when it comes to solving real problems. Meanwhile, the bullies keep laughing and tossing insults. One of them even farts right in his face, while their leader puffs a cigarette and violently slams Minsu headfirst into the asphalt. He growls a threat, demanding Minsu hand over the tribute cash, since he is just a useless weakling now. Then, he casually spits right in his face with pure disgust. He mocks that without Jo Changsu, Minsu is absolutely nothing. But his face quickly tenses up with fear at the mere mention of that name. Admitting Jo Changsu is 100 times more terrifying. And guess what? Jo Changsu is getting released from the Reform Center today. Hearing this, Minsu's eyes widen as sheer terror grips his entire body. Jo Changsu is the ruthless leader of a local teen gang. Almost everyone in the area has been terrorized by him, yet not a single soul dares to speak out. Why? Because they are terrified of the brutal revenge that waits for them in the dark corners where the law cannot reach. He is a genuine psychopath who enjoys hurting others. Back on the street, the bullies laugh even harder at Minsu's trembling body, teasing him about acting like he and Changsu are best buddies. They enjoy his pathetic state and demand he pay his dues, warning him he does not want to get on Changsu's bad side. Minsu bows his head and reaches into his pocket. He mutters to take the cash, but instead of handing over any money, he flips them a massive middle finger and yells for them to take this instead. This blatant disrespect triggers Taewong's fragile ego. He roars in fury, asking if Minsu wants to die, before unloading a brutal beating that leaves our guy curled up in agony. The cronies laugh from the sidelines as Taewong completely loses his mind. He grabs a nearby shovel, warning them not to stop him because he is going to end Minsu right now. Ignoring warnings about getting sent to the Reform Center, Taewon claims he will make Minsu fear him just as much as he fears the legendary Jo Changsu. But before the shovel can even swing down, a powerful, unexpected blow strikes Taewon out of nowhere, dropping him instantly. The other bullies freeze in sheer terror, staring at the fallen leader. A mysterious foot steps right into view, forcing a bloodied Minsu to look up in complete shock. School violence is strictly forbidden. A cold, commanding voice pierces the tense silence and out steps Kang Yusang, the student council president. He calmly removes his glasses, helps Minsu to his feet, and asks if he is okay, causing the surrounding students to whisper in disbelief. They recognize their perfect model student president, but cannot fathom why he is acting so different. Ruined, Taewon gets back up, swings his shovel, and yells that he will kill everyone. Facing the wild swing, Yu Seong dodges effortlessly, letting the shovel slice harmlessly through the air. Before Taewon can recover, Yu Seong grabs him by the shoulder and pulls him in close. "Have you ever actually killed anyone?" he asks, before brutally slamming Taewon's face into the concrete and calmly warning him about the heavy weight of taking a life. A sickening crack echoes alongside Taewon's agonizing screams. Finding his tough guy act completely shattered by pain, he desperately shrieks at his lackeys to attack. Seeing their leader humiliated, the remaining thugs charge forward, swearing at him for interfering. But Yu Seong remains absolutely, terrifyingly calm. Dodging every punch, he counters with clinical precision, sending the bullies crashing down. He grabs one punk by the hair and slams him onto the ground without mercy. Watching the massacre, the last bully standing trembles in absolute terror. He stammers that he was just pretending to fight, begging Yu Seong to stay away from him. Another scream rings out as Yu Seong finishes them off, repeating that school violence is banned. Staring at his back, Minsu weakly calls his name, making Yu Seong pause. He turns around with a sly smile, telling his brother to call him Big Bro instead of his full name. But Minsu snaps back bitterly, "Brother, my foot, you jerk. You are not my brother anymore, so stay out of my life." Yusung coldly asserts that Minsu is his little brother, and no matter what he thinks, they are still family. Facing that stubborn look, Minsu just stays silent and walks away. Yusung glances at his little brother's wrist and mocks the old watch, telling him to throw it away because it looks pathetic for someone related to a rich adopted kid to wear cheap junk. On Minsu's wrist is a cheap watch from the Penguin Orphanage, a keepsake he secretly cherishes. As he walks away, Yusung shouts, asking if he is coming to class, but Minsu just snaps back that he is heading home. Yusung sighs, calling his brother a total idiot. But here is the real secret: on the wealthy student president's own wrist is the exact same old orphanage watch his brother has. They really are cut from the same cloth. Minsu walks away, totally eaten up by guilt. He is terrified that if Yusung keeps getting involved in his street fights, it will ruin his brother's shiny future of getting into medical school. One is the elite student council president destined for a top medical school, while the other is a total troublemaker. Talk about a genetic plot twist. These two are actually actual blood brothers. His brother's real name was Lee Hyo, but a rich family adopted him and changed it to Kang Yusung. While Big Bro is living the high life, Minsu is still stuck in the mud, walking back to his grim reality. He stops right outside the Penguin Orphanage, where he is still trapped in reality. Walking alone down a dark, empty alley, his head is completely filled with thoughts of his brother. He tells himself Yusung needs to stay away, so he does not become a heavy burden to his brother's bright future. While Big Bro climbs to the light, Minsu chooses a dark, gritty path just to survive. He stops by an old clothes donation bin locked up tight with heavy chains. This sketchy-looking bin is actually where he hides his entire life savings. Inside is a stack of cash and blood donation cards, totaling 3.4 million won. Huddled in the dark, he realizes he is still 6.6 million short. Is robbing a bank an option? The blood donation truck will not return for another 3 months, so he plans to hit other schools to make quick cash. His desperate hunt for money comes from a harsh reality: in just 2 years, he will be kicked out of the orphanage. The government gives him a 5 million won stipend, but that is basically pocket change against crazy rent prices. Plus, as an underage orphan, good luck finding any decent part-time job. Talk about a rough hand in life. He knows his side hustle is completely illegal, but it is his only ticket to fast cash and keeping his brother out of trouble. Suddenly, a massive shadow creeps up behind him. A bully with a twisted, punchable grin sneers, mockingly pointing out that our little Minsu seems to have a whole lot of cash on him. He grabs Minsu's shoulder, whispering a threat that the state will just seize a criminal's dirty money anyway. While the guy laughs like a complete maniac right in his face, Minsu can only shake and ask in absolute terror, "What do you want?" Minsu stammers. The bully growls, repeating his favorite arrogant line, telling him that he promised to make him wet his pants every single. While Minsu is caught in a deadly crisis, school life goes on like nothing happened. Other kids are gossiping, but Yu Seon is just chilling at his desk, taking notes. The teacher's voice booms loudly, telling everyone to shut up. "Is everyone seated?" he asks, smiling like he just got some absolute gold to share. He proudly announces that Trang Shu, the ultimate nightmare of the juvenile detention center, is finally back. The teacher genuinely hopes they will help him fit in, believing the guy has learned his lesson. But the students are already sweating, realizing their school days of peace are officially over. They all know juvenile detention is a joke to someone like Trang Zhu, who got released after just 4 short weeks. He is the undisputed kingpin of the teenage gang scene, an unstoppable force of chaos, and now he is standing right outside their door. But the reality hits them like a truck, and honestly, you cannot make this up. Instead of some terrifying gang boss, Trang Zhu rolls in on a wheelchair, completely broken with a blank stare. His glorious days as a legendary thug are completely gone, leaving behind a brain-dead kid laughing at nothing. The vibe gets incredibly gross when someone suddenly shrieks that he just wet himself. Trang Zhu has lost all bodily control, doing his business right there in front of the whole class. The room instantly erupts into pure chaos, terror, and absolute disgust. "Teacher!" Trang Shu peed his pants. A kid yells as his crying mother rushes to wheel her broken boy out. Everyone is whispering about how the mighty have fallen, but this madness actually started when a brutal new juvenile law took effect. The old controversial youth protection laws were totally scrapped, replaced by terrifyingly strict rules. Basically, if these bad kids do not stop their brutal crimes, the system will put them down. Now, teenage criminals are thrown straight into military-run facilities for harsh, forced rehabilitation. They stay locked up until they are deemed completely cured, though for some, like Trang Shu, that cure looks more like a tragic lifetime sentence. Back in the present, the Penguin Orphanage is absolute chaos, with police sirens blaring and officers yelling at onlookers to back off and stay away from the area. Cops block off a dark, creepy alleyway. Neighbors gather to gossip about the tragedy, with whispers spreading like wildfire that someone actually got murdered right here. Meanwhile, Yuxian is stuck in brutal traffic. While his driver complains about him being late for his tutoring class, Yuxian looks out the window and realizes this is his old neighborhood. Sensing something is horribly wrong, he ignores his driver and jumps straight out of the moving car. Yuxian rushes forward, his eyes wide with absolute panic as he stares at the police tape. Under the dim streetlights, a broken watch from the Penguin Orphanage lies shattered on the pavement. He freezes, begging that it is not what he thinks, as the crowd whispers about a murder. Rumor says the killer is a kid from the orphanage, which is just wild. Next to them, a brutally beaten body lies cold under a white sheet, and Yuxian starts pushing through the crowd like a madman. He screams out for his little brother, begging for him to be okay. But then he completely freezes at the sight. Citing Article 243 of the Special Juvenile Act, the police arrest the suspect on the spot. It is Minsu. He stands with his head low and hands cuffed behind him, his clothes stained with fresh blood, his bruised face completely blank and empty. From this second, all his personal files belong to the Military Detention Center. Inside courtroom 303, a massive slam of a gavel shatters the tense silence of the room. The stern judge glares down in absolute fury and bellows that the boy is completely beyond saving. Locked in handcuffs, Minsu keeps his head down as the harsh accusations rain on him. "You show zero remorse, Minsu," the judge yells, reminding him he is here for actual murder, stripped of his usual cocky attitude. He can only offer a weak, desperate defense, pleading that he did not kill anyone and asking why they will not listen to him. But the judge answers with nothing but pure, icy contempt. Tut-tut, always lying. The judge holds up an evidence bag containing a bloody brick and demands to know how on earth he explains the fingerprints and blood all over it. The judge is completely out of patience as he lists the kid's entire history of prior crimes, mockingly asking if he expects everyone to believe he is innocent of those too. He figures Minsu is just like every other criminal, always playing the victim by blaming his family or bad luck. As whispers spread through the courtroom, the judge looks genuinely furious now. The judge keeps lecturing about how these troubled kids show absolutely zero remorse, sarcastically muttering that at this rate the world will become a giant graveyard, so it is time for a lesson. He adds that if anyone bothers him, he should just report it to an adult. Right, because he supposedly only did this due to a lack of trust. Then, the final sentence is declared. Under Article 28 of the Reform and Rehabilitation Law, he is sentenced to a youth detention center. Minsu quietly boards the prisoner transport bus, heading off to some remote, God-forsaken place. The teens on the bus start whining and complaining. They laugh and joke about how far the center is, asking if they are heading to North Korea since there are only mountains in sight, while one kid asks a pretty crude question. He asks if there is a rest stop because he needs to pee, then tells the officer to sing a song for entertainment. This punk is already openly mocking the escorting officer. The officer just smiles politely and tells them to sit tight for a little longer. But these young delinquents are already losing patience. and one even screams that he absolutely cannot hold his pee anymore. All that noise dies down instantly when a massive, imposing arched gate comes into view, leading to an isolated zone. The officer coldly tells them to save their energy because they will have plenty of time to perform inside. The bus rolls deep into the isolated mountains, where a massive, sterile fortress known as the Youth Reform Center awaits. The loud punks suddenly look pretty anxious as they realize how run down and eerie the facility actually is. They cannot believe they actually have to sleep in a place like this. Suddenly, a wild cheer breaks the gloomy silence as they spot female inmates outside the fence, doing hard labor with shovels in hand. The teenage boys on the bus go absolutely wild. They glue their faces to the windows, shouting incredibly crude comments while sniffing the glass like total creeps. Their excitement is quickly crushed when the officer tells them to shut up, warning them that the female zone is strictly off-limits. With a deafening thud, the heavy iron gate slams shut, locking them into a world with no escape. The second they step off the bus, these spoiled punks show their true colors by complaining about backaches and demanding ridiculous things like a gaming room. One kid even has the nerve to block a guard and demand cigarettes. When told that minors cannot smoke, he immediately gets aggressive, stepping right into the officer's face with a threat. Hey, do you want a beating before you hand them over? Do you want one punch, or two, or maybe three or four? But just as the tension reaches a boiling point, a very bizarre sound echoes through the yard. Minsu looks around in utter confusion only to see a terrifying sight. A group of massive, bald, muscular men wearing metal dog collars run past them, oinking like literal pigs while everyone watches in sheer horror. Seeing these giant brutes running around and squealing like pigs, the new recruits cannot help but burst out laughing. They point and mock them, calling them absolute weirdos for making such ridiculous noises. But the laughter dies instantly when a commanding officer roars at everyone to stand at attention. The sound of heavy, deliberate footsteps approaching makes the young delinquents freeze in total confusion. The moment the order is barked out, those massive muscle heads stop running and instantly snap into a perfect, robotic line. They have bizarre markings tattooed on their chests and heavy iron collars locked around their necks. On the warden's cue, the entire platoon lets out a unified, creepy oink as a sign of absolute respect. Seeing dozens of terrifyingly built men submit so blindly leaves the new teenagers completely speechless. A powerful man with a cold, piercing glare steps forward, the undisputed boss of this facility. Even so, these arrogant little punks still do not have the sense to be afraid. They keep snickering, muttering that this whole military act is just lame and annoying. The warden does not even lose his temper. He simply smirks with a sinister look and coldly orders everyone to get down. The rookies keep laughing, waiting to see what this old guy is actually going to do. But in a split second, the absolute authority of this place is made crystal clear. Every single veteran inmate slams face down onto the dirt, showing a terrifying level of submission. The new kids finally start feeling a bit uneasy, but they reassure themselves that their juvenile rights will protect them. The warden points right at them, growling that a fresh batch of pests has arrived to meet their doom. He coldly orders his men that they have exactly 10 minutes to turn these bugs into pets. Instantly, the giant inmates respond with another chorus of bizarre grunts. One of the new punks completely loses his mind, screaming insults at the warden and threatening to break his neck. But talking big here is a death sentence. Before the threat can even leave his mouth, a massive fist smashes directly into his face with brutal force. Watching this unfold, Minsu can only stand frozen in absolute horror. The real nightmare begins as the beastly pack of inmates unleashes a savage attack. The punks who were acting so tough just minutes ago are now screaming in absolute terror, begging these monsters to stay back. Another kid gets kicked clean across the yard as agonizing screams echo through the facility. The warden stands back with a triumphant grin, declaring that from this moment on, they are no longer human, they are just loyal slaves. Once he gives them permission to speak like humans, the veteran inmates drop to their knees, screaming their gratitude and total obedience, while the terrified newcomers watch in absolute horror. Surrounded by absolute chaos, Minsu decides to drop to the ground and play dead, hoping to escape the sight of these absolute monsters. Lying flat and watching the madness, Minsu realizes things are getting far worse as the rookies are hunted down like literal prey. One terrified kid runs desperately toward the security guards, crying out and begging them for help. But the only response to his plea is the twisted, ear-to-ear grin of a young guard. He actually waves his hand, mockingly telling the kid that he really should not come any closer. Minsu shudders, realizing the terrible truth. If that guard wanted to help, he would have stepped in long ago. The second the boy reaches him, the guard swings a brutal blow that sends him crashing down. He screams that he told him not to come over, violently swinging his baton at the recruits. Glaring with absolute fury, he warns them that anyone who acts up is getting the stick. The heavy thuds of the baton mix with the pathetic cries of the boys sobbing on the ground, Lying completely still, Minsu quickly analyzes the situation, realizing this brutal display is just a calculated intimidation tactic. He notices the guards are actually holding back, making their swings look highly dramatic without hitting any vital spots. Minsu tells himself that this violence is not meant to kill them. That makes total sense, because nobody here actually wants to become a murderer, and neither does he. Unfortunately, Minsu's clever little survival act catches the eye of a high-ranking officer, who leans down close with a mocking smirk. As Minsu stammers out an apology, the officer cuts him off and violently stomps his boot onto Minsu's head, growling that he absolutely loves clever little rats like him. He tells Minsu that from now on, his only job is to keep him entertained. Crushed under the heavy boot, Minsu groans in pain, but the officer snaps that a rat should squeak, not groan. The guards loudly report that all the new recruits have been stripped. A long line of shivering, semi-naked teenagers stand frozen in place, their faces filled with absolute shame and humiliation. Watching them, the warden flashes a cold, menacing grin that shows off his pearly white teeth. He coldly announces that their official evaluation begins right now. Meanwhile, at a quiet apartment complex at 2 in the afternoon, a man wearing a very sharp suit silently approaches a door. He rings the bell and softly calls out to see if anyone is home. Hearing no response, he casually twists the door handle, whispering to himself that this is the perfect time for people to be out. Suddenly, he pulls a pair of razor-sharp scissors from his pocket. With highly practiced, effortless precision, he snips the police seal on the door and slips inside. He casually remarks that since he is dropping by uninvited, he might as well look around. Yukong steps into the dark room with cold eyes. Memories of his childhood suddenly rush back, of when he and his brother broke into abandoned houses. Back then, Minsu would keep watch while he stole the valuables. They lived like professional thieves for years, right up until the police finally caught them and threw them into an orphanage. It used to take them just 5 minutes to empty a house, and he thought those dark days were long gone. Yet here he is, breaking in again. He looks at the person on the bed, telling them not to worry, he is not here to steal. I just want answers, because my little brother was sent in there too. But the guy lying on the bed is Jiang Shu, and right now, he is nothing but a soulless shell, mouth wide open and constantly mumbling. Yu Seong stands there completely shocked, wondering what kind of absolute hellhole that reformatory center must be to turn a beast like him into this pathetic wreck. The reports claimed he fell from a height and hit his head, but Yu Seong notices there are absolutely no signs of physical trauma or broken bones. He just cannot comprehend what turned a ruthless school bully into such a hollow, broken soul. Watching Jiang Shu whimpering and crying like a baby because he literally soiled his own pants, Yu Seong completely loses all of his patience. Grabbing his face with a brutal, violent grip, Yu Seong growls in pure rage, "You only had 4 weeks in there, but my brother might never get out, so snap out of it and answer me right now." In sheer panic, Jiang Shu starts screaming crazily about being electrocuted, desperately begging for it to stop. It hurts so bad, I am sorry. Yu Seong realizes questioning him is completely pointless while he is hysterical over phantom electric shocks. But as he takes a much closer look, he is shocked to discover strange, vivid red scars covering his chest. Meanwhile, back at the reformatory center, the brutal and cold classification process is currently underway. Stencil plates are pressed tightly against the chests of the new recruits, and bright red paint is sprayed to rank them based on their crimes. Dozens of teenagers are forced to kneel in complete humiliation, with glowing red symbols branded onto their bare skin. Lounging in an armchair right in the middle of the yard, the warden casually flips through their files. He mutters names like Oh Sang-jin or Park San-woo, noting they are all just class garbage sent in for petty theft and minor property damage. The warden sighs in disappointment how incredibly boring, just a bunch of petty thieves with absolutely no real edge to them. But suddenly, his eyes lock onto a very familiar face in the crowd. Grinning wildly, he realizes he did not misjudge after all when he spots a truly interesting kid. Red paint is sprayed directly onto Minsu's chest, and the warden screams in pure excitement, "Congratulations, you little mouse, it is you." Lim Minsu is left completely stunned. Minsu tries to speak up but quickly corrects himself, squeaking like a pathetic mouse as the rules demand. The warden cackles with pure delight, noting that Minsu is way more violent than he looks, as the bright red letter A stains his chest. It turns out Minsu is the only A-class recruit in this entire batch. His face goes completely pale as the warden gives him a terrifying promise, "Welcome to heaven, kid, where we are going to take very good care of you." His file is crystal clear: Lim Minsu, 18 years old, marked as a murderer and ranked A-class. Meanwhile, over at Yeonji Girls High School, the sudden arrival of a mysterious stranger is causing quite a stir among the students. One girl hastily nudges her friend to stop eating and look across the street. Over there, an intellectual-looking guy is leaning against a bicycle, completely absorbed in a book of poetry. His effortless, romantic vibe has the girls swooning over how ridiculously handsome he is. Sensing a golden opportunity, two of the girls eagerly walk over to break the ice, pretending they have somehow met him before. They do not hesitate to ask if they can be friends right away, and one of them even mistakes him for an idle trainee, begging for his social media handle. Yu Seong just calmly pushes up his glasses. He tells them he is old school and only uses carrier pigeons to send messages, which only drives the girls even wilder. They find a guy who avoids social media absolutely charming and incredibly cute. Capitalizing on the attention, Yu Seong cuts straight to the chase. Hey, can I ask you guys something? I am looking for a girl named Jemin. The moment they hear that name, the girls' faces instantly go pale. One of them points across the road. Jemin, why on earth would you mention that monster? She will bring bad luck to your entire day. Right on cue, a girl with messy long black hair, wearing a loose shirt and holding a motorcycle helmet, steps onto the scene. She casually blows a bubble of chewing gum, looking like she does not care about anything in the world. The nearby students immediately start whispering about her recent return from the reformatory center, warning each other that she is extremely dangerous. Ignoring the warnings, Yu Seong stands his ground, his eyes completely locked onto his target. Beside him, the two girls start panicking, terrified that they might get dragged into some serious trouble. Without a shred of hesitation, Yu Seong walks straight up to the fierce girl. Jemin gives him a cold glare. What do you want? Yu Seong looks directly into her eyes and demands, I want to know about the reformatory center. But Jemin does not care in the slightest, coldly telling him to scram as she brushes past his shoulder. Yu Seong stands frozen in place, softly calling after her, my little brother is locked up in that place. Watching Jemin walk away, he sighs, cursing himself for being too blunt and figuring he will have to try another approach next time. But out of nowhere, a heavy motorcycle helmet comes flying straight at his head with lethal precision. Catching the helmet with quick reflexes, Yu Seong stares blankly as Jemin revs up a blazing red superbike. She barks out a cold order, get on, unless you are planning to stand there modeling for those high school girls. The engine roars to life as the two of them tear down the endless highway. Yu Seong wonders what made her suddenly change her mind, but deep down, his only motivation for risking everything is saving his younger brother. The wind slaps violently against his helmet visor as Yu Seong asks impatiently, what kind of place is that youth reformatory center anyway? What really goes on in there? After a long, heavy silence, Jemin utters just one chilling word, hell. Back in that literal hell on earth, the warden roars with sadistic glee at the long line of completely exhausted prisoners, shouting that it has only been 3 hours. He orders the next grueling drill, leaving Minsu to grit his teeth and endure, sweat pouring off him in absolute exhaustion. Deep down, he desperately wonders if this endless torment will ever actually come to an end. Start leapfrogging. The warden's voice booms across the yard, forcing Minsu to squeak like a pathetic little rodent to match his assigned mouse status. Under the blazing, scorching sun, Minsu and the other inmates are forced to jump repeatedly, their mouths filled with forced animal grunts and miserable mouse squeaks. Damn it, it has already been 3 hours. When does this end? Minsu grits his teeth to endure, his entire body drenched in sweat after hours of nonstop torture. Up on his balcony, the warden casually hums along, enjoying the miserable animal noises of his pets like sweet music. Suddenly, one of the prisoners collapses from pure exhaustion, but instead of receiving medical help, a guard brutally kicks him, barking stop, slacking off and get up. Since someone broke the line, you are all starting over from the beginning. The poor kid can only sob and desperately beg to use the restroom because his severe stomach cramps have passed his breaking point. Instead, the guards beat him mercilessly, mocking how tough he acted when he first arrived compared to this pathetic display. Right in the middle of the beating, the head warden suddenly stops them, claiming that abusing someone just because they need to use the restroom is a bit too harsh. He gently helps the beaten kid up, comforting him by saying he must have held it in for a really long time before speaking up. The warden then turns to the entire crowd, calmly asking if anyone else needs to use the restroom, which instantly makes Minsu highly suspicious. Immediately, a chorus of desperate voices cry out from the exhausted crowd. But Minsu starts to wonder if this is just a clever trap designed to separate them so they can be beaten individually. The guard roars, forcing everyone into a single line while forbidding them from speaking human language. The warden urges them on, warning that if they do not go now, they will have to wait until tonight. Watching his fellow inmates happily line up, Minsu knows something is incredibly fishy. He reasons that in a garbage place like this, there is no way the guards would be generous enough to let everyone fake a stomachache just to get a break. Yet, the warden keeps inviting them, calling it a rare opportunity to join the line. Minsu watches the desperate eyes around him and warns himself unconditional kindness in a place like this is just like an unknown fruit found in the deep jungle. The more delicious it looks, the more careful you have to be when taking a bite. Deciding to test his luck, He raises his hand and squeaks to join the line. But the exact second a guard approaches him, Minsu completely changes his mind. He screams in clear human language that he does not need the bathroom anymore and will return to training immediately. The officer flies into a murderous rage, grabbing Minsu tightly by the collar and roaring in his face. "Are you messing with me? Do we look like we are playing games here?" Minsu painfully explains that his muscles just cramped up from overexertion, but the guard only offers a sadistic and ruthless threat. "Got a stomachache? Let me help you clear that right up." Minsu can only tremble and beg in absolute despair, repeating that he is sorry. The guard brutally throws him back into the crowd, growling, "Get back in line, mouse, I am watching you." He tumbles down in total humiliation while the other inmates laugh. What on earth is that idiot doing? Laughing it off, he wipes his sweat. Something is way off. They treat them like beasts, yet grant toilet breaks. Only humans need toilets, so this is definitely a trap. Soon, the officer gathers the restroom volunteers, loudly announcing that every single target is finally assembled right here. The guard approaches with a creepy smirk, acting like he is handing out some grand privilege. He mockingly says that human or beast, everyone has to go, and they look like they are holding it in pretty hard. He grants them 30 minutes, telling them to hurry up. The left-behind inmates stare in pure envy, instantly regretting that they did not move faster to grab a quick break. The remaining smart alecks start mocking the toilet group, but their smirks vanish when the guard points right at them. He barks out, "What are you laughing at? It is you guys who are getting punished, not them." The remaining boys freeze in absolute terror as they realize they are the actual prey. Standing tall, the warden coldly announces a bizarre new punishment from now on. They are going to form a human centipede. Instantly, they are forced into a deeply humiliating pose. Each guy has to rest his legs on the shoulders of the person behind him, face shoved right against their rear, forming a long, miserable centipede line. The guards scream at them to keep their arms locked and hold the position. If even one person drops, everyone has to start all over again. Minsu bitterly realizes they are being treated worse than actual insects. The real nightmare begins when a guard roars out filthy insults. He shouts that they are worse than farm animals, calling them pathetic trash who cannot even control their own basic bodily functions. Next, a crazy guard forces kids with stomach aches to relieve themselves on the dirt. Right there. He screams that toilets are a luxury for useless insects like them. The guard laughs hysterically at their misery, stomping around and telling them to enjoy their 5-star outdoor toilet. Seriously, this guy is a total psycho. One teenager collapses, sobbing in utter humiliation as his last shred of dignity is ruthlessly crushed. Shouts of "What are you staring at?" ring out, followed by a shower of kicks on the exhausted kids. Only 3 hours have passed, and all their tough guy attitude has completely vanished. Instead, they are blasted with high-pressure water hoses, getting washed down like dirty livestock rather than actual humans. As for the lucky ones who avoided punishment, they quickly learn one ultimate truth. In this hellhole, the head guard's word is the absolute law. The loudspeakers blare across the entire camp to signal break time. The head guard yells at them to clean up and get inside because it is finally time for the pet buffet. The other guards shout in unison and quickly march the miserable inmates toward the cafeteria. Holding his tray, Minsu is completely shocked. The meal is pathetic. Nothing but a tiny scoop of white rice and watery soup. He bitterly mutters that there is barely anything to eat, but the real humiliation hits when he realizes they all have to sit flat on the dirty floor without even a single basic eating utensil. Do the people running this place really view them as nothing more than animals? Right then, an officer blocks the front and loudly commands everyone to stand up and sing their gratitude song together. The older inmates start chanting some incredibly bizarre lyrics, screaming that they are not humans, just dogs and pigs who eat whatever they are given and do exactly what they are told. They yell like madmen, thanking the guards for abusing them. It is absolutely bizarre. Minsu stands frozen in total disgust, witnessing this terrifying level of cruelty. Hanging on the wall is the framed gratitude song, declaring they will never bark or bite. Talk about the most obedient little piglets on earth. Truly a masterpiece of cringe. Minsu's eyes turn ice cold as the brutal reality sinks in that they are viewed as mere pets. Clenching his teeth and tightly squeezing his rice ball, he vows that even if they treat him like an animal, he will survive this absolute hell. Shoving the plain white rice into his mouth, he constantly tells himself that he can endure anything they throw at him. His eyes burn with an iron will, determined to survive the utter humiliation and escape this nightmare at all costs. Meanwhile, high up on a rocky cliff overlooking the valley, Yu Seong stands in silence, staring down at the juvenile detention center as it slowly fades into the evening shadows. Sitting casually on the railing, Gaysaman stares blankly toward the prison. She admits she comes up here every single day because she cannot stop worrying about her younger brother, who is still waiting for his trial. He might end up locked in there soon too. When Yu Seong asks if the facility is really that hellish, Gasiman coldly replies that actual hell is probably nicer, because that place is not meant for humans. Dark memories trigger nightmares every single night, forcing her to rely on sleeping pills just to close her eyes. But looking at Yu Seong's stubborn face, she can easily tell just how desperately worried he is about his little brother. Yu Seong bitterly reveals it was their late mother's dying wish for him to protect his little brother, a job he totally failed at. That is why he tracked Semin down, desperate to fix things before it is too late. Because out of the very few people who actually escaped that hellhole, she is the only one who still looks sane. Out of nowhere, Semin asks if he wants to know her secret to surviving the reform center. Yu Seong immediately begs for the secret to getting out of there in one piece. But Semin's answer leaves him completely speechless. She pulls a distorted face, sticking her tongue out like a complete weirdo. "Want to survive?" she asks. "Then just act like a total idiot like this. Works every time." Seeing his doubts, she swears she is not joking. Furious, Yu Seong snaps that he is not playing games and demands the actual truth. Semin just goes quiet. She turns her back to him and mutters under her breath that she is not playing games either. Her hands reach up to her head, slowly parting her thick hair to one side. Yu Seong stands frozen in absolute shock, completely speechless at the horrifying sight hidden underneath. Her scalp is covered in a messy network of jagged, horrific scars. She tells him that in there, the slightest spark of tension makes everyone tear each other apart without a second thought. The place is packed with psychopaths. She never imagined seeing such cruelty, like people getting brutally tortured with boiling hot oil. Seeing Yu Seong bow his head to apologize for what she went through, Semin just brushes it off, telling him to drop it. She admits she only got released early by acting like a complete dummy. A stupidly simple trick, but it was her ultimate golden ticket to survival. But she also warns him that this dummy act probably won't work for his little brother. Seeing Yu Seong's gloomy face, she playfully nudges him with her foot, warning him to wipe that pity off his face before she kicks him for real. Yu Seong chuckles and tells her to get her foot off him. He then asks about those strange marks he noticed. Semin explains that after the joint induction ceremony for male and female inmates, everyone is washed, handed a basic uniform, and given a single meal. To stop any bright ideas of escaping, every single inmate is forced to wear a GPS tracking collar. Over in the holding cells, Minsu awkwardly slips into his oversized clothes. His hand drifts to the tight black collar around his neck, completely clueless about its real purpose. A guard barks out, "Quit daydreaming and get in line." The guard's harsh shout snaps Minsu back to reality. He trudges forward in line, forced to shout out humiliating pig grunts with every step. Semin explains that after getting their gear, inmates are marched off to assigned rooms. This classification is entirely based on the severity of their crimes. For instance, Room E is for basic assault, Room D is drug dealing, and Room C holds the thieves and scammers. Thanks to an aggravated assault charge, Semin ended up in Room B. The heavy iron door swings open, revealing a dark, suffocating space, and Semin warns that Room A is where they lock up the worst of the worst. Cold-blooded killers and monsters with matching records. Carrying his meal tray inside, Minsu freezes in his tracks at the sight of his terrifying, mutated cellmates. Cold sweat pours down his neck. He realizes he just stepped straight into a tiger's den, surrounded by ruthless killers, just like the crime he is taking the fall for. His eyes lock onto the group of inmates waiting for him, especially Sejun, who sits silently in the corner with long hair shielding half his face. The other inmates are picking their noses or cracking their knuckles in clear defiance. A heavy, silent pressure that makes Minsu sweat as he wonders if this is a direct confrontation. He refuses to back down. Then, the silence snaps when a guy with a heavily scarred head roars out, "Hey bastard, do you not know how to introduce yourself?" Another inmate joins in, cracking his knuckles and demanding to know where he is from and what brought him here. Minsu calmly replies that he is from the Penguin Orphanage and attended Zonar High School, which immediately makes the whole room erupt in mocking laughter. They jeer at his perfect career path from orphan to inmate. But mid-chaos, Sejun suddenly cuts through the noise. He commands everyone to shut up. Staring down Minsu with a razor-sharp glare, he demands to know his crime since being in Room A means he did something truly horrific. Minsu holds the leader's gaze and calmly drops a single word: murder. Those simple words instantly freeze the entire room, and the inmates who were just laughing now stare back with wide eyes and absolute, cold terror. A real killer in their midst, or is he just bluffing for clout? Seeing their dramatic reaction, Minsu looks down and starts questioning his own move. I lie about a truth that will eventually come to light anyway. But then it hits him, is he really the only killer here? He scans the cell, wondering if the severity of your crime dictates your power in this place. If taking a life is the ultimate sin, he should be at the top of the food chain. Yet, the reality is the exact opposite. A short-haired inmate mocks the poor soul acting as Sejun's human chair, telling him to guess who is about to take his place as the new rookie. That unfortunate white-haired boy is Poppy. Minsu is completely stunned to realize this trampled kid is the lowest-ranking, most mistreated slave in the room. When Sejun suddenly stands up, Poppy frantically begs for mercy, only to receive a brutal kick to his ribs for daring to speak actual human language. He did it again, daring to speak like a human. All poor Poppy can do now is let out pathetic, mouse-like squeaks to beg for forgiveness. Bitterly, Minsu realizes that inside or outside, the weak always get crushed by the strong. If they want to see him as a ruthless killer, he will play the part to survive. At 7 p.m., reflection writing time begins. According to the rules, every teen in this reformatory must write 10 reflection pages a day. Minsu sits blankly in front of the white paper, gripping his pencil tight in absolute helplessness. He curses silently. He did not even kill anyone, so what is he supposed to write? Before he can think, a crumpled ball of paper flies across the room and hits his desk. Right behind him, the other inmates are noisily playing baseball with rolled-up paper balls and makeshift bats. They argue loudly over rules, completely ignoring their study hour. Annoyed, Minsu demands they quiet down, asking if they do not have to write their daily reflections. The thugs just laugh it off. Who cares about that garbage? One of them points to Poppy, who is hunched over writing under a towering mountain of papers. Poppy is their official room secretary. But when Poppy suddenly stands up, the bullies grow irritated, demanding to know why he is up before finishing the work. He can only bark like a dog instead of speaking. When they force him to use human words to explain himself, Poppy mumbles that he needs to use the restroom, only to get scolded for forgetting his place as a mere pet. The leader mocks him but ultimately grants permission. Watching this unfold, Minsu bitterly realizes human rights are a total luxury in this place, and even the guards treat the inmates like absolute animals. In the blind spots out of sight, the law of the jungle rules supreme. Even in the bathroom, Poppy is brutally attacked, kicked for daring to squat like a human. A vicious kick sends him crashing down, groaning in agonizing pain. In this place, the weak are prey, and absolutely no one is coming to save you. To survive here, you must be truly strong or at least act like it. The humiliation reaches its absolute peak when they force poor Poppy to relieve himself like an actual dog. The other inmates stand outside laughing, treating this horrific humiliation as nothing more than cheap entertainment. By 8 p.m., shower time begins in a cramped, high-pressure bathroom. Everyone is forced to rush, having exactly 3 minutes to wash their bodies with a single, tiny bar of soap that has already been passed through countless hands. Minsu genuinely worries he might catch some horrific disease, sharing toiletries with 50 guys in these squalid conditions. At 9 p.m., bedtime roll call officially begins under the strict, watchful eyes of the prison guards. The inmates shout out their numbers one by one in perfect order: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But when his turn comes, instead of calling out his number, Poppy barks like a dog. Talk about the ultimate way to ruin a roll call. Minsu stares in complete shock. Without a second thought, the cold guard brutally slams his attendant's clipboard right into the boy's face. Poppy collapses onto the floor, whimpering in absolute pain. Once the roll call finally finishes, exactly at 10 p.m., all the lights in the ward are cut. The entire room is plunged into total darkness as they lie packed together on cramped sleeping mats to end a horrific day. But in the quiet night, the sound of Poppy sobbing softly rings out again. He whispers through his tears, "Mom, I want to go home. They are all animals here." Suddenly, a harsh voice snaps in the dark, "Who is crying like a human?" Poppy quickly clamps his hands over his mouth, holding back his tears to avoid getting beaten again. Their brutal first night in the reformatory passes heavily. By 5:30 a.m., everyone is dragged out of bed to start the morning cleaning. The teenagers rush around to fold their blankets and scrub the floors mechanically. A new day in this living hell begins incredibly early, at a point where everyone's emotions have already gone completely numb. Exactly at 6 a.m., the rattling cart arrives alongside the loud shouts of the staff delivering breakfast. Squalid meal trays are pushed through the tiny food slot at the very bottom of the heavy cell door. As he chews on the dry, tasteless rice, Minsu wonders aloud why they cannot eat in the actual cafeteria. An inmate explains they have outdoor training this afternoon, so they have to eat in their cell. The inmate looks at the tray and chuckles. At least they were given spoons today, which is already a luxury. Mid-meal, Minsu suddenly notices something is wrong and asks where Poppy is. Why is he not eating? The cellmates casually point down to the floor. Minsu gasps in horror. Poppy is crawling below them, forced to carry a wooden plank on his back to act as their dinner table. One of the bullies roars in anger when his soup bowl tilts, cursing him for spilling the soup. Poppy can only weep, letting out pathetic dog barks to beg for forgiveness. Seeing Minsu's worried expression, they laugh and ask why he is so concerned. They mockingly claim they are just caring for Poppy like a friend, and that nobody else prepares meals by hand like this. Minsu instantly doubts their words. Right on cue, one of the bullies dumps all the leftover bones and food scraps onto a single plate, mixing it all together. He grins their premium garbage specialty is officially served. Minsu freezes in place, unable to believe the sheer cruelty of these absolute monsters. The bullies keep mocking, calling it the perfect waste-free meal, before asking Poppy if he is not already drooling over this feast. Poppy trembles as he looks at the filthy plate, sweat pouring down his face. Seeing him hesitate, the leader snaps, "Eat it." Trapped in absolute terror, Poppy lowers his head and begins licking the garbage directly off the floor. Unable to watch this cruel nightmare any longer, Minsu coldly tells him to stop. He delivers a brutal kick that sends the wooden board flying, scattering food and trays across the entire room. The inmates freeze in rage at this sudden interference. Minsu looks directly down at Poppy, demanding to know if he is really just going to act like a dog. The poor kid, whose actual name tag reads Moon Hyun-jun, looks up in absolute terror amidst the messy chaos. Right then, Sejun speaks up, "Hey, killer." He coldly reminds Minsu that this place has its own strict hierarchy and rules. If Minsu is the newcomer, he must follow the rules. Sejun glares at him with a razor-sharp gaze and lays down the law. "If you do not like it, step up and beat me." Sejun coldly announces that to get a shot at him, Minsu has to defeat Poppy first, since he holds the higher rank. He adds a chilling threat: if Minsu loses, he will take Poppy's place and become the new pet of this cell. Minsu lets out a heavy sigh. To him, this whole ranking game is incredibly childish and completely ridiculous. He thinks with pure disgust that even in a place like this, these guys still cannot shake off their cheap thug instincts. Suddenly, Hyun-jun rushes forward, throwing a rapid barrage of punches right at Minsu. Watching the fight, the other inmates erupt in excitement. Talk about a toxic crowd, they cheer and yell for Poppy to beat him up, laughing that a scrawny kid actually has the guts to stand there. Non-stop taunts fill the room, daring the killer Minsu to fight back unless he wants to be dragged down to the very bottom. Minsu grits his teeth and takes the hits, noticing a tragic irony. Poppy is actually sobbing uncontrollably, begging for forgiveness with every single blow. Minsu wonders in utter helplessness how he is supposed to strike back against someone crying like this. The tension eases as the scene shifts to the peaceful penguin orphanage. Inside a familiar room, the director kindly asks Yu Seong about his packing, since he is scheduled to enlist in the military tomorrow. Yu Seong sits quietly on the floor, clutching a penguin plush toy. He tells her he is all set, as these are priceless memories of him and his brother. The director smiles warmly, reminiscing about the old days. She remembers them as a duo that caused trouble all over the neighborhood. She specifically mentions Yu Seong, who used to terrify the local kids so badly they would run away, just to avoid getting beaten up. Yu Seong simply chuckles, asking if he really did all that. But then, his gaze turns razor-sharp and incredibly dangerous. He smirks at the director, pointing out she might have misunderstood the situation entirely. He admits he fought those kids, but he was never the one they feared the most. Back in the cell, Hyun-jun continues to rain down desperate, tearful blows on Minsu. He begs Minsu, crying out that he is sorry, but he cannot stand being Poppy anymore. Minsu can only shield his head in utter helplessness. Watching this, the scarred inmate laughs in sheer disgust. He mocks Minsu's reputation as a killer, calling him a total fraud and a pathetic weakling. Aggressively grabbing him, he insults Minsu for being abandoned by his parents, declaring this useless trash is officially the cell's new Poppy. Yu Seong knows the absolute truth. The person those kids actually feared back then was never him, it was his younger brother, Minsu. The moment his rage hits the limit, Minsu unleashes a thunderous uppercut, sending the scarred guy flying back. Yu Seong admits that while he might be the better fighter, when Minsu loses control, things get terrifying. That lightning-fast strike leaves Hyun-jun and the other inmates completely frozen in terror. Even Sejun's expression shifts, his eyes betraying a sudden wariness toward the explosive power of the kid he just looked down on. Minsu stands tall in the center of the room, radiating a bone-chilling aura of pure bloodlust. Yu Seong bitterly realizes that once his younger brother truly loses his mind, absolutely no one can stop him. Minsu charges in a frenzy, screaming that they are all going to become Poppy, landing a devastating punch before his target can even react. Minsu glares with murderous eyes, growling that he promised to make them end up like this. Still, Minsu cannot take on the entire room alone and gets knocked to the floor. The inmates crowd around him, laughing and mocking him for causing such a pathetic mess. They mockingly ask if he is crazy for trying to make them all Poppy. Another thug sneers, wondering how someone with only one life to lose thinks they can rule this cell. They continue their brutal insults, claiming they have seen plenty of show-offs. One thug steps closer, asking if they look like a joke to him before bringing up that Minsu is just an abandoned orphan. Hitting his sore spot, Minsu roars for him to shut up. He charges like a maniac, violently shoving a toilet brush straight into the mouth of the guy who insulted him. He screams at him for mentioning his mother, forcing the brush deep inside as the entire cell descends into absolute chaos. They yell to shove the toilet brush back into Minsu's mouth. But suddenly, the crowd freezes, completely paralyzed and unable to take even a single step forward. Minsu's eyes turn hollow and terrifying. Clutching the broken, razor-sharp handle of the toilet brush, he glares at them and asks if they really think they can kill him, asking if any of them have actually taken a life before. The scene shifts to a scarred man with a vicious gaze who makes a bold declaration. He vows to abolish the Juvenile Protection Act, stating that if words do not work, they will have to use force. He glares at a golf ball as if it is his worst enemy, unleashing a powerful swing to vent his anger on whoever dared to take his spot. His loyal subordinates stand around him, clapping in non-stop admiration. They praise his incredible shot and sharp swing. Yet, resentment still burns inside him as he wishes he could crush his political rival, Han Mansu, just as easily as that golf ball. Turning to Yu Seong, who is kneeling on the ground, the congressman coldly asks why he is even standing there. Keeping his formal posture, Yu Seong clearly states his intentions. He explains he wants to enlist early, believing that solving juvenile delinquency issues right now will definitely benefit his father's political career. Hearing this, the congressman tightens his golf glove, smirking at his son's fake loyalty. He calls him out, asking why a medical student is playing detective instead of studying. Taking another powerful swing, the congressman snaps at Yu Seong to cut the act, demanding to know if all of this is actually just for the sake of his younger brother. He coldly points out that even if Yu Seong enlists right away, there is absolutely no guarantee he will be assigned to the exact juvenile detention center where his brother is. Bowing his head, Yu Seong desperately begs, admitting he knows that, which is why he needs his father's help. He pleads that if anyone has the power to make it happen, it is him. But the powerful father simply turns his back, cold and indifferent, asking a cruel question. He asks why on earth he should clean up the massive mess his brother made. Watching the man's heartless departure, Yu Seong's eyes darken with intense resentment behind his glasses. He bitterly realizes his father will never lift a finger to help him for free. The congressman looks back at Yu Seong with calculating eyes, laying down an impossible condition. Can you help your father become the next president? Yu Seong freezes in disbelief, but his father already turned away, telling him to start carving a path to the presidency if he ever wants to save his brother. Back in the cell, the tension reaches a breaking point. Minsu is completely unhinged, his face covered in blood as he brandishes the sharp, knife-like brush handle and dares everyone to step up. But before he can even move, a massive inmate blindsides him from behind, locking him in a tight chokehold. Taking advantage of the hold, another thug punches Minsu square in the face, yelling at the bastard to take that. The inmates panic when they see Minsu lying motionless. They shake with fear, wondering if he is actually dead and realizing they are completely finished if they committed murder in here. Minsu suddenly snaps awake with a fierce glare. Seizing the opening, he delivers a brutal, agonizing kick straight to the giant's crotch, sending him crashing to the floor in a painful scream. Sejun casually walks over, looking down at Minsu with a cruel sneer. He mocks him, asking if mentioning his mother is his trigger or if being abandoned is what drove him crazy. He continues to rub salt in the wound. He mockingly wonders if Minsu's mother knows the son she abandoned became a murderer. Unable to hold back his rage, Minsu lunges at him, but Sejun easily reads the attack and locks his arm. He growls a dangerous threat, telling Minsu to apologize unless he wants to lose his eyes. Sejun remains entirely unfazed, continuing to spit on his painful past. Asking if his rage is because his mom left him or because he is a killer, Sejun suddenly lets go and signals for everyone to stop, telling the bastard that is enough. While Minsu is standing there totally lost, Sejun immediately throws him under the bus, raising his hands to surrender and pinning all the blame on him. He claims he is just a bystander, leaving Minsu in utter shock, wondering who this snake is even talking to. The guards immediately storm into the cell, screaming in absolute rage and demanding to know if he knows where he is. Every inmate in the room is instantly forced to line up against the wall. While the guards confiscate the broom handle from Minsu, they start applying some physical correction. They rain down non-stop blows on him, cursing how this new brat is already causing trouble. Minsu can only groan in agonizing pain. The officer coldly writes up a report about Minsu attacking cellmates with a weapon. When asked, Sejun and Moon Hyunjun claim in perfect unison that Minsu acted completely on his own, while they are totally innocent. Minsu is dragged away. Heavily bruised and battered, he is officially branded as a completely hopeless troublemaker. 15 days of solitary confinement, giving him plenty of time to reflect on life while curled up on a freezing floor with bound hands. Minsu can only grit his teeth and curse in utter helplessness. This punishment cell is where troublemakers are completely isolated from the world. Even worse, his days spent locked in here do not count toward his actual sentence. Minsu bitterly groans to himself. Damn it, he just extended his sentence for nothing. Yet, being completely alone in this quiet space actually feels kind of nice. Minsu even wishes he had started trouble sooner just to get sent here. His brief peace is shattered by the guard yelling through the door slot. He orders Minsu to sit straight up, warning that if he keeps lying down, they will add another day to his sentence. Minsu is immediately forced into a painful kneeling position, ordered to drop that look on his face. In this punishment cell, inmates must maintain this posture until bedtime under 24/7 camera surveillance. He is completely stripped of even the most basic freedom to stretch his limbs. The only small comfort is that his bonds are loosened when he has to use the restroom. But wait the moment Minsu settles onto the toilet, he realizes a massive, shocking problem. Where on earth is the toilet paper? Hearing his struggle, the guard outside barks, telling him to stop overthinking and just finish up quickly. Minsu quickly calls out that there is literally no toilet paper in here. The guard calmly tells him to look behind him. Minsu turns around in confusion, finding absolutely no paper, only a cold, dripping water pipe staring back at him. The guard's voice cuts in, telling him to use the pipe water. Minsu looks down at his hand and screams in absolute despair, asking if he has to use his bare hands. A sad, simple meal of dried fish and watery soup is slid inside. For Minsu, eating is pure torture. With his hands bound tightly behind his back, he is forced to scarf down food like an animal. He screams internally in pure rage, cursing them for not even untying his hands to let him eat. His anger flares up with every hurried swallow. Minsu grits his teeth and vows to write their names in his blacklist, warning them to watch out. At 7 p.m., his self-reflection begins. Even in solitary confinement, he cannot escape these blank pages, he writes while grumbling. He did absolutely nothing wrong. Yet, now he has to write twice as much just because they threw him into solitary confinement. To pass the time and analyze the cell dynamics, Minsu starts sketching caricatures of his cellmates in room A. From the scarred guy who always mocks him, to the giant glutton who only knows how to eat, and even the spineless Poppy, everyone is painted with pure contempt under his pen. He notes that everyone here has issues, but the biggest threat lies with someone else. Minsu's gaze turns ice cold as he stops at Gun's name, swearing that he drew Gun as the ugliest of them all. Even though he knows Gun is a formidable fighter, his thirst for revenge completely crushes any hesitation. As night falls, the solitary cell becomes terrifyingly quiet. Minsu collapses onto the floor, falling into a deep sleep, with bound hands and a collar digging into his neck. In his hazy state, horrifying memories of his past suddenly rush back. He sees young Yuseong and Minsu standing frozen in their pajamas in the dead of night. Before them, a house is violently consumed by raging flames, the bright red fire illuminating the haunted, terrified faces of the two children. Suddenly, Minsu jolts awake in the dead of night. He sits up, gasping in pain. His desperate scream echoes through the dark cell as the ghost of the fire suffocates his mind once again. Damn it, Minsu pants, drenched in sweat while still tightly bound. Maybe because of this harsh environment, those terrifying memories just keep creeping back into his dreams. He gasps in fear, feeling that if he falls asleep, the nightmare will strike again. In the end, Minsu is forced to spend the rest of the long, sleepless night in complete exhaustion. After 16 long days, the solitary confinement finally ends. The guard announces that his isolation is lifted, ordering him to get back to his cell. The moment he steps back into room A, he faces the very jerks who got him thrown into solitary. But to his utter disbelief, the cellmates suddenly change their tune completely, laughing and apologizing, asking if they went a bit too far with him. They even promise that Moon Hyunjun will no longer have to play the Poppy role. Minsu silently wonders if things could really be resolved this easily. He accepts their apology but firmly demands that he needs one from Sejun as well. Right at that moment, a massive, brutal stomp crashes down from above, slamming directly onto Minsu's head. Sejun sneers, asking if Minsu was looking for him before delivering a brutal boot heel to his head. Before Minsu can react, the gang swarms him, yelling to pin him down and cover his mouth. They violently stuff a dirty cloth into his mouth, leaving him groaning helplessly. Sejun coldly orders them to drag Minsu into the restroom. One guy laughs disgustingly, boasting that it is the underwear he has worn for a whole week. Sejun smirks at a miserable Minsu on the ground, mocking him as a mama's boy. He adds that unfortunately, someone else wants to see him even more than he does. He introduces the guy who absolutely hates Minsu for attacking his sensitive spot in their last clash. The bully sighs pervertedly, groaning that holding it in all day was so hard. Minsu lies on the floor, mouth stuffed with rags, making hopeless sounds. Just when things are hanging by a thread, a commanding voice suddenly rings out, completely shattering the tense atmosphere. An authoritative officer suddenly appears at the cell door, telling them to cut it out. Sejun casually glances at the newcomer, smugly asking if he is the new guard on duty. He smugly tells the officer not to worry, claiming they have permission. The guard steps forward, coldly asking who gave permission. He firmly states he will deal with them later, then suddenly reaches out to Minsu. Minsu stares blankly at the hand, reaching out in absolute shock. Amidst the suffocating and brutal atmosphere of the prison, the officer suddenly softens his voice, saying something Minsu cannot believe. "Let us go home." Under his glasses, the officer's face finally comes into view, wearing a warm and radiant smile. Kang Yu-seong, the big brother he had been waiting for, has actually shown up in uniform. He gently grabs Minsu's hand and pulls him up. Seriously, who could possibly beat a brother this cool? To formally walk straight into this tiger's den and rescue his little brother, he had to make a highly calculated deal with their powerful father. Inside a luxurious karaoke room, the powerful politician is screaming into the microphone with a wild face, belts out songs about snow-covered battlefields. Drenched in sweat, he gets so aggressively into it that the atmosphere becomes incredibly tense and weird. Witnessing that passionate performance, General J, a 4-star general, cannot hold back his tears. Deeply moved by such intense patriotism, he endlessly praises the politician as a true patriot, calling him the ultimate embodiment of national defense. Meanwhile, Kang Yu-seong sits quietly between these two powerful men, silently despising all of this empty flattery. The smug politician boasts that putting his son into service by bypassing normal procedures is a luxury privilege. Yu-seong absolutely despises politicians who rig files and fake mental illnesses just to get their kids out of military service. He believes that instead of spinning fake hero stories, they should just throw those spoiled brats straight into the army. So when his politician father asks if he is ready to enlist right away, Yu-seong gives a firm reply, "Yes, father, I will enlist immediately." With a cold, sharp glare behind his glasses, Yu-seong is dead set on doing whatever it takes to save his younger brother. While Minsu was awaiting trial, Yu-seong went deep into the shadows to gather intel from anyone who survived the juvenile center. From dealing with corrupted politicians to meeting dangerous gang leaders, he confirmed this place is a literal hell on earth. That is exactly why Yu-seong is standing here today with nerves of steel. Looking at the correctional officers around him, he promises himself that he will drag his brother out of this abyss as fast as possible. Back in the cell, Yu-seong gently reaches out to his brother and whispers, "Let us go home, Minsu." He promises that if Minsu just follows his lead, freedom is only a matter of time. Yu-seong is incredibly confident in his foolproof plan, thinking everything will go smoothly. But his smug smile quickly fades because, well, reality is about to hit him hard. His perfect master plan goes down the drain in under 5 seconds. Instead of staying low-key, Minsu immediately throws a massive punch straight into a giant inmate's face. Yu-seong can only watch his stubborn brother in utter disbelief. Like seriously, why is he picking fights already? While Sejun coldly observes the chaos, the rest of the inmates go wild, cheering for the absolute madness Minsu just started. The kid has completely lost his mind, screaming at them to bring it on. To make matters worse, Yu-seong suddenly finds himself surrounded by the most intimidating thugs in the block. A scarred, ugly thug glares at him with deep suspicion, mocking how young Yu-seong looks for a correctional officer. He aggressively warns that this cell is only meant for 2 people, immediately trying to intimidate the new guard with their brutal nighttime rules. Surrounded by these absolute beasts, Yu-seong does not even blink. He just calmly asks if these rules of theirs mean they want to throw hands. He flashes a highly provocative smile and says, "Well, I guess I will just have to follow your rules tonight then." The thugs laugh historically, thinking they just found an easy target. Minsu charges forward like a wild animal, screaming at Sejun to bring it on. But with a slight tilt of his body, Sejun effortlessly dodges the blow, coldly mocking Minsu for thinking those clumsy, mindless swings would ever hit him. With one simple trip, Minsu loses his balance and faceplants onto the hard floor. Sejun looks down with pure disgust, scoffing at a guy who cannot even stand straight, but keeps barking like a dog. However, Sejun's attention quickly shifts to Yu-seong. The guard is standing tall right in the middle of all the knocked-out inmates, casually suggesting that everyone should just follow the rules. Sejun is completely shocked by how fast this officer took down the entire room. He internally panics, wondering what kind of monster he is dealing with, because he has never met anyone like this. Catching Sejun off guard, Minsu sneaks in a massive kick straight to his face. He laughs hysterically and yells, "Who are you looking at during a fight? Handsome. Keep your eyes on me. Long hair. I am your opponent." Sejun lowers his head as a chilling aura fills the room. He mutters that he wanted to leave peacefully, but things have officially changed. Glaring with absolute malice, he declares that Minsu is about to become his pet dog, Poppy. Minsu snaps back, telling him to shut up and play dog by himself. But in a split second, Sejun unleashes a devastating counterattack that catches Minsu completely off guard, leaving him struggling to even process what is happening. Minsu is utterly shocked to realize he is being completely dominated. As heavy, thunderous punches rain down on him, he screams in agonizing pain, unable to believe how ridiculously strong this guy actually is. Sejun looks down coldly and asks if he knows why Poppy became a dog in the first place. Ignoring the threat, Minsu charges forward once again with a furious roar. "I do not care, you bastard." Sejun coldly reveals that Poppy actually used to be the boss of this cell. He lands another thunderous strike that leaves Minsu completely dazed and continues talking down to him. "Just like you, he did not know his place. And that is why he ended up like that." Minsu grits his teeth, refusing to give up. He desperately grabs Sejun by his collar and screams that Sejun is the truly pathetic one here. Minsu is absolutely determined not to go down without a fight, but all his resistance is instantly crushed by a monstrous fist swinging down from above, slamming his head into the hard concrete floor with terrifying, bone-crushing force. He lies completely paralyzed on the cold floor, eyes wide with agonizing pain, barely able to squeeze out a single helpless gasp. Into the floor, Minsu is eaten alive by embarrassment, realizing he just got completely humiliated by this long-haired jerk. The shame only deepens as he spots his brother's shiny guard shoes walking up to him. Minsu is frustrated because every single time he gets beat up, his brother's annoying face flashes in his mind. Yu-song looks down at his half-dead brother and casually asks if he is still breathing, making Minsu feel even worse. The kid barely whispers a yes. Letting out a heavy sigh, Yu-seong easily flings Minsu over his shoulder, muttering about how ridiculously light he is. He wonders if they are even feeding him in this place. Seeing Yu-song carry him off, Sejun demands to know where he is taking the kid. Yu-seong coldly replies that his brother needs to learn a lesson in solitary confinement for causing trouble, before whispering a mysterious message directly into Sejun's ear. "Oh, by the way, she told me to tell you to stop picking fights." Those words leave Sejun completely frozen in utter shock. As Yu-seong casually strolls out, Sejun is left standing speechless among his knocked-out henchmen on the floor. Minsu wakes up, locked in solitary once again. He furiously curses that long-haired bastard, swearing he will rip every single strand of hair off his head the next time they meet. A sudden stomach cramp forces him straight to the toilet, but even while doing his business, he feels this nagging anxiety like he is forgetting something incredibly important. Just as he finishes up, Minsu panics because there is no water coming out of the faucet. He shivers in absolute horror at the thought of not being able to wash his dirty hands. Right on cue, a familiar voice from outside reminds him there is toilet paper right next to him, and the sink water only runs on a set schedule. Finding the roll, Minsu sighs in deep relief, realizing his hands are not even bound like they usually are in solitary. Suddenly, a memory flashes in his mind and everything clicks. He sprints to the heavy iron door, pounding on it desperately as he screams at the guard standing right outside. "Are you completely out of your mind? Why on earth are you here?" Ignoring Yu-seong's sarcastic question about whether he washed his hands, Minsu screams through tears that nobody asked him to play the hero. "You had a great life ahead of you. You should be happy." "You idiot. Did you not get accepted into medical school? Just leave me alone and get the hell out of here. Just leave a killer like me behind. Why are you throwing your entire future away for a murderer?" Minsu screams in absolute despair through the cold steel bars of his solitary cell. He cries that if his brother gets stuck in this hellhole because of him, he will live with the guilt forever. Standing outside, Yu-seong casually admits he might be an idiot, then asks who even called Minsu a killer. "I know you did not kill anyone, Minsu, because I am your brother." Hearing Minsu sniffle, Yu-seong immediately starts teasing him about crying, which Minsu furiously denies even though his heavy sobs are loud and clear. Minsu quietly asks if they can really get out of here. Yu-seong promises it is possible, but only if Minsu stops causing trouble so he does not end up back in solitary confinement. If he just follows the plan and listens to his brother, everything will be fine. But Minsu suddenly makes a stubborn demand. "I want to fight that long-haired bastard one more time." When Yu-seong asks why he wants to fight someone who will easily beat him, Minsu grits his teeth in pure rage. "That bastard insulted our mother, and he can tolerate anything in this hellhole except someone disrespecting his mom." Seeing his brother's resolve, Yu-seong does not stop him. Instead, he tells him to fight and promises to teach him how to win. His eyes turn sharp and threatening through the bars as he warns, "If you lose, do not even think about showing your face to me again." With only 15 days of solitary confinement left, this is Minsu's absolute last chance to prepare for his brutal upcoming rematch. Deep in the dark cell, while everyone sleeps, Sejun sits still like a wild beast waiting to strike. Yu-seong knows 15 days is way too short to rebuild Minsu's physical strength, so the only thing he will teach him now is the exact formula to take Sejun down. Do you really think this is enough to beat that absolute jerk, Sejun? Minsu skeptically asks while walking down the hall. Yu Seong coldly responds that if Minsu loses, he can just deal with it himself. Shrugging in defeat, Minsu stands at the cell door as Yu Seong grips the handle, asking one final time if he remembers the strategy. Minsu steps inside confidently, telling his brother to just trust him. But the second his foot crosses the threshold, he is greeted by a bunch of ugly, menacing faces waiting to ruin his day. Chang He and his loyal lackeys smirk triumphantly. The smug bully mockingly asks if Minsu enjoyed his lovely vacation in solitary, wondering if the dark room actually made him any stronger, and demands to test it out right now. Minsu lowers his head with a sly grin, reminding them he promised to turn them all into puppies. But before their confused faces, Minsu suddenly drops to the floor, face-planting in a pathetic bow, and shrieks like a madman. He laughs hysterically, asking why he should be the one turning them into puppies when he can just become one. This bizarre display is actually a calculated strategy of absolute submission taught by Yu Seong. To win the war, Minsu has to first survive the humiliation even if it means acting like a dog. He must endure every single insult while waiting for that one golden opportunity. Even when the inmates draw a whole board game grid on his bare chest with a marker, Minsu has to clench his teeth and stay perfectly still. The humiliation peaks when these massive bullies literally sit on him, using his back as a table to play chess like he is some cheap plastic furniture. They bicker loudly over cheating, shouting that the score is 33, while the other yells back that it is 43, completely ignoring the human table beneath them. Internally, Minsu is screaming in pure agony. Finally, his limit breaks. He snaps, jumping up and screaming that he cannot take this trash anymore, which immediately enrages the local thugs. Chang He roars in anger, demanding to know if their little pet is quitting, while another complains about their board game being ruined halfway through. Chung Hee threatens to re-educate him, forcing Minsu to grit his teeth and hold back. Outside the iron bars, Yu Seong silently watches and begs him to endure. He only needs to hold on for 5 more days, and then Yu Seong will handle this room. Since guards are monitoring class time, Yu Seong cannot step in right now, adjusting his glasses with anxious eyes. He begs Minsu not to fight until then, promising a perfect stage in 5 days. But for now, reality is just a brutal loop of painful beatings. Through the intense pain, Minsu tells himself to endure because payback day is coming. By day 2, the humiliation continues as he is forced onto his knees, scrubbing the floors endlessly like a machine. Day 3 brings the painful task of writing apology letters amidst a mountain of stressful paperwork. Hyunjun trembles as he holds his pen under a bully's terrifying glare. On day 4, things get even weirder when Minsu is dragged out to the grass and forced to behave like an actual dog. He can only growl in absolute rage. Later at dinner, the atmosphere in the cafeteria turns incredibly suffocating. Sejun and his gang freeze mid-bite, their jaws dropping at the bizarre scene unfolding. Minsu is literally on all fours, frantically devouring rice balls off the floor like a starved stray dog. He even lets out enthusiastic barks, praising the delicious food to entertain the watching guards. But beneath this absurd canine act lies an unbreakable will. He tells himself to endure, knowing day 5 is tomorrow, when this nightmare finally ends. But after that traumatizing meal, his overloaded body gives out, and he throws up in the bathroom. Hyunjun asks with deep concern if he is pushing himself too hard. But Minsu just replies that he can still hold on. Seeing Minsu hiccuping from sheer exhaustion, Hyunjun secretly slips him an energy bar. He sweetly warns Minsu to eat up and keep his strength, or his body will completely collapse. Hyunjun begs Minsu to keep this a secret since he bought it with his own allowance. Shortly after, during outdoor exercise, the bullies continue to mock Minsu as their pet puppy. They snicker that even after puking his guts out, his form is still pathetic, proudly claiming that only they have the absolute privilege of treating him like garbage. One inmate laughs so hard his face turns red, mocking Minsu's hilarious running style. But his laughter dies instantly when he notices Hyunjun accidentally charging straight toward a highly restricted zone. He screams a warning because right in front of Hyunjun is the prison's brutal kitchen crew. A loud crash echoes, sending kitchenware flying amid angry curses. 3 massive kitchen thugs with scarred faces and cold eyes glare down at Hyunjun, threateningly asking who he is and if he wants to die. In this terrifying moment, Hyunjun remains frozen, while Sejun relaxes on the bench far away. Sejun remembers guard Yu Seong carrying Minsu away, making him question the guard's true identity. He wonders if someone sent him, or if his own sister secretly arranged the whole thing. Suddenly, a kitchen thug roars out, calling for the boss of room A3, causing Sejun to glance over at the trio approaching him. The lead cook barks, asking if this dog belongs to him, violently stepping on Hyunjun's head, while sneering that Sejun needs to train his pets better. He accuses Hyunjin of attacking them first, asking if room A3 is declaring war, kicking the poor guy repeatedly while laughing that beating him up feels absolutely amazing. He asks to borrow the pet for a few days to torture him some more. But Sejun's crew stays silent, unwilling to anger the kitchen team over a mere pet. Nearby, Minsu watches quietly, remembering how Hyunjin was the only one who didn't shun him, even offering his only piece of candy when Minsu was bullied. Even though Yu Seong warned him to avoid trouble, Minsu cannot just stand by and watch his friend get abused. Suddenly, a blue plastic plate flies through the air at lightning speed. Before the bully can finish laughing, the plate smashes directly into his face. The impact so heavy it sends him flying backward to the shock of his crew. The entire yard, including Sejun, freezes in absolute shock as Minsu slowly stands up, growling with pure rage. Minsu approaches, mockingly asking if these thugs think they can keep playing their cheap outdoor games in here, pointing out that even if they are treated like pigs, there is still a limit. Helping Hyunjun up, Minsu sneers, asking if they don't feel any shame behaving like dogs fighting over scraps. Seeing his buddy down, the red-haired cook confronts Sejun, warning him that this is serious and asking if he should tell their leader that room A3 is declaring war. Without a word, Sejun drives a brutal elbow straight into the guy's face, coldly asking if they really want war. Go ahead, but first I have to deal with this rebel. Minsu grits his teeth, silently apologizing to his brother for once again ruining the perfect plan Yoon Seong worked so hard to prepare. Around them, the prisoners begin to buzz with excitement. Some wonder if this is a clash with the logistics team or a full-blown riot, while others do not care at all and just want to see punches fly immediately. Minsu bitterly realizes he cannot avoid this total mess, but he vows to fulfill his remaining promise to his older brother. The crowd sneers relentlessly, fully confident that Sejun will easily crush this rookie killer in a single heartbeat. Sejun casually pulls back his long hair to tie it, a dangerous smirk on his face. You want a beating? I will oblige. In response to that provocation, Minsu suddenly cracks a wild, manic grin. Clenching his fists tightly, Minsu throws out a very bold proposal. Do you want to make a bet? Whoever wins this fight becomes the new room leader. Facing the towering boss, Minsu's eyes burn with pure confidence and a desperate urge for revenge. He declares with absolute certainty this time, I will win. Inside the juvenile detention center, the inmates are still required to attend basic academic classes. During these class hours, the guards hold absolute authority, meaning everything that happens inside is fully under their control. Yoon Seong sits by the window, quietly calculating stage 1 of his grand plan to make Minsu the room leader. He is highly confident that Minsu will defeat Sejun today to seize the top spot, having set up an absolutely perfect classroom environment for this exact battle. Talk about the most dedicated coach of the year. Yoon Seong arranged the desks into a circle to create a private arena for his younger brother. Checking his watch, he mutters impatiently, it is almost time. Why are they not here yet? Suddenly, wild and excited cheers from the courtyard outside catch his attention. Looking down below the window, hundreds of inmates have gathered in a massive circle, shouting and laughing mockingly. The crowd jeers relentlessly. Minsu, are you a comedian or a killer? They are amazed by Sejun's ability to dodge, mocking Minsu for failing to land a single hit. How did this guy ever kill anyone? He is going to make us die of laughter. Witnessing this unexpected turn, Yoon Song sighs in defeat. He rushes to grab the window bars, his face twisted in rage as his brother ignores the plan. He screams furiously, Minsu, you complete idiot. The cheering below grows louder as Sejun lands a heavy, devastating punch right on Minsu's face. The brutal blow sends Minsu reeling backward. To prepare him for this fight, Yoon Song had taught Minsu the most practical combat techniques. Step 1 is a highly powerful hook designed to completely shatter the opponent's defense. Right after that, Step 2 is a sharp punch aimed directly at the opponent's liver. Step 3, an uppercase punch. Step 4, a mid-level kick. Step 5, a low kick. Step 6, a front kick. Step 7, a spinning kick. And Step 8, a roundhouse kick. Yoon Seong repeatedly demonstrates these master-level combat techniques to train his brother watch closely and learn. Finally, he finishes with a crushing straight punch. He looks through the cell bars and asks, it has been a while since you saw this. Does it feel familiar? You never trained seriously and only mimicked some moves. Do you still remember what you copied as a kid? Yoon Seong sternly asks if Minsu really thinks that little is enough to defeat his opponent. Minsu anxiously admits that Sejun is indeed incredibly strong. Yoon Seong quietly assesses that Sejun fights quite well for someone with no formal training. Minsu wonders in shock if it is just raw, natural talent. Yet Yoon Seong notes that while Sejun's moves look flashy, they completely lack substance and flow. Adjusting his glasses, Yoon Song confidently points out that Sejun does not use any real combination strikes. Ultimately, Sejun is just a standard street brawler who will never defeat a properly trained fighter. Hearing this, Minsu hangs his head in absolute frustration, having taken a brutal beating without landing a single blow. He complains that learning these moves did not stop him from getting wrecked. Yunsong then explains why he wanted the fight to happen in the classroom with prearranged desks. When Minsu asks what difference a classroom makes, Yunseong explains that by continuously backing away, Minsu can easily lure Sejun into a corner full of blind spots. Use the tight environment to trap him right against the wall. Yunseong promises that once he achieves this, Minsu's combo strikes will land flawlessly. However, the actual situation out in the courtyard is turning out to be incredibly disastrous. Sejun stands tall, completely untouched. Meanwhile, the surrounding prisoners grow restless and start shouting in disappointment at the boring fight, insulting Minsu as a loser and daring him to fight like a real man instead of just taking punches. Minsu wipes away the blood dripping from his nose, realizing in sheer panic that he is about to get destroyed. In the open courtyard, all hopes of a perfect plan completely vanish. There are no walls to trap his opponent. Instead, hundreds of angry inmates form a massive human ring, creating a lawless deathmatch in the wide open space. Yunseong sprints frantically down the hallway, sheer panic written all over his face. He screams in utter frustration at his foolish brother who never listens to orders. Reaching the chain-link fence, Yunseong freezes. The massive crowd completely blocks his view of the ongoing fight. Throwing all his carefully calculated plans out the window, Yunseong decides he must stop this match immediately before things go too far. He roars for everyone to disperse, but is suddenly cut short when a piece of popcorn hits him right in the face. Yunseong is stunned to see someone casually watching the brawl like a movie. It is the chief warden, sitting comfortably in his chair while munching popcorn and smirking. "We are watching a good show, why ruin the fun?" Yunseong quickly snaps to attention and salutes, explaining he is a new guard trying to stop the violence. But the chief warden only cold-heartedly asks why he would even bother to do that, chewing his popcorn casually. He suddenly asks Yunseong if he actually enjoys watching those nature documentaries where tiny, defenseless mice appear on screen. Yunseong stands frozen, having absolutely no idea what this creepy old man is playing at. The warden then offers a brutal analogy on those nature shows. When a starving snake hunts a mouse, the camera crew never interferes. After all, a snake eating a mouse is simply the undeniable law of nature. With wild eyes and a sickening grin, he asserts that the inmates' fight is no different, just a natural order that humans must respect. He growls under his breath, claiming that watching them tear each other apart is an unmatched source of entertainment. Witnessing such extreme depravity, Yunseong shudders as he realizes the man running this entire facility is completely insane. Smirking, the warden casually invites Yunseong to sit down next to him and enjoy the show until someone finally lands a decent, bloody strike. Down in the yard, Minsu charges like a moth to a flame, screaming internally with sheer determination that he only needs to land one hit to finish him. He initiates step 1, throwing a fake hook as a distraction. But easily leaning back to dodge by a fraction of an inch, Sejun coldly asks, "What do you think you are doing?" Instantly, a brutal counterpunch slams directly into Minsu's face, leaving him dazed. In agonizing pain, Minsu can only pray silently, "Please, just let me land one blow." Giving him no room to breathe, Sejun presses forward while Minsu struggles to execute step 2. Sejun mockingly asks if he is learning first-grade math. Minsu desperately swings for step 3, but still only hits empty air. Sejun easily dodges and continues to taunt him, saying 2 comes after 1. Watching from the window, Yunseong is drenched in sweat as his brother is completely overwhelmed. Minsu bitterly realizes his reach is too short. His stamina is completely gone, and all strategies are completely useless against someone like Sejun. Absolute despair sinks in as he sees no walls to set up the sequence of combination strikes his brother had planned. He tells himself in helplessness that all he can do right now is take the beating. Sejun delivers a thunderous kick straight into Minsu, the impact so violent it launches him backward into the surrounding crowd. The inmates scatter, shouting in anger, "Damn it, why are you flying over here? Sejun, you idiot, I'm better next time. Get out of the way." Watching that pathetic display, Yusong covers his face in pure agony and sighs in defeat. Seriously, training his student only to have him lose like this? Time to go to sleep. Meanwhile, Minsu lies there, groveling as the crowd hurls insults. "You loser, murderer," they yell. Minsu grits his teeth, swallowing the bitter humiliation. Sure, laugh all you want, but the agonizing pain shooting from his knees throughout his body is starting to break his resolve. Minsu figures that if he keeps going, he will just get beaten into a pulp like last time, so maybe quitting is the smart move. But suddenly, rough hands from the surrounding inmates grab him and yank him straight back up. They scream right in his face with pure rage. "How long do you plan to lay there, you idiot? Hit him back. If you give up now, you will have to deal with me next." Minsu looks around in a daze, realizing he is completely cornered by bloodthirsty inmates demanding he keep fighting. Sejun slowly strolls over, ready to deliver one final, crushing insult to his pride. "Hey there, mama's boy, what are you doing? Are you looking for your mommy?" Minsu keeps his head low, but a sinister smirk suddenly spreads across his lips. Sejun pauses, asking suspiciously if something is funny, but Minsu calmly replies, "It is nothing." "I just remembered something," Minsu says, clenching his fist as he flashes a bloody, crazed grin. He finally figured out how to land that combo. Sejun smugly declares that he is ready to hear it. Yes, he figured out how to unleash his full combo. Meanwhile, the crowd outside is losing patience and screaming for action, yelling that recess is over and they need to finish this match already. "What are you idiots staring at? Are you fighting or confessing your love?" Sejun is out of patience too, telling the mama's boy to wrap this up because their time is almost running out. Minsu slowly pushes himself up, coolly replying that he is about to end it anyway. He knows the combo now, but the real challenge is figuring out how to lure this guy into the trap. He remembers their chat in solitary confinement, where Yusong suggested that cornering Sejun would guarantee victory. But Minsu immediately saw the flaw in that logic and asked his coach if he was missing something. He pointed out that Sejun would never be dumb enough to let himself get cornered. Standing outside the prison bars, Yusong nodded in agreement, saying that was true, but once Minsu got him there, he could bait him to step closer. Sitting on the floor, Minsu sighed sarcastically, calling his coach a genius. But even if he tried, there was no guarantee it would work, making the whole plan completely useless. Hearing that, Yuseong smirked with a knowing look. He offered to teach Minsu a magic keyword that would make Sejun lose his mind, and charged straight at him instantly. Minsu gasped and grabbed the bars, yelling at him for keeping such a cheat code a secret. Yuseong's eyes turned dead serious, assuring him that once Sejun hears this word, he will completely lose his mind. Minsu frantically begged him to spit it out, demanding to know the secret. Back in the present, right in the middle of the prison yard, Minsu suddenly covers his face and laughs like a total maniac, yelling out, "Hey Sejun, is Gasaman pretty?" Instantly, Sejun snaps, his face twisting in pure rage. He roars, "Who told you my sister's name?" He lunges forward, throwing a massive, bone-crushing punch that actually catches Minsu off guard. "Where did you hear that name?" Sejun roars in a total frenzy. Seeing this massive overreaction, Minsu smirks inwardly. His coach's magic word worked like an absolute charm. Sejun has completely lost his mind, screaming and demanding to know how Minsu even knows about his sister. Looking at the raging psycho, Minsu remembers being mocked as a mama's boy and fires back with utter contempt. "Is that really the best insult you could come up with?" To Sejun's absolute shock, Minsu calmly raises his hand and cleanly blocks the thunderous punch right in its tracks. Instantly, Minsu grabs his collar and growls, "You absolute sissy." He delivers a heavy, precise blow before Sejun can even react, throwing in a highly sarcastic warning, "Do not start crying for your sister now, got it?" Sejun sneers, trying to regain his composure as he demands to know what his sister has to do with this fight. He tries to back away to dodge Minsu's incoming fist, but reality hits him hard. The massive crowd of inmates surrounding them starts pushing and shoving, cutting off all his space. Sejun realizes with absolute horror that his escape path is completely blocked by a solid wall of angry human bodies. Seizing this golden opportunity, Minsu immediately launches step 1, burying a devastating hook into his opponent. Minsu roars in excitement, telling him to get ready for some real pain. Sejun is trapped with nowhere to run. He tries to attack first, but his arm gets completely jammed in the chaotic crowd. While Sejun is still completely frozen in shock from being trapped, Minsu wastes no time and unleashes step 2, slamming a brutal, direct punch straight into his liver. Sejun grits his teeth, realizing he walked right into a trap. He yells out in frustration as the crushing crowd blocks his every move. Seizing the moment, Minsu fires step 3, an uppercut that snaps his head back. Watching from a distance, Yuseong is shocked to see his student completely throwing the original plan out the window. He originally told Minsu to use classroom furniture or the walls to corner him. Now, Minsu has come up with something way more savage. He is literally turning the surrounding crowd of inmates into a living cage to trap Sejun in the middle. Minsu repeatedly chains step 1 and step 2 together, raining down a relentless barrage of blows that leaves Sejun helpless. In a panic, Sejun realizes he cannot dodge or counter if he just stands there, so he desperately tries to slide to the side to escape. But Minsu reads him like a book, unleashing step 5 with a heavy low kick that chops down on his leg, leaving him in agony. Minsu smirks and immediately loops back to step 1, pummeling his opponent's face with a rapid flurry. Sejun struggles to escape to the left since his right side is completely blocked, but he is instantly shut down by step 4, a heavy mid-kick straight to his ribs. "Where do you think you are going?" Sejun starts to completely panic as he realizes he is locked in place with absolutely nowhere left to run. To Sejun, Minsu suddenly looks absolutely massive, towering over him like some terrifying monster about to swallow him whole. He rains down a brutal storm of punches, mixing up combos from step 1 through 4 before throwing all caution to the wind and just spamming step 1 over and over. With his face bloody and swollen, Sejun clings to his last bit of consciousness, weakly swinging back in absolute futility. "What on earth are you doing? Do you really think flailing your arms around like that is going to hit me?" he roars, delivering a thunderous punch that sends Sejun flying backward. "You are dead meat for bringing up my mother." Driven by pure rage, Minsu unleashes a furious beatdown, muttering that just thinking about it makes him lose his mind all over again. He begins executing the exact combo sequence he practiced, perfectly on beat. "What do you even know?" Minsu screams as he keeps striking. Seeing this absolute madness, the crowd of inmates begins to murmur in pure disbelief. What is wrong with him? Has he completely lost control? Is Sejun really going to lose like this? Sejun struggles to block through the agony, knowing he cannot take another hit, determined to make his next strike land. But reality is far more brutal. Minsu is way too fast, delivering a devastating punch that leaves Sejun completely dazed. Minsu pants heavily, fueled by rage. "What do you know about me or my mother to open your mouth? Apologize now, Sejun." But he does not stop, screaming at him to apologize this instant. Sheer force leaves Sejun completely drained. He gasps soundlessly before collapsing onto the floor. Minsu throws one final, bitter punch, yelling for him to apologize to his mother as the entire yard holds its breath. The inmates stand frozen, eyes wide with absolute disbelief at the scene. What on earth just happened? Sejun actually got taken down, covered in sweat. Minsu pants heavily, cursing that the guy still refused to apologize until the very end. The crowd descends into total chaos as they realize the unbelievable outcome. Did Sejun seriously just lose? Did Minsu actually win? Some mockingly call him Silly Poppy, wondering if Minsu is the new room leader now, while others shrug it off, claiming Sejun was always weak to lose to someone like him. Suddenly, a booming voice cuts right through the noise, ordering everyone to get out of the way. The guards roar for everyone to show some respect. Instantly, rows of prisoners lower their heads and shout in unison, creating a thunderous noise. Walking past the submissive prisoners, a powerful guard steps forward with a cold glare. The chief warden approaches with a wide, excited grin, saying he never expected a win, but the kid actually pulled it off. He finds it hilarious, like watching a nature show where a tiny mouse somehow takes down a massive snake. Panting heavily, a dazed Minsu wonders if he is really just a mouse, and if Sejun was the snake. The warden leans in close, smirking mockingly. He asks if Minsu has been plotting since day one, laughing that the kid even kept him entertained during a fight. Minsu can only grit his teeth, making humiliating squeaking noises just to survive. When asked about the unconscious Sejun, the warden casually orders them to dump him in solitary. Yujong silently carries Sejun past his brother. He sighs at Minsu's stubbornness, wondering who on earth he got this rebel attitude from, while Minsu just smirks back defiantly. Who else could it be but his own brother? Even with his face covered in blood and cuts, Minsu looks incredibly proud of himself for crushing his rival. Yujong simply adjusts his glasses, his eyes turning sharp and full of calculating thoughts. Time for Act 2. The scene shifts to a quiet art studio. Semin is focused on her easel, asking a question with a hint of worry. "So my little brother got thrown into solitary?" Sweat drips down Yujong's face as he struggles to explain that things went completely off track, admitting it was never part of the plan. Yujong apologizes. Semin lets out an annoyed huff. She coldly orders him to stop moving so she can focus on finishing her masterpiece. Yujong is currently forced to pose half-naked, like some heroic muscular statue, holding an apple. Semin snaps at him for constantly shifting his body and ruining the composition she has been working so hard to create, leaving Yujong to whine in sheer exhaustion. He groans, asking how much longer he has to hold this painful pose, suggesting they try something else. Looking around the room, he points toward a completely naked statue and makes a suggestion. "Maybe we should use that one instead." Even though Yujong feels awkward because the statue is a bit too revealing, Semin insists that is exactly the point, coldly telling him to shut up because the session is over. Yujong timidly asks to see the painting. Semin just sighs, telling him that his constant twitching ruined the entire piece, leaving him whispering apologies. Looking at her canvas, Semin confidently asks if this masterpiece is enough to get her into art school as the top student, but Yujong stares at the drawing with his eyes wide, completely unable to believe what he is seeing. "Wait, this is art? And that blob is me?" Semin casually shrugs it off, telling him not to feel bad, since the model was clearly lacking, not her actual skill. She suddenly shifts the topic, asking if he is worried about his brother landing in solitary confinement. Yujong thinks she is still talking about her terrible drawing, but Semin seriously warns him that he is facing real trouble. She clarifies that his brother has messed with the kitchen crew. She used to work there in the female wing, and she knows firsthand that those guys are incredibly united. Mess with one, and the whole gang will hunt your brother down. There is one monster in particular Yujong needs to watch out for. Over in the cafeteria, a giant guy with bulging, veiny arms suddenly towers over Minsu, demanding to know if he is Lim Minsu. This is Jang Dobo, the kitchen leader. As soon as a confused Minsu nods, Dobo immediately dumps a mountain of food onto his tray, overflowing the entire plate. Minsu is stunned, asking what he is doing, and pointing out that this is way too much food. Is he trying to fatten him up? Semin explains why this guy is so terrifying. Jang Dobo might look like a nice guy on the surface, but he is actually a dangerous loose cannon. Semin reveals a shocking truth about him. He once almost beat 2 prison guards to death. Minsu stands frozen, staring at the pile of food spilling everywhere. Kitchen leader Jang Dobo flashes a sinister smile and claims his boys told him Minsu was starting trouble with them. He says Minsu deserves every bite, pouring even more slop while whispering a cold threat that the kid will regret ever messing with the kitchen crew. Seeing that terrifying face, Minsu instantly plays dumb, wondering if he really messed with the kitchen. When pressed about his identity, he quickly lies, saying he is Minsu, but it must be a common name mix-up, since it is a popular name after all. Fooled by his innocent act, Jang Dobo suddenly softens up, scratching his head and apologizing, telling him to eat up and that he will let it slide. But another kitchen member suddenly screams out, exposing the lie, and telling Dobo to double-check, because this is definitely the guy who threw the trash can lid at them. And just like that, the chase is on. Realizing he is busted, Minsu bolts at full speed, leaving everyone completely stunned. Dobo roars in anger as he realizes he was tricked, screaming Minsu's name so loudly it shakes the cafeteria. He curses Lim Minsu, while the runaway himself just laughs, relieved that he barely escaped with his life, even as angry screams to stop echo right behind him. Meanwhile, over at the Grand Presidential Residence, South Korean President Han Mansu steps out with a powerful stride and a bright smile to welcome his guests. He thanks everyone for traveling all this way to attend the summit. At the high-level meeting between party leaders and the president, Han Mansu steps out with a bright smile, offering a very warm handshake to Congressman Kang. He remarks that the congressman looks great today, and Congressman Kang quickly returns a professional, polite laugh, replying that it is all thanks to the president. In front of flashing cameras, they put on a perfect show of unity, declaring they will set aside all rivalry to focus solely on the national interest. But right as the cameras continue to flash, Han Mansu leans close to the congressman's ear, bringing up their old bitter race for the presidency. He smirks arrogantly, telling him that for the sake of the nation, he needs to work hard as a good subordinate. Asking if he understands, Han Mansu suddenly gives the congressman a hard, humiliating slap on his butt. Congressman Kang freezes in absolute shock and shame, sweating as he wonders what on earth just happened. Did he really just slap his butt in front of the entire country? Seething with rage at home, Congressman Kang brutally beats a punching bag to vent, roaring in pure frustration. He screams at Mansu for daring to humiliate him like this. In a blind rage, he turns to Yujong, growling that his own father is enduring such disgrace and asking what he thinks about it. Standing in front of his planning board, Yujong calmly states that bringing down President Han Mansu is actually going to be much easier than they originally thought. He explains that destroying the president's absolute biggest political foundation, which is the juvenile detention center, will make everything crumble. That is the real reason the congressman sent his own son into that hellish facility as an insider. When asked for an update, Yujong coldly reveals that what he has witnessed inside that facility is absolutely not the educational home the public believes in, but rather a brutal playground of pure tyranny. Yujong continues exposing the horrific truth that the facility forces these young kids to use violence against each other. Abuse of all kinds runs rampant there, and fights are intentionally ignored just to serve as entertainment. He firmly declares that this place is not a reform school, but literal hell. Yujong's expression grows dark as he thinks about the brutal reality happening behind those iron walls. Hearing this, Congressman Kang claps in delight, thrilled that the detention center is indeed the president's weak spot, showing just how calculating this politician really is. He believes that simply leaking this horrifying information to the press will destroy his political rival in one single blow. But the cunning old fox suddenly pauses, realizing that this alone still might not be enough. He coldly points out that those juvenile offenders are still criminals after all, and their real victims probably want to see them suffer even more. Congressman Kang then orders Yujong to head back inside and dig up even darker secrets from within those walls. Yujong slowly walks out of the room, his heart heavy after his father's brutal demand. Back at the prison, now in his guard uniform, Yujong quietly tells himself that this is still not enough. He stands watching the inmates crawl on the dirt in a humiliating posture, sweating under the blazing sun. Suddenly, Yuong loudly calls out Minsu's name. "Get over here right now." Minsu looks up completely confused, wondering what his older brother is planning. Yuong loudly announces that Minsu must step out for some special solo training. Minsu is thrilled, thanking his brother for giving him an easy break. "Oh man, this is amazing. Thank you, brother." Well, he celebrated a bit too early. Yuong suddenly roars, forcing him into a new, even more brutal physical punishment, the lobster. Minsu screams in pure agony and embarrassment as he crawls around the yard like a crab. "Lobster? Lobster? Damn it, he is literally a lobster." Yuong quietly explains that letting him skip training would raise too much suspicion, so he has to make Minsu look even more miserable than everyone else. Still squirming on the dirt, Minsu furiously screams, questioning this absolutely terrible form of help. Ignoring his brother's tragic screams, Yuong coldly makes an announcement. Now let me explain phase 2 of the plan. This juvenile detention center operates on an extremely strict system of reward and penalty points. Yuong pulls out a detailed list, explaining that inmates can only be considered for parole once they accumulate a total of 100 reward points. On the flip side, more penalties mean your freedom slips away forever. Looking down at his sweating brother, struggling in the lobster pose, Yuong coldly delivers the bad news: your score is currently -50. With 2 rounds of solitary confinement and 1 massive brawl under his belt, Minsu has not earned a single point. He widens his eyes, gasping out in absolute despair. How? How do I even get points then? The fastest way to get big points right now is to volunteer for the kitchen crew. The moment Minsu hears those words, he screams in sheer terror. His mind instantly flashes to the brutal, bloodthirsty face of the kitchen captain, Jang Dobo. Minsu panics and screams, "No way. That crazy bastard is in there. I will literally die if I go. Those kitchen guys are actively hunting me down." He would honestly choose physical torture over facing those demons. "I do not care, just kill me. I would rather stay out here." Minsu continuously thrashes around on the dirt, completely rejecting his brother's plan. But every single time a guard walks past, Minsu has to quickly snap back into that agonizing pose and yell "lobster." Even though his mouth is mechanically shouting it, his soul is screaming absolutely never. "Fine, lobster it is. Let us keep doing the lobster." He would much rather endure this physical torture than ever step foot inside that kitchen of death. In his head, he screams that he will chant this name 1,000 times before joining them. Seeing how stubbornly dramatic his brother is being, Yuong let out a heavy sigh. He finally gives in, promising to find some other task to help Minsu earn those points. Minsu is absolutely thrilled, feeling incredibly grateful to have the best older brother in the world. Suddenly, a peaceful vibe settles over the courtyard under the warm afternoon sun. The rustling leaves and chirping birds create a rare, quiet atmosphere within the prison walls. Over in the classroom, curtains sway gently in the breeze, setting up the perfect conditions for a nice, long nap. Minsu slumps over his desk, fully enjoying the peaceful relaxation after a brutal morning of physical torture. Half asleep, he wishes he could just stay like this and snooze forever. But then, a weird, buzzing engine sound starts ringing in his ears, completely ruining his nap. Losing his mind, Minsu slams his hands on the desk and screams, "Damn it, let me sleep." He furiously yells at his fellow inmates for making those annoying mouth noises, declaring that he does not need these human robot vacuums anymore. Down on the floor, the inmates are still crawling around, mimicking engine sounds with their mouths to clean up. It is a bizarre routine that Minsu himself established, and some even claim they clean better when they make the sounds. One inmate even offers to switch to sleep mode if he gets too loud. Minsu watches them, realizing the cleaning is almost finished. But he starts panicking when he remembers a whole classroom only gets him 1 single point. At this incredibly slow rate, how on earth is he going to reach 100 points for his freedom? Right on cue, the prison guard walks in to check on their progress. Minsu quickly reports that they are almost done. The guard then informs him that he needs to head to the next location by himself for his registered volunteer duty. Minsu is absolutely thrilled, thanking his brother Yuong for finding him such an easy way to grind points. But the very second he steps into the room, his smile completely freezes. Instead of an easy job, he is greeted by the terrifying kitchen captain, waiting with a murderous expression. The giant smirks menacingly. "Well, look who is back. If it is not Minsu the liar, he has walked right into the tiger's den." Minsu looks around in pure horror, realizing he is in the middle of the kitchen of death, surrounded by massive cooks. He was totally set up. This is definitely not what he signed up for. His brother promised not to send him here, yet he got sold out anyway. In his mind, Minsu screams his brother's name in utter betrayal. "Yuong, you absolute traitor." Meanwhile, Jang Dobo, a massive guy with a burning passion to become Korea's #1 chef, is aggressively tossing a pan amidst raging flames. His raw strength is actually pretty insane, easily maneuvering a 3-kilogram cast iron pan with his right arm, while effortlessly flipping 2 kilograms of food inside it. Meanwhile, his left hand is specially trained for delicate tasks like seasoning and neat presentation. Too bad, the harsh reality is written all over the inmates' food trays, with everyone constantly complaining about the terrible food. This tastes absolutely awful. How long do we have to keep eating this garbage? For Jang Dobo, having people trash his food is a direct, painful blow to his pride as a chef. He grashes his teeth, veins popping on his forehead as he tries to hold back his rage, telling himself to endure these ungrateful bastards. But looking at his chaotic kitchen, where grease fires break out and random ingredients fly everywhere, it is painfully obvious there are zero actual talents to help him out. The kitchen nightmare escalates even further as a sudden scream echoes help. The noodles are totally burning. One incredibly dumb assistant runs over with a completely charred black pan, happily shouting, "Dobo, I finally figured out how to extract oil. We are basically an oil-producing country now." To make matters worse, the soybean soup somehow turns a bizarre shade of purple, leaving another guy totally confused. Wait, who threw red cabbage in here? Jang Dobo completely loses it, roaring through tears of frustration. Is there really not a single person in this kitchen who actually knows how to cook? Even though he wants to destroy these idiots, they are still part of his crew. But when it comes to Minsu, things are completely different. Gripping a heavy frying pan, Jang Dobo slowly creeps up behind him with pure, chilling bloodlust. He growls that Minsu has insulted his crew and will receive absolutely no mercy. Towering behind the clueless kid, Jang Dobo raises his pan and menacingly declares that he is about to teach him a lesson. But then, he suddenly freezes, his eyes popping out in sheer shock as he looks at the stove. Right in front of him, Minsu is rocking a legendary double pan technique with flawless, professional seasoning, leaving the captain completely speechless. Overwhelmed with excitement, Jang Dobo suddenly rushes forward, scooping Minsu high into the air and roaring, "Hey kid, where on earth did you learn to cook like this?" Minsu awkwardly stammers that he only helped out at an orphanage. Hearing this, the big captain suddenly bursts into massive tears, crying his eyes out. He mutters happily, "I found him. I finally found him. I knew this day would come." Dobo aggressively hugs Minsu, crying out with absolute excitement, "Do not worry. I have got you now, my precious little darling." He picks Minsu up and runs around the kitchen, laughing hysterically and declaring him the ultimate treasure of the kitchen crew, while Minsu just screams in despair to be let go. Meanwhile, over in the food storage, a messy pile of candy wrappers and trash lies scattered everywhere. The kitchen crew's underlings are sneaking around, stuffing their faces while complaining about how their original plan completely fell apart. They initially wanted to trick Dobo and Minsu into fighting, but in reality, Dobo is clinging to him like glue. One guy gnashes his teeth, wondering how on earth they can get Dobo to absolutely hate Minsu. Suddenly, a wicked idea strikes them. If Minsu's cooking tastes absolutely terrible, he'll definitely get thrown out. Laughing like maniacs, they plan to sneak trash into his food to get rid of him once and for all, confident that this time Minsu is totally finished. Their smug smiles instantly vanish as Yu-song suddenly appears right at the entrance of the storage room. Wearing a cold smirk, he reveals he finally found out why their supplies kept disappearing lately. Facing the panicked delinquents, Yu-song growls out a warning that thieves must face the harsh consequences they deserve. Even as they scream that this is kitchen crew territory, he doesn't hesitate to deliver some swift justice. Within seconds, he completely wipes out everyone who dared to mess with his little brother. Staring at the bodies piled at his feet, Yu-song lets out a soft sigh of relief, admitting he was deeply worried about Minsu, since the kid never wanted to join the kitchen crew anyway. He notes his little brother is adjusting pretty well, but still wonders who pushed Minsu into the kitchen crew in the first place if it wasn't him. Meanwhile, in the warden's office, 2 guards rush in to report, getting the chief warden incredibly excited. The chief warden expects some bloody prison fight in the kitchen, but the truth completely ruins his hype. Instead of a brutal brawl, today's menu features his absolute favorite, omelet rice. He sighs in deep disappointment, having expected high-stakes prison drama rather than a boring lunch. But to satisfy their demanding boss, the 2 guards perform a ridiculously weird, cringy spell to make the food taste better. Although he finds it bizarre at first, once the chief warden takes a bite, he nods in agreement and admits the meal is actually fantastic. Over at the cafeteria, the mood suddenly turns dead serious. Jang Dubo shouts out, "Listen up. Today is a special day that only happens once a month, and everyone must be extremely careful during prep." Minsu stands there clueless about what is going on, especially when Dubo orders him to bring a brand new bar of cucumber soap. He wonders to himself, wait, are we taking a shower or cooking right now? But the shock peaks when the captain aggressively grates the bar of soap on a metal grater. This bizarre cooking process continues as he pours in double the amount of olive oil and heats the mixture over a massive flame. Jang Dubo passionately preaches about adding finely crushed basil powder as an essential ingredient to lock in the aroma. Finally, he squeezes in some orange juice for extra vitamin E, creating a thick paste he claims is both moisturizing and fragrant. Jang Dubo stirs the mixture maniacally until everything blends together perfectly, then orders it to cool down. All done, Dubo yells with pride. Seriously, this guy is completely delusional. Minsu looks at the gooey green mixture with a blank stare, asking if he actually expects people to eat that trash. Dubo just laughs. Eat it. No way. This is our kitchen crew's all-natural hair wax. As he speaks, he smoothly runs his hand through his dreadlocks, showing off his style. The crew starts crowding around, styling their hair and helping each other out. Make sure it doesn't clump up, and help me with the back. Minsu asks in utter shock, wait, so it's hair wax, not food? What kind of special day makes you guys style your hair like this? Dubo smirks, explaining that it is delivery day, because on delivery day, they get to meet the girls from the female detention center. Dubo smiles with pure anticipation. Right on cue, a group of female inmates appears, happily carrying supply boxes. Hey Dubo, why are you guys so late? We are going to take all the good stuff. A playful girl notices the fresh face, asking who the cute new kid is. Dubo explains that once a month they receive provisions and must share them with the kitchen crew from the women's prison. For the guys here, this is the ultimate perk of being in the kitchen crew. Meanwhile, one of the girls struggles with a heavy box, groaning that it is way too heavy and asking for help. Girls shouldn't carry heavy things. One of Dubo's sidekicks quickly rushes over to grab the box, boasting that he will take care of it so the lady doesn't have to lift a finger. But that is nothing compared to Dubo. To show off his pure strength, the captain carries a massive stack of boxes all by himself, bragging that a real man should carry at least this much. The girls gasp in admiration, praising Dubo's massive strength and calling him super cool. Standing nearby, Minsu watches the ridiculous display with a heavy sigh, questioning what in the world they are doing. He warns them they will break their backs. But the girls just turn their attention to him, giggling at how small and cute he looks. Minsu gets annoyed, telling them to beat it. He snaps that he isn't small, but his pouty face only makes them tease him more. They find his anger adorable and offer to carry the boxes for him, making Minsu stubbornly refuse despite starting to waver. He insists he doesn't need help, but his resolve is shaking. Watching this unfold, Dubo grates his teeth in pure rage, furious that the slacker is using work time to flirt with girls. As Dubo burns with intense jealousy, a petite girl timidly approaches him from behind, gently tugging on his apron. With a blushing, embarrassed face, she shyly hands him an envelope sealed with a bright red heart. She whispers for him to take it before her leader notices. Dubo's rough hands tremble as he accepts the letter, his heart beating so fast it feels like it might burst out of his chest. He rejoices internally, excitedly wondering if this could actually be a real love letter. Watching the girl run off while casting a playful smile back, Dubo completely loses himself in a sweet, wild fantasy. A perfect future plays out inside the captain's mind. He dreams of a grand wedding where he wears a sharp suit, walking alongside his beautiful bride while everyone cheers and applauds for them. Dubo even imagines his future wife, sweetly asking what they should name their children. Talk about jumping the gun, he just got the letter, and he is already planning baby names. Next, a cute little daughter named Y appears, filling him with utter joy. His delusion escalates until he pictures himself as the proud father of a big family with 5 young children. He excitedly calls out all their names: Y-chan, Yun, Yan, Jap. Is everyone ready? They shout back in unison and take a warm family photo. Back to reality, Dubo is crying and laughing like a madman from pure emotion. It's finally his turn to get a love letter, and he can't wait to see what romantic words she wrote. But the moment he rips it open, his goofy smile completely freezes at the very first line. To the Chief of Staff. Dubo's face distorts completely in pure shock, terrifying veins bulging all over his body. Meanwhile, in the quiet kitchen, Minsu is struggling to carry a heavy delivery box. He grumbles tiredly while lifting, complaining that the kitchen crew guys were too busy helping the girls to even bring their share. Suddenly, a massive, dark shadow looms over Minsu from behind. Recognizing Jang Dubo, Minsu asks what is up. Dubo towers over him with a chilling aura, growling to ask if he is the Chief of Staff. Minsu casually confirms that he is. The captain suddenly asks a ridiculously bizarre question: do you know what November 22nd is? He proudly declares that it will be his wedding anniversary 3 years from now. Seriously, this guy's wild delusions are completely beyond any saving at this point. Minsu is stunned, asking what he means. Dubo continues to interrogate him about roaring so menacingly that Minsu begins to tremble in fear. He claims with absolute certainty that Y is the name of his fifth child. Reaching peak madness, Dubo gnashes his teeth and screams that she should have been a ponytailed girl born into this beautiful world if he hadn't stolen his wife. With bloodshot eyes, Dubo roars in absolute fury, screaming that he will kill the bastard who stole his wife. Minsu can only widen his eyes in sheer horror as a giant fist flies straight toward his face. Hold on, why are you doing this? Before Minsu can even finish, a devastating punch from Jang Dubo slams violently right next to his head, shattering the brick wall behind him into tiny pieces. Minsu quickly dodges but is still shaken by that destructive power. He screams out in pure rage, "What is this? Are you actually trying to delete me?" Meanwhile, Dobo has completely lost his mind, mumbling insanely in his madness. "Die, Lim Minsu, enemy of my future kid." Wait, what kid? Seeing an opening in the madman's rant, Minsu launches a massive flying double kick right into his face, but Dobo shrugs it off like nothing. He grabs Minsu's ankle and ruthlessly slams him into the ground. The giant's rage only escalates as he bellows, "How dare you steal my future wife?" Minsu realizes with horror that taking one more hit will absolutely shatter his skull to pieces. Struggling to counter, he calculates that if he can just disable this giant's right arm, the monster will be completely helpless. But reality is brutally cruel. The giant's reach is way too long, making it completely impossible for Minsu to get close. The nightmare continues as Dobo starts raining down left-handed punches with absolutely massive, terrifying power. Minsu takes one heavy blow after another, feeling like his ribs are colliding directly with giant solid boulders. The impact is so intense, it sends Minsu flying back. Pain flares, but he tells himself that at least the monster's right arm is still trapped. But Dobo roars for him to return everything, violently ripping a steel locker door right off its hinges. Minsu watches in horror as his trap is ruined. The madman keeps screaming about taking So Yang hiking on Mount Bukan, furiously swinging that heavy iron door like a weapon. Dobo slams the heavy iron plate down, forcing Minsu to dive out of the way. He realizes he is in deep trouble, trapped in a corner with absolutely no escape. Cornered against the cold wall, Minsu suddenly recalls a blind spot tactic his brother taught him. Dobo screams about his future wife's first kiss, unleashing a massive punch aimed straight at Minsu's face. Despite the deadly pressure, Minsu speaks coldly. "I have no idea who So Yang is, but your date plan is trash." He grabs the giant, mocking him that no girl on earth would ever go out with a freak like him. Capitalizing on the giant's sheer overconfidence, Minsu recalls a position-swapping technique to set up a quick combo. He pivots, using all his strength to shove the giant against the wall to turn the tables. But despite his best efforts, the monster does not budge a single millimeter. Seriously, that bicep is literally bigger than Minsu's entire head. Talk about an unfair fight. He screams like a lunatic, accusing Minsu of stealing his pure love and his child's future. Dobo violently grabs Minsu's face, slamming his head against the metal locker as Minsu cries out in agony. Losing all control, he bellows that Minsu's punishment is only just beginning. With a crazed roar to die, Dobo unleashes a 1,000-pound punch aimed directly at the kid's face. Minsu realizes in horror that there is no room to dodge this fatal strike. Teetering on the edge of life and death, his hand frantically grabs a random object nearby to defend himself. Meanwhile, over at the female correctional facility, the inmates are complaining about their grueling kitchen duty and talking about how much they miss their friends. Just then, a girl spots a box of onions left behind, guessing it must belong to the male camp. Even though her friends warn her about Dobo's terrifying reputation, a cool, dark-haired girl eagerly volunteers to return the box. She casually shrugs that Dobo is actually pretty cute, so there is nothing to fear. Okay, this girl seriously needs her eyes checked. Back in the male kitchen, the absolute chaos continues, with Minsu screaming at the top of his lungs for the madman to stop chasing him. Panting heavily, Dobo continues relentlessly chasing Minsu around the kitchen tables. He screams about delivering immediate punishment to the guy he believes is the mortal enemy of his future family. Realizing the big guy is finally wearing out, Minsu spots his chance. He smashes an entire tray of eggs directly into Dobo's face, yelling for him to take this egg punishment instead. Raw eggs dripping all over his face make Dobo look even more ridiculous and terrifying. Minsu mocks him about smelling like chicken poop and tells him to get lost, sending the giant's rage over the edge. Dobo starts hurling kettles and heavy metal pots directly at Minsu. Scrambling to dodge, Minsu yells that he is a complete lunatic for throwing things that could literally kill someone, but the madman just screams for his immediate demise. Things turn critical when Dobo grabs a frying pan filled with bubbling, boiling hot oil. Right at that exact second, the girl from the female camp happily hums her way toward the kitchen door. She casually swings the door open, calling out that she brought back the items they left behind. But disaster strikes as the boiling oil launched from Dobo's pan flies straight toward the open doorway. Dobo gasps out in absolute shock as he watches all that scalding oil fly directly toward the poor girl who just stood there at the entrance. "Get out of the way!" Minsu screams. Without a second thought, he dives forward to shield the girl with his own body. The scalding liquid drenches his back, forcing him to grit his teeth against the agonizing, flesh-tearing heat soaking through his shirt. The girl gasps out in complete shock. High-pitched screams echo through the entire kitchen. Hearing the chaos, Yuseon sprints down the hallway at a terrifying, breakneck speed. "No, Minsu," he screams in pure panic, his heart dropping. Yuseon blames himself, knowing he came here specifically to protect his brother, and he cannot let him get hurt again. Yuseon bursts into the infirmary, frantically asking the nurse of room A3 if Lim Minsu is there. The nurse tells him to keep it down, pointing toward a bed behind the drawn curtain. "Shh, he is right over there on that bed." Shaking, Yuseon pulls back the curtain while calling his brother's name, only to freeze in utter horror at the sight of a cold skeleton lying on the mattress. The skeleton speaks in Minsu's apologetic voice, saying he is sorry for ending up looking like this. Yuseon collapses by the bed in utter despair, but then Minsu breaks out in laughter, asking if he really looks that much like a skeleton, completely shattering the tragic mood. Turns out the liquid was not hot oil at all, and he was just playing a prank with the clinic skeleton. Minsu giggles that he almost became a real skeleton, but his smile instantly fades when he notices his brother's hands shaking with pure rage. Yuseon looms over him with a dark aura, making Minsu stutter out apologies for taking the prank way too far. But instead of a beating, Yuseon suddenly pulls his brother into a tight, emotional hug. He squeezes Minsu, admitting with a shaky voice that his heart almost stopped from the scare. Minsu freezes up at this sudden affection, quietly apologizing for causing so much worry. Meanwhile, the nurse in the background is absolutely furious, yelling at whoever dared to mess with her medical skeleton. Once he finally calms down, Yuseon gasps in disbelief upon hearing that Minsu still wants to stay on the kitchen staff. Minsu claims it is the fastest way to earn reward points, but admits he is pretty scared and needs backup. With eyes burning with determination, he asks if his brother will teach him how to beat Dobo, barely surviving and already asking for another fight. Yuseon brushes back his hair, smirking dangerously as he remarks that his brother is something else. "Are you ready?" Next, out on the training grounds. The head warden is highly impressed by this weird new training method. When asked about it, Yuseon coldly explains that this routine is specifically designed to teach anyone who challenges authority their actual place in the hierarchy. He proudly announces that it is called the dung beetle exercise. The warden showers him with praise upon seeing the inmates crawling on all fours, desperately pushing giant boulders across the yard using their legs and backs. He asks where on earth these massive rocks came from, only for Yuseon to casually reply that he carried them down from the mountain behind the prison. Under the heavy weight, Minsu grits his teeth with his face twisted in pure exhaustion. He screams in fury, calling Kang Yuseon a bastard and begging him to teach like a normal person. Yuseon calmly adjusts his sunglasses, praising his little brother for doing a great job before ending today's session. Drenched in sweat, Minsu eagerly asks if he is finally ready to fight Dobo. But Yuseon just throws cold water on his hopes. "Not yet, now roll it yourself." Instantly, Minsu is forced to strain under a massive boulder. He screams in absolute frustration, cursing his terrible brother. He furiously pushes the rock while non-stop cursing this brutal torture. Only when he sees his little brother completely exhausted does Yusong finally offer a bit of praise. "Good job, you can stop now." Minsu excitedly asks if it is finally time to get revenge on Dobo, but the answer is still a flat no. Yuseong points to a giant concrete wave breaker and coldly gives the order. "Next up, here is a little gift for you." Minsu plunges right back into living hell. He screams in agonizing pain as he tries to move that multi-ton block of concrete across the dirt. Yuseong casually adjusts his sunglasses a little crooked, but still looking cool. Minsu lies flat on the ground, cursing his ruthless brother, and wondering when this endless physical torture will finally come to an end. Yuseong sighs and explains that beating someone in a completely different weight class is not as simple as he thinks. He firmly states that if Minsu can budge this thing even a tiny bit, his victory is guaranteed. Minsu asks in disbelief seriously, "Is that true?" But the moment he lays eyes on his next target, he freezes completely. Looming before him is a boulder as tall as a tower, making him look pitifully tiny. He wonders in shock if a human can even move this thing. Meanwhile, in solitary confinement, Sejun has been locked up for a whole week. He still cannot understand why he lost. After all, Minsu had not managed to land a single punch on him. Recalling his opponent's completely useless attacks, Sejun tells himself bitterly that he was simply too careless. Sitting alone in the dark cell, he stares blankly and resolves that if he gets a rematch, he will definitely win, convinced that his previous defeat was nothing more than a fluke. But right now, he is facing a crisis as ridiculous as it is urgent while crouching on the toilet. Sejun bitterly realizes the toilet paper is completely gone and the faucet is dry. Looking down at his dirty sleeve, he realizes there is only one desperate option left to solve this tragic situation. Gritting his teeth, he violently rips a piece of cloth from his own uniform. Just as he is about to use it, a roll of toilet paper suddenly flies in and rolls right to his feet. Yu Seong's sarcastic voice rings out from outside, "Stop using trash. Use this to clean yourself up." Standing behind the bars, Yu Seong coldly reminds him that they still have some very important business to discuss. Once Sejun finishes his business, Yu Seong casually opens the door and steps into the cell. The moment the guard steps inside, Sejun lunges from behind with pure killer intent, demanding to know how he knows his sister. But Yu Seong dodges the sneak attack with lightning speed, leaving Sejun utterly shocked by the move. He realizes this guard has strength and reflexes far beyond anything he ever imagined. In a split second, Yu Seong counters and easily pins Sejun flat against the floor. He looks disappointed, mocking the cheap surprise attack. When Sejun sees Yu Seong raising a fist to strike, he can only squeeze his eyes shut and accept his helpless fate. Waiting for a blow that never comes, Sejun slowly opens his eyes in confusion. Yu Seong suddenly flashes a bright smile and suggests, "If you are that curious, why not ask her yourself?" He casually holds up his phone, showing an active call with Semin right in front of Sejun's face. Meanwhile, at a skincare clinic, Semin's phone is ringing off the hook. On her screen, the caller ID is saved as candidate husband number 1. She picks up, calling out to Kang Yu Seong as she presses the phone to her ear, asking if he has met Sejun yet. Recognizing the familiar voice, Sejun stammers, "How do you have my sister's number?" Semin frantically asks if her brother is out of reformatory yet and if he has any injuries. Suddenly, she makes a strange request, asking Yu Seong to cover his ears because she has a secret to say. Yu Seong obediently agrees, turning around to plug his ears while Semin carefully double-checks. Semin asks Sejun if Yu Seong has covered his ears yet. After getting her brother's nod, she takes a deep breath and suddenly screams like a maniac. "Hey, you complete blockhead!" Semin's rage finally explodes. She insults him mercilessly, calling him a brainless idiot with instant noodles for brains. She screams, asking what on earth he is doing and if he thinks she is easy to fool, "You noodle-brained jerk." Semin keeps screaming about all the misery she had to endure because of him. What a cursed little brother. Thanks to him, she ended up in prison dealing with absolute garbage. And even after getting out, she is still cleaning up his mess. If you are going to stay silent, then just keep your mouth shut. You still cause trouble in prison without a single thought for me, do you? Raise your head, you jerk. Are you listening to me? Answer me, you total idiot. Sejun stands frozen, his face completely pale under his sister's absolute wrath. Meanwhile, out in the main prison yard, a towering boulder stands tall like an impossible challenge. Minsu is straining with every ounce of strength, muscles flexing and sweat pouring as he pushes the massive rock. Gritting his teeth, he uses both arms and legs to force it forward in pure agony. The other inmates watch from a safe distance, whispering among themselves. Did it move yet? Another confidently replies that it has not budged even a single millimeter. The crowd quickly shifts to daily gossip, wondering if dinner tonight is codfish. One guy yells over to Minsu to just give up, while others discuss Sejun's upcoming release and worry about a brand new war starting soon. One inmate asks why Minsu is even trying to move this boulder, only to hear that if he succeeds, he plans to challenge Dubo. Man, I really hope he does not fight Dubo. There are plenty of strong guys in this prison, but Dubo is at the very top of the food chain. One hit from his right arm and you are completely finished. Just look at how badly Jiangsu was broken to see for yourself. The inmates worry that Minsu will meet the exact same tragic end. But ignoring all their warnings, Minsu is still furiously putting every bit of his energy into that giant boulder. He grits his teeth and screams that he will move it no matter what. Meanwhile, in the cell, Semin's fury shows no signs of slowing down. She yells through the phone, "I raised you so carefully. How did you turn into such a complete idiot? You do not even realize who is trying to help you, and you are just barking out useless nonsense." Semin reminds Sejun that she went through absolute hell to find him help, yet he picked a fight with that very person. She bitterly tells him to rot in there, threatening to rip him to shreds if he ever tries to stand out when he gets released. Unable to take the nagging, Sejun hangs up. On the other end, Semin is shocked. What, he dared to hang up on me? He must want to die. Sejun is in serious trouble this time. She regrets not even having the chance to warn her brother to be careful. Just then, a nurse timidly pops her head in to announce that the doctor heard all her loud cursing and is waiting to see her. Leaving Semin completely mortified, Yu Seong takes back his phone and asks if the call is over. Sejun sits flat on the floor, sighing exhaustedly, "No, I just got knocked out a bit." He looks up at Yu Seong to confirm his relationship with his sister. Once he hears that Yu Seong is actually Minsu's older brother, Sejun falls silent before asking, "So you are the one who taught him how to fight, right?" After some thought, Sejun looks straight at Yu Seong with determined eyes and declares, "I will do whatever you say, so please teach me how to fight too." Meanwhile, over in the prison cafeteria, the atmosphere is currently turning into pure chaos. The kitchen crew is panicking because the food keeps getting burned, resulting in constant punishment for the entire team. They worry that if this keeps up, they will all get kicked out of the kitchen crew. One guy wishes Minsu were here to carry the load, but another snaps back that Minsu is the source of all their trouble. Ever since that terrifying battle, their proud Captain Dubo has been completely broken. He sits curled up in the corner of the kitchen, staring blankly as he draws circles on the floor, and mutters to himself in despair. He thought he was completely done for, and everything was over. Suddenly, Minsu kicks open the kitchen door with a bright grin. He proudly announces the kitchen assistant is here to save the day. The kitchen crew panics seeing the troublemaker return. They scream, asking if Minsu is tired of living. After all, he was the one who drove Dubo completely insane. Dubo slowly looks up, muttering Minsu's name with burning rage. Instantly, the chef stands up and marches toward Minsu. Pure killing intent fills the air, turning the tension up to 100. Minsu completely halts his rage with a highly provocative question. "Hey, do you know why women do not like you?" The question hits a painful spot, stopping the giant dead in his tracks. Curious, the giant demands to know why he is so unpopular. Minsu bows his head in silence for a moment, then drops a brutal truth bomb. "It is because you are unbelievably ugly." Ha ha. Dubo's face distorts completely. He grinds his teeth in sheer madness after being insulted right to his face. Dubo roars furiously, "I am going to kill you." He has lost his mind again, guys. The onlookers can only hold their heads in terror at Minsu's absolute recklessness. They are sure a brutal murder is about to happen right here. Dubo charges in, looking ready to eat his opponent alive. He screams at the top of his lungs, claiming every single bad thing happening to him is Minsu's fault. But our guy keeps pouring oil on the fire, mockingly asking why he is being blamed for Dubo's ugly face. Everyone nearby is left utterly speechless by his insanely reckless courage. Instead of fighting head-on, Minsu starts a wild chase around the kitchen tables, driving Dubo even more insane. He calmly ignores the giant's orders to get over here, throwing out non-stop teasing. The crew can only watch in awe as Minsu uses incredible speed to dodge the heavy attacks of their out-of-control chef. Dubo roars in frustration, putting all his strength into a massive punch and swearing to crush the boy right now. Dubo's heavy punch slams into a steel cabinet, but Minsu easily dodges it. He chuckles mockingly, "Hey idiot, do you have no brain? How did you fall for the exact same trap again?" Even with his right hand stuck in the wreckage, Dubo still tries to attack. But Minsu has already planned this. He firmly grabs the chef's giant arm, leaving him utterly shocked. "What?" Minsu roars in pure excitement. "No, I actually planned this whole thing out. You fell right into my hands." He channels all his power into a final strike, shouting out his signature move Iron Feces Punch. That is one smelly technique, guys. Meanwhile, as the kitchen war rages on, Yusong is busy buttering up the warden with a lovely private feast in the dining hall. Surrounded by fancy candles and fine wine, our classy gentleman presents the dish, saying he prepared it especially for the director. The warden seems quite pleased with the classy atmosphere. Yusong grandly lifts the lid, introducing the dish as a special steamed Alaska pollock. Even though it is just a simple braised fish, the warden gets so excited his face distorts. He cannot believe he is eating such luxury in this hellhole. But Yusong is not done yet, showing off his bartending skills by mixing 2 fruit drinks together. He smoothly shakes the mixer and presents a special cocktail called the Star of Combined Flavors. With just one single sip, the warden is instantly in heaven, tasting the perfect blend of fresh peach and sweet grape. Yusong gives a subtle smile, inviting him to enjoy the spectacular dinner show happening right before his eyes. From the table, the warden excitedly watches the fight between Dubo and Minsu through the glass window. Dubo roars arrogantly as his opponent runs out of space, mocking him to run more or stand still. He swings a massive punch straight at Minsu, growling to ask if he wants to be executed on the spot for daring to block the attack with his bare hands. But Dubo's smile quickly fades when he realizes his right arm is locked tight by a highly skilled grappling technique. He is shocked to find he cannot move at all, frantically wondering where this kid learned these moves. Taking the chance, Minsu lands consecutive punches right on his opponent's face, making Dubo absolutely furious. The furious chef fights back crazily, roaring to challenge if Minsu can ever overcome his raw muscle power, before charging directly into a brutal and bloody close combat brawl. Flashback to a few days ago, crushed under a massive boulder, Minsu tiredly asks why he is doing this painful training instead of cornering his foe like he did with Sejun. Yusong coldly tells him to think before he speaks. Because the weight difference between him and Sejun was only 1 tier, that strategy actually worked. But with Dubo, the size gap is massive, easily 2 or even 3 levels above Minsu. Yusong warns that Minsu is the one who should pray not to get cornered. When Minsu pants, asking if they will bulk him up to match, Yusong calls him an idiot, because that is impossible in such a short time. Muscles do not just grow like mushrooms. He suddenly asks a scientific question about how Minsu can move rocks that are heavier than his own body. The answer is the lever principle, explaining that human limbs also function based on this exact mechanism. Yusong promises that if Minsu can act as a lever to move that giant rock, he can easily push back someone like Dubo. Back in reality, Minsu is holding his ground, blocking the chef's massive arm directly. Dubo's eyes widen in utter shock, unable to comprehend how a tiny kid is not budging against his brute strength. Meanwhile, Minsu continuously rains down heavy punches on his foe. He screams in absolute fury about all the pain he has endured. Watching this drama unfold through the window, Yusong asks the warden if he is enjoying the live show. The warden admits it is quite entertaining, but thinks the outcome is too obvious. He points out that Dubo does not even feel any pain from those tiny, weak punches. Meanwhile, Minsu is already starting to look exhausted. The warden firmly claims that in the end, no one can ignore such a massive gap in weight classes. Seeing the warden doubt his little brother's true abilities, Yusong makes a bold proposal. Let us place a bet then, as I am betting on that kid, Minsu. The warden stops eating mid-bite, his lips curling into a wicked smile. A bet? Sounds great. You really love risky wagers, do you not? Yusong gently pushes up his glasses, calmly confirming that is exactly right. He wants to use real combat to test the theory that facial attacks are useless due to weight differences. In theory, the basic stances in martial arts are always designed to offer maximum protection to the head and face. That is because the head and face hold the most vulnerable parts of the human body. While Minsu keeps trying to attack, Dubo takes every hit and continues to roar arrogantly. Go ahead, keep punching. Is that just a tickle? Little does he know that so many fatal weak spots are packed right there, from his eyes to his temples, and out of all those, the most fatal spot is the chin. A precise strike to the chin heavily rattles the brain and inner ear, instantly destroying the opponent's balance. Minsu puts everything into a vicious blow straight to the target, completely dazing Dubo, whose eyes roll back. Aim right for the chin, one hit is all it takes. Even though weight classes are highly important in amateur fights, in the end, professional technique will always claim absolute victory. Minsu roars, landing the decisive punch that completely warps the giant's face under the heavy impact. He coldly looks at the staggering foe and bids him farewell. Bye, Dubo, see you later. Delirious from the painful strike, Dubo suddenly sees his dream girl smiling and waving a warm goodbye. He screams in absolute panic. Honey, no, please do not leave me, honey. Every single dream of a lavish wedding, a loving wife, and sweet little kids that he kept fantasizing about suddenly goes up in smoke with that one fateful fall. Dubo lies motionless on the floor delirious, desperately begging his dream girl not to leave him. The kitchen squad stands frozen, unable to believe their big boss just got destroyed by a total newbie like Minsu, while the chief warden screams in absolute disbelief after losing his bet. The warden stares hard at Yusong, demanding to know how he guessed so perfectly. Yusong just taps his glasses with a smug smile and says it was nothing but pure intuition. The warden smirks with pure amusement before turning away, reminding Yusong to start thinking about what he wants as his reward for winning. Sitting flat on his opponent's chest, Minsu pants in sheer exhaustion after a brutal fight, only to spot a heart-sealed envelope under Dubo's hand. He stares at it blankly, reading the note written on the front to the chief. Completely shocked, Minsu wonders if this is actually a love letter meant for Sejun. The lackeys confirm it, explaining Dubo thought Minsu was the one getting it, which triggered his whole insane murder rampage. The sheer irony of the truth leaves Minsu speechless. All that pain, all those brutal hours pushing a giant boulder to near collapse, was caused by one idiot's utterly ridiculous misunderstanding. Screaming like a madman, Minsu rains down a furious flurry of punches on the unconscious Dubo to vent his rage. The underlings have to scramble to pull him back from a defenseless target. Meanwhile, inside a heavily guarded restricted zone, the atmosphere grows incredibly tense. Inside a dark room, a mysterious figure casually plays cards and sips wine, discussing how the search for their next candidate has hit a complete dead end. He worries now that their heavy hitters, first Sejun and now Dubo, are getting knocked out of the game. He wonders if this Lim Minsu kid is actually strong enough to beat the strongest monster in this prison. With their two absolute strongest guys gone, what is the plan? Shuffling his cards, the mysterious man asks thoughtfully, wondering if there is anyone else left in this hellhole who is actually worthy of their attention. The first name brought up is someone who makes everyone shiver just hearing it, Ly Kang-min. He is the leader of a notorious gang in the East Dong district, a total psychopath who uses extreme, brutal violence to command absolute fear. Ly Kang-min stands tall above the crowd, laughing arrogantly at the pain of the beaten opponent lying at his feet. But the list of potential candidates does not stop there. The second name mentioned is Ha Seung-cheon, a member of the maintenance team. Unlike the other brutal thugs, he always wears a welding mask, sporting a cold, sharp gaze, completely focused on his work. Casually pouring another drink, the mysterious man understands why a big boss like Ly Kang-min is on the list, but he cannot comprehend why someone who is not even a gang leader, like Ha Seung-cheon, is chosen. Jisoo, are you not going to nominate anyone? Let's throw in another player to make things interesting. The top dog ruling this entire correctional facility is none other than Im Jisoo. He slowly runs his fingers over a stack of gambling chips, his eyes gleaming with cold, calculating plans. Jisoo admits he originally planned to skip this round entirely, but hearing about the recent crazy shakeups has piqued his curiosity. With an enigmatic smile, he makes a final, decisive move. I nominate Lim Minsu as our next candidate. After that massive brawl, Dubo gets thrown straight into solitary confinement, giving Minsu the perfect chance to take over. But there is a catch: he has to run the kitchen as part of the deal. Staring at the massive flames bursting from his pan, Minsu screams in pure frustration, wondering what kind of trash reward this is. Meanwhile, his new kitchen crew starts causing non-stop chaotic disasters that make him want to cry. The guys cheer excitedly, calling Minsu over to look at their great work. Honestly, the stupidity in this kitchen knows no bounds. One idiot literally screams in wonder as the rice overflows from the pot. He shouts that the rice is multiplying, and when Minsu asks how much he actually used, he casually says he filled the entire pot, leaving everyone completely speechless as it erupts like a volcano. Not stopping there, another brilliant chef proudly shows off his artistic masterpiece, a whole crab sitting triumphantly on top of a raw octopus. The ultimate disaster strikes when an electric kettle gets placed directly on the open flame, burning completely black. The chef defensively whines that he was just told to boil it. Minsu completely breaks down, screaming in utter despair for Dubo to come back, because he actually misses him more than a lover. Right on cue, the female prisoners arrive with cargo boxes, cheerfully waving and asking where Dubo ran off to. Loading dock descends into absolute chaos as the guys desperately fight over who gets to help the girls, screaming to lift it higher or hand over the boxes. Minsu just groans, realizing those absolute simps are at it again. Suddenly, the girl Minsu saved from the boiling oil walks up and calls his name. As he blinks in confusion, she shyly thanks him for stepping in and saving her from getting burned the other day. Minsu laughs it off, assuring her the oil was not even hot, so it was really no big deal. But before he can even process it, she suddenly hands him a letter sealed with a bright red heart. Minsu takes the letter, completely skeptical, telling her to just hand it over to Sejun if she wants to. Hearing that name, she turns bright red and screams in absolute frustration that it is actually for him, you idiot. She dashes off, shouting back that it is a secret. Minsu stands frozen, staring at his name on the envelope, his heart skipping a beat. Well, looks like our boy is officially off the market, guys. A dreamy vision of the future instantly flashes in his mind, a cozy little cottage on a green meadow, living happily with a sweet wife and cute kids. His entire face turns bright red. He stands in silence, staring down at the very first love letter he has ever received. Inside, the confession begins with some incredibly touching words. She writes to her dear Minsu, recalling how she thought her life was completely over when that boiling oil flew right at her. He saved her, but the truth is, she had actually been quietly watching him from afar for a very long time. The very first time she laid eyes on him was through the gaps of the barbed wire fence separating their camps, during a quiet afternoon stroll after her lunch. Suddenly, a wild scene caught her eye when a blue trash can lid flew straight into a bully's face. Witnessing that raw, decisive power, the young girl stood completely frozen in place, her eyes wide with shock and admiration. That was the day of Minsu's legendary showdown against Sejun. She was completely captivated by his burning, relentless gaze, a wild, fierce energy, resembling a honey badger that absolutely refused to fear anything in its path. Hearing the roaring crowd scream his name, she carved Lim Minsu deep into her heart. From that exact second, her chest never stopped fluttering, and she held her breath while watching his every single move. To look her absolute best when delivering this letter, she went through some insane preparations, making do with the incredibly limited resources available inside the prison. She meticulously used the heat of a kitchen fire to warm up an iron clamp, curling her hair lock by hand, and when a roommate suggested putting on some makeup, they managed to find an incredibly creative way around the lack of cosmetics. Soaking colorful magazine pages with soapy water and rubbing them with all her might, she cleverly harvested the chemical ink to act as a DIY blush and lipstick for her big moment. Truly, the ultimate handmade makeup. Sarah gently dabs the DIY stain onto her lips, hoping this look gives her the courage to confess. Her cellmates shower her with compliments, amazed at how bright the color actually looks. They tell her she looks gorgeous, teasingly asking why she never did this before. Sarah just blushes, begging them to stop, while quietly wondering if she will actually look pretty in his eyes today. Back in his cell, Minsu sits dazed, reading her closing request to give her an answer next time. His cellmates instantly mob him, screaming in pure envy, calling him a traitor who deserves execution for getting a girlfriend first. They tease him about how happy he looks, and the single bros are definitely not loving this. Awkwardly, Minsu admits he is happy but confused, since he has only ever gotten letters from his mom or Sejun. Cracking under pressure, he tosses the letter over, telling them to just read it themselves. Inside, Sarah confesses her feelings. She likes him and wonders if he feels the same, thanking him but begging him not to get hurt. "If you get hurt, my heart will break too. You are the only one in my heart." Meanwhile, at the warden's office, a knock sounds. "Sir." It is Sergeant Yuseong reporting. Stepping inside with a crisp salute, he speaks up. "I heard you were looking for me, Director." The old man smiles, noting he has already been here for 3 months. The director showers Yuseong with praise for his insane background. From graduating the military academy early to acing the sergeant exam at lightning speed, the old man smugly boasts about his absolute luck in securing such a rare talent for this center. Yuseong loudly vows to dedicate his life to the director and the country, but inside, he is plotting. He needs to win this old man's trust to somehow boost Minsu's points. But the room turns ice cold when the director leans in close to his ear. Grinning, he whispers that he saw something very interesting on the CCTV. "Are you two best buddies?" Yuseong freezes, cold sweat trickling behind his glasses. The director glares, pressing him with a deeply twisted, threatening tone. "What is the real relationship between you two?" The suffocating tension leaves Yuseong completely paralyzed, unable to offer a single response. Cutting to the bathhouse, Minsu is struggling under the shower. He stares miserably at the tiny, sad piece of green soap left in his hand, feeling completely defeated. It is even smaller than before. How is he supposed to wash with this? Suddenly, a hand reaches out, offering a full bottle of shampoo. What on earth is this? Staring in disbelief at the bottle in his hands, he cannot grasp how such a luxury item smuggled into this grim correction center. Turning around to face the generous stranger, he sees a gorgeous male prisoner with long, flowing blonde hair, standing under the shower with a remarkably calm and mysterious expression. To get Minsu out of this hellhole, Yuseong knows he must absolutely hide the fact that they are biological brothers. Ever since his adoption, nobody has known about their blood relation. Under the director's intense, probing gaze, Yuseong breaks into a cold sweat, panicking that the old man has caught on. Leaning in with a sinister grin, the director demands to know, "What kind of secret affair do you two have?" Yuseong screams internally, realizing he cannot let this get out. As he frantically scrambles for an excuse to cover it up, the director suddenly bursts into laughter. Could it be a master and student dynamic? The director smugly claims he saw everything, assuming Yuseong is secretly training Minsu how to fight. He is fully convinced that Yuseong only placed that bet because he knew his student would win. He even mimics a few clumsy punches, asking excitedly, "Are you that good at fighting?" Yuseong quickly plays along, explaining he only helped because Minsu desperately wanted to grow stronger, letting out a quiet sigh of relief at this incredibly lucky misunderstanding. The director warns Yuseong not to get too friendly with the human trash, before dismissing him to prepare for the upcoming outdoor activities. Watching Yuseong walk away, the old man mutters about Minsu's intense desire to become a real man, calling him a pretty fascinating kid. But the moment Yuseong is gone, the director immediately grabs his phone to order his subordinates to run a deep background check on Sergeant Yuseong. "I have a feeling we will dig up something juicy," he says. Hearing the confirmation on the other end, he sneers with absolute anticipation. Things are finally starting to get fun. Meanwhile, in the solitary confinement zone, Sejun sits thinking about his sister's successful escape from the reform school. Suddenly, soft, miserable sobbing echoes down the hallway, instantly catching his attention. Following the noise, Yuseong finds Duo curled up in a corner, crying his eyes out and wailing that it is not fair, and it is all Minsu's fault. Yuseong casually steps up, reminding him that being dumped was definitely not Minsu's doing. Duo screams in pure agony, "What does a guard know? My life is ruined because of Minsu. He stole my wife and kid. This guy is seriously delusional." Yuseong coldly corrects him, explaining that the division leader mentioned in the letter was never Minsu, it was Sejun. He points out that Duo was completely clueless about the shift in power. Duo instantly flips his attitude, crying apologies to Minsu before shifting his absolute rage to Sejun. Yoo tells him not to jump to conclusions just yet, handing over his phone to show a picture of Sejun with Sejun. Duo is devastated to see his beloved goddess Sejun standing right next to Sejun. He screams like a madman, wondering why she is so close to that absolute jerk. Cursing this shallow, looks-obsessed world, he vows to murder Sejun for stealing his dream girl. But Yoo splashes cold water on his rage, revealing they are actually siblings, meaning Sejun is her younger brother. Instantly, Duo's face twists into a terrifyingly creepy smile as he realizes Sejun is his future brother-in-law. He clings to the bars, screaming with sheer excitement, leaving even Yoo totally speechless. Inside his cell, Sejun loses his absolute mind and roars, "Who are you calling your brother-in-law? Shut your mouth, you pig!" Sejun is truly in rage mode, but despite the raw hostility, Duo keeps kissing up, promising to cook delicious meals for his beloved brother-in-law since they are basically family now. Yoo sighs and walks away amidst their loud bickering, while Duo continues daydreaming about Sejun, teasing Sejun to speak nicely for the sake of his future niece and nephew. Putting Minsu's situation aside, Yoo shifts his focus to a heavily guarded restricted zone. He tells himself he must investigate the dark secrets that the director is deliberately covering up inside this grim correction facility. Yoo reasons that leaking this to the press would only trigger a pretty minor scandal. But to completely take down the president, he needs a much more devastating, fatal weakness. He realizes that even with his status as a guard, he still cannot step foot inside this heavily guarded zone. He is absolutely certain something dark is hidden behind those sealed doors. Peeking through a tiny crack, he is completely horrified to see guards carrying out a severely battered prisoner on a stretcher, his face covered in deep bruises and blood. Yoo shudders, desperately wondering what kind of horrific nightmare is actually taking place behind those doors. His gaze freezes as another prisoner quietly walks straight into the restricted area, wearing a vibrant red uniform instead of the standard gray. Yoo stands completely shocked, instantly resolving to uncover the dark truth behind these mysterious red-clothed inmates. Meanwhile, back in the bathhouse, Minsu finishes washing his hair and warmly thanks the guy who lent him the shampoo. "It has been ages since I had a decent wash like this." Taking a closer look at the stranger, Minsu suddenly stops as he notices something bizarre. Pointing in shock at the mysterious blonde man's clothes, he gasps, "Wait, is your uniform red?" Minsu's suspicion grows as he notices this incredibly built, handsome guy does not have any rank insignia pinned to his chest. He warily presses for answers, and another thing, "Why do you have no rank symbol at all?" Over in the solitary cells, a deeply skeptical voice echoes down the quiet hall. "How did you let him win so easily?" Duo simply cannot believe that Sejun actually lost to someone like Minsu. Sitting silently behind bars, Sejun admits he let his guard down, while Minsu showed up with a thoroughly calculated strategy. Duo also bitterly confesses that they fell right into a trap while trying to play with their prey. Sejun realizes that this massive victory is bound to draw the eyes of the higher-ups directly to Minsu. In fact, he claims it is already starting to happen. Minsu has even managed to split the kitchen crew and might get chosen as their replacement candidate. Hearing this, Sejun's mouth twists into a sneer of pure contempt. With eyes blazing with bloodlust and fists trembling as they clench tight, he growls that he is the only true candidate. Sejun vows to prove his worth, rise to the top, and make Minsu pay for this utter humiliation. Meanwhile, in the locker room, the ripped, incredibly handsome blonde stranger who lent Minsu the shampoo officially steps into the light. He casually introduces himself as Im Jisoo, checking Minsu's chest name tag to verify his target's identity. Before Minsu can even react, Jisoo suddenly reaches out and pats his head in a deeply patronizing way. Minsu snaps, demanding to know what he is doing, but Jisoo just laughs, remarking his head is smaller than expected. "How did a tiny kid like you actually win?" Though deeply annoyed, Minsu holds back, letting it slide out of gratitude for the shampoo. Looking Minsu dead in the eyes, Jisoo issues a cryptic challenge. "This time I came to find you, but next time, you will be the one searching for me." He warns that the path ahead will not be easy, but he will be waiting. Watching Jisoo disappear down the corridor, Minsu scratches his head in utter confusion, unable to process what the weird guy meant. The scene fades on a deeply disturbing pot of ramen, complete with fish heads staring up from the broth. One of the logistics guys screams in absolute shock at the steaming pot. "Who on earth threw fish into our sacred ramen?" But hey, wouldn't adding a little something extra make it taste way better? He casually grabs a bite, only to realize the entire room is staring at him with the weirdest looks. Minsu just blinks and asks why everyone is staring instead of eating. Before he can even finish his sentence, a massive shadow looms over him from behind with a freezing aura. It is Jang Duo, standing tall with giant hands raised high like he is about to deliver a fatal strike, leaving Minsu completely frozen in terror. Minsu's eyes go wide and cold sweat pours down his face. He genuinely thinks he is a goner under this madman. But instead of a fist, Jang Duo suddenly drops to his knees and slams his head on the floor in a desperate apology. Sobbing hysterically, the captain confesses he completely mixed up the letters, which is why he ruthlessly tortured Minsu all this time. He cries out that he got the letter wrong and beat up the wrong guy, absolutely embarrassing. Duo sobs about how Sejun is now his brother-in-law, making any revenge impossible. Seeing his raw regret, Minsu gently reaches out his hand. What are you even talking about? I accept your apology, so let us just eat some ramen together. Duo gets incredibly choked up seeing Minsu actually forgive him and offer food, asking if Minsu really forgives him and is sharing his ramen. The lackeys outside burst out laughing, teasing that Duo does not need to worry since Minsu already got a love letter from another girl. Hearing this, Duo's face twists in pure rage as he lets out a furious roar. Duo screams at Lim Minsu for daring to look at his second wife, and just like that, another chaotic chase begins with Minsu running for his life while calling him a total jerk. Even though he is completely out of breath, his heart is racing with excitement since tomorrow is the day he finally hand-delivers his reply to Sarah. But reality hits hard. Minsu stands utterly frozen in front of the prison transport bus, his eyes filled with total despair. He bitterly wonders how things ended up like this, throwing a massive tantrum on the floor and screaming that he does not want to do volunteer work. He needs to meet Sarah and hand over that letter because girls are always the top priority, right? But despite his dramatic protests, he is forced onto the bus anyway since the job yields sweet reward points for early release. The moment they step onto the new volunteer site, a group of sketchy strangers blocks their path with sheer arrogance. A short guy with a sly face and crooked teeth walks up, throwing out a highly condescending offer. He arrogantly tells them to join his crew in exchange for opening a fried chicken shop. Minsu just scoffs in disgust and remarks to Huijun that this guy is babbling the exact same nonsense he used to say. This total disrespect immediately triggers the short guy's lackeys. They scream in fury, demanding how Minsu dares to treat their boss like some cheap scammer. Boast about how much money their boss makes from his business before a massive thug suddenly grabs Minsu by the collar, lifting him off his feet with a cocky, challenging glare. The giant mocks Minsu for looking incredibly weak, questioning if he really took down Sejun and Dubo. Thankfully, a loud shout from an older guard shatters the tension, demanding they stop before a full brawl breaks out. The guard furiously lectures the prisoners for still acting like brainless thugs even on a volunteer trip. They only know how to communicate with their fists. Seeing the guard blow a fuse, the slimy short guy quickly plays the victim, claiming they were minding their own business when Minsu's group started trouble. Guang Huiyuk, with that distinctive scar on his head, gasps in total shock. He tries to explain that the other guy started it, but a heavy punch from the guard slams straight into his face, sending him crashing down. The old guard then furiously unloads a brutal beating on him. The guard screams that he never liked the kid's face anyway. Witnessing this completely senseless, brutal violence, Minsu stands frozen in absolute shock. What on earth is happening? Is this guy seriously just beating people up for no reason, taking the other group's side? While Taeho's guys smirk and laugh, poor Guang Huiyuk can only sob and plead for mercy, crying out that he did nothing wrong. Luckily, Yusong steps in just in time, grabbing the old guard's arm to stop the beating, telling him that is enough and they need to depart immediately. The guard just scratches his head and laughs it off, claiming he went a bit too far because the kids are so stubborn. Yuseong barks orders for everyone to board the bus, gently checking on Huiyuk before letting out a heavy sigh. Yuseong casts a highly suspicious look at Minsu, asking if he was actually planning to attack that guard earlier. Minsu just looks back with a mischievous grin and gives his older brother a knowing wink. He playfully asks if his brother really lacks that much trust in him. With that, the transport bus rolls out of the prison gates, carrying the delinquents to their destination. Inside, Huijun happily cheers that sitting like this feels exactly like a school field trip. But while he is hyped, Minsu remains completely quiet, deeply troubled by the old guard's behavior earlier. Before Minsu can even reply, an incredibly foul stench hits his nose. Park Taeho casually props his smelly feet right next to Minsu's face, mockingly asking if he is talking about this odor. Minsu loses his mind and screams for the bastard to get his filthy, toxic feet out of his face. But Taeho just smirks, completely unbothered by the yelling. Leaning back against his two massive bodyguards, Taeho smugly tells Minsu to take it up with his lackeys if he has a problem. He even boasts that even if Go Sejun himself showed up, the guy would stand absolutely zero chance against them. Both Minsu and Taeho instantly freeze when they see a towering figure approaching. A freezing chill fills the bus cabin as Go Sejun suddenly walks up, his long hair partially covering his face. Sejun stares directly at the noisy group and delivers a cold, absolute command, "Put your feet down." Crushed by the sheer aura of the legendary boss of Room A, The two giants sweat bullets and instantly pull their legs back. Minsu casually asks if he finally got released, but Sejun says absolutely nothing, quietly taking the seat right next to him. Minsu can only let out a tired sigh. Dealing with his old rival, again, is the last thing he needs. Meanwhile, the bus full of delinquents keeps rolling down the highway before finally stopping at a local nursing home. A middle-aged man in a sharp suit warmly welcomes them, thanking everyone for the long trip. He hopes this volunteer work will spark some positive changes in these troubled reform school kids. Yuseong politely shakes hands with the director, hoping his students can actually be helpful to the elderly. Meanwhile, the young offenders are treated to some ice-cold sodas. The teens are absolutely thrilled, cheering that it has been forever since they last tasted sweet cola. But as they enjoy their drinks, one of them suddenly shouts that he spots a girl, sending the whole group into a frenzy. Demanding to know where she is, their high hopes are instantly crushed when they find only a group of elderly ladies in wheelchairs. The delinquents groan in absolute disappointment. What kind of sick joke is this? They complain that it is literally just grandmas, though one guy jokes that a grandma is still a woman. Just as they are about to die of boredom, another guy suddenly shouts and points toward the corner. Over there is a genuinely young girl. Wait, is she a nurse? Sejun casually sips his drink but completely freezes as a highly familiar figure comes into view. It is Jemin, gently tending to an elderly lady. She sweet-talks the grandmother, asking if she is cold and offering to grab a warm blanket. Jemin is looking like an absolute angel, but the moment Sejun recognizes his own sister, he spits his drink right out in sheer shock. Sejun is totally speechless, unable to comprehend why on earth his sister is volunteering here. Shortly after, the activity officially kicks off with the classic foot-washing ceremony for the elderly residents. One sweet old lady looks at Gwang Huyuk and remarks that he looks exactly like her late husband. Flattered, the scarred delinquent immediately tries to suck up, asking if that means her husband was incredibly handsome. But the old lady quickly shuts him down, telling him not to push his luck. Cameras flash repeatedly to capture these sweet, wholesome moments for their official volunteer report. In the stuffy room, Minsu wipes away his sweat and sighs, praying for this community service gig to end already. Right then, an elderly man taps him on the shoulder and asks if he can wash his feet too. Minsu quickly agrees and says, "Sure thing." But when he looks down at the old man's bare feet, he is completely shocked to see they are in terrible shape, covered in peeling, dark skin. Minsu figures this poor guy must have suffered a lot for his feet to look so rotten. Swallowing his disgust, he carefully scrubs between each and every toe just like he was asked. Noticing all the dead skin, Minsu kindly asks if he feels any better. But instead of an old man, he gets a creepy, mocking grin from the disguised dwarf foe. The dwarf cackles, boasting about how amazing it feels to have his athlete's foot scratched. Taking his teasing way too far, Foe casually presses his wet, soggy foot right against Minsu's face while laughing. He asks if Minsu wants a job washing feet under him. Minsu is about to absolutely blow his top in rage, but Moon Hui-jun rushes in, grabbing him tightly and whispering to hold back. Right behind them, reporters are snapping photos of the volunteering, forcing the guard to warn everyone against fighting. Baeteho's lackeys laugh their heads off at the pathetic display. They mock Minsu as a total idiot, claiming even guys like Sejun or Dubo are nothing to fear. Minsu grits his teeth, swallowing his anger and telling himself not to cause trouble right now. Over in a quiet corner, Gossamin is gently caring for an old lady in a wheelchair. She points toward the garden, telling her how beautiful the flowers look over there. Spotting Sejun quietly pushing an elderly man past, she teases him, asking if he is slacking off while everyone else works. After stepping away from the seniors, the two start chatting. Gossamin quietly reflects on how they ended up in this reform school for beating up a creepy old man. She sighs, admitting it was a mistake, and that she truly regrets it. She believes they should have just reported him for sexual harassment instead of taking matters into their own hands and ruining their own lives by landing in this juvenile facility. Looking at the seniors peacefully enjoying the view, she realizes not all old folks are evil like that monster. She reminds Sejun that they will grow old too, asking what kind of elders they will become. That is a pretty deep question for a young guy. Seeing Sejun remain completely silent and moody, she just tells her little brother to give it some real thought. Gossamin stands up to wheel the lady inside as the air grows chilly, leaving Sejun to his thoughts. Meanwhile, lunch hour begins, and the busy kitchen staff rushes to plate the meals. Minsu and his crew stay busy helping out, serving plates, and encouraging the seniors to eat well and chew carefully. Minsu is so incredibly rushed, he cannot even catch his breath. But the heartwarming scene is instantly ruined by Foe's dirty tricks. The creep holds a sausage high in the air, teasing a hungry old lady for his own sick amusement as she begs for a bite. Laughs, saying it belongs to him. Watching the poor lady cry and beg for food in total humiliation, Minsu absolutely loses his mind and screams. He demands to know what the jerk is doing to her. Just as Minsu's anger hits its peak, a tray of food is suddenly dumped right over his head from behind by a mocking Bei Tae-ho. Tae-ho acts like it was just a little slip, making Minsu roar in fury, threatening to slip and dump something on him too. Moon Hui-jun and Wang Hai-uk struggle to hold Minsu back. They tell him to cool it, but the guard's voice booms across the room, asking if Lim Minsu is trying to start a fight again. Minsu points at the guy who did it, but the guard cold shoulders him, saying it was just an accident, and accusing Minsu of seeking out drama. Minsu stands frozen in sheer helplessness, while the Area C guys snicker, proud to have humiliated an Area A inmate. Bei Tae-ho smirks, lecturing that those scary Area A killers are not so tough after all. He explains that hierarchy here depends on the crime, not raw fighting power. Area A is for killers, Area B is for assault, and Area C is just for thieves and con artists. Tae-ho proudly calls himself a fraud, boasting that money rules everything inside and outside these walls. He points to a TV broadcast about a bailed-out corporate boss, claiming cash buys the law and the police. Holding up a coin, he boldly brags that if those thugs have raw muscle, he will simply use cash to buy that strength for himself. His followers cheer him on, fully believing that even the terrifying Area A inmates will eventually bow down to the absolute power of money. Meanwhile, Moon Hui-jun is still working hard to care for the elderly. Over in the shower room, Taeho's thugs are sneaking a smoke break, with one bragging about lifting cigarettes from an old man. Blowing smoke, they grumble about cleaning up filthy waste. One heartless jerk suggests just splashing some water on the old man they are bathing and dragging him out to get it over with. The poor senior shivers, begging them to stop because the water is burning hot. At that moment, Wang Hyuk finishes cleaning the restrooms, feeling like manual labor might actually be his true calling. But the second he slides the door open, he is horrified to see the Area C punks casually smoking and tormenting the helpless old man. Wang Hai-uk's face twists with pure rage at their monstrous cruelty. He rushes over to the collapsed senior, desperately screaming to check if he is okay. The Area C gang just stands there puffing away, with one laughing that they thought it was a guard. He mockingly asks if Wang Hyuk wants a puff too. Seeing the old man in critical danger, Wang Hyuk yells at them for taking things too far and risking a heart attack. Suddenly, a heavy fist slams right into his face. Thug sneers, asking who he thinks he is to boss them around. They keep laughing, teasingly telling each other to play nice before the kid starts crying. But Wang Hyuk's patience has finally run out. He fires a lightning-fast punch that catches the guy completely off guard, leaving the other thugs frozen as the gentle giant transforms into an absolute monster. Roaring with pure bloodlust, he dares them to bring it on. Minsu and Moon Hui-jun rush in, utterly shocked by the total chaos unfolding inside. After the brutal brawl, Wang Hyuk lies severely injured on the floor, leaving Hui-jun screaming his name. Taking advantage of the distraction, Minsu runs to find Yu Seong. He grabs his brother's shoulders, begging him to save his friend. Yu Seong sighs, tiredly pointing out that Minsu cannot stop causing trouble even out here. He warns him to stay quiet, because a major incident here would ruin everything. Frustrated by his brother's extreme caution, Minsu snaps that he was an idiot to trust him. He turns on his heel and storms off, ignoring Yu Seong calling out his name. But a heavy footstep and a raspy voice from behind suddenly freeze both of them in place. The old officer slowly approaches, his narrow eyes filled with suspicion. He mutters that he definitely heard Yu Seong refer to the kid as his brother. Yu Seong breaks into a cold sweat, desperately trying to play it off, but the old fox is not easily fooled. He claims he always found it odd how Yu Seong treated Lim Minsu differently. The old officer demands to know their true relationship. The sharp question hits like a bucket of ice water, leaving Yu Seong frozen and sweating as he struggles to stay calm. Standing right behind him, Minsu starts shaking too. He silently curses his own big mouth, realizing a single slip of the tongue almost blew their cover entirely. Right at the absolute last second, a hand suddenly shoots up from the distance as someone yells out, "Brother, that guy is Sejun." He runs right toward Yu Seong and says he has been looking everywhere for him. This total plot twist completely freezes the old officer in his tracks. The old man mutters in confusion when he hears Sejun calling Yu Seong his brother. Yu Seong lets out a quiet sigh of relief, silently thanking Sejun for his insanely quick thinking that just saved his neck. Snorting coldly, the elderly officer grumbles that this place seriously needs much tighter supervision before walking away. He warns him, "Sergeant Kang, I will let it slide just this once, but be extremely careful." The harsh warning makes Yu Seong bow his head instantly, promising to be careful. No choice. The second the old man vanishes, Yu Seong covers his face, gasping for air as the panic catches up to him. Man, that was way too close. At this rate, his cover is going to be blown sooner or later. Meanwhile, those two complete idiots are still standing there, practically growling at each other like angry dogs. "Look, thanks, but do not get it twisted. Sejun says with a smirk. I did not do it to help you. I just did not want him interfering. Then his face turns surprisingly serious as he makes an unexpected offer. He asks if they should finally focus on the fight for the leader position. Minsu fires up instantly, agreeing they should go all out, suddenly feeling some weird teamwork between them. But their hype is shut down immediately. Suddenly, Yuseong storms over, aggressively grabbing them both by the collar. He tells them to cut it out, absolutely furious that their sheer stupidity almost ruined the whole plan. Yuseong roars in absolute rage, asking if they even realize the true urgency here. Those bastards have crossed the line. He gets right in Minsu's face, asking if he actually wants to rot in this living hell forever. Then he coldly assigns the mission to Sejun, telling him to handle that guy. Even though Sejun wonders why Wang Hai-huk is the target, Yuseong immediately shuts him down with a heavy threat. Listen to me closely. If you disobey my orders, I am going to double your intense training. Right after that, the vibe takes a bizarre turn when the nursing home staff happily hand out medical cushions to every inmate. The truth is, there are tons of elderly people here who desperately need a restroom. They bring out diapers as a total lifesaver for those who cannot control their bladders. One inmate is awkwardly struggling to help an old man put one on, earning a very sincere thank you. Thanks, young man, the elder says. The inmate awkwardly replies it is no problem at all. But trouble starts brewing when Minsu tries to find the remaining stash of diapers. He is shocked to find the entire diaper reserve has completely vanished. He yells out, "Where did all the diapers go?" Suddenly, a desperate scream for help shatters the quiet, leaving Minsu stunned by an unbelievable sight. His fellow inmates suddenly show up, wearing armor made entirely out of diapers, striking epic superhero poses. They loudly declare that it is finally time to mobilize the ultimate diaper ranger squad. Minsu just stands there completely frozen, asking what they are even doing with those diapers. Seeing how absurd and chaotic it is, Sejun quietly walks away. Minsu calls out, but gets a very cold response. "Stay out of my way," Sejun says. "I just want to finish this quickly." Meanwhile, the Diaper Ranger squad is still hyped, insisting they are not joking around and have created a real beast to protect the world. And that beast is Wang Hai-huk. Witnessing this completely ridiculous sight, Minsu is just left. Minsu could not hold back his burning rage. He roared out, "What the hell are you bastards doing with the elders' diapers?" Just as Minsu was about to dive in, Sejun blocked him with a cold warning. "Stay calm," Sejun said. Minsu glared back in sheer fury. "Do not stop me, or do you want to throw down with me first?" Sejun stayed cool, pointing at the guard who was getting ready to take a progress photo. He warned that now was not the time for a scene. Minsu grit his teeth and backed off, knowing that acting out would only bring major trouble from the higher-ups. Sometimes it's better to just play it smart. Meanwhile, rumors about the crazy clash from earlier started spreading like wildfire across the entire prison. Inmates were buzzing about how Minsu had completely crushed the top dogs and might soon become the new undisputed king of the block. Still, a few skeptics shook their heads, betting his glory days would not last long. In a dark corner, the prison's actual power players quietly discussed promoting special candidates to a much higher level. Jisu's name came up as a heavy favorite, leaving the mastermind behind the scenes wondering if Jisu would really lose his edge to a fresh newcomer like Lim Minsu. Sejun walked down the corridor under the watchful, cautious glares of his fellow inmates. He told himself this wasn't about revenge, it was simply about proving his worth to those watching. Sejun was determined to crush anyone standing in his path and firmly reclaim his throne once and for all. At the same time, Minsu wrestled with his own raging thoughts. Finally realizing Sejun was actually right to preach patience, Minsu vowed to endure just a bit longer to clean up the mess in his cell, swearing he wouldn't let Gwang Hyuk fall into the vicious trap set by those Block C bastards again. Talk about a tough but necessary lesson in holding back. But peace never lasts in a place like this. As Minsu walked through the hall, a foot suddenly tripped him, sending him crashing down. The bullies laughed maliciously, mocking him for falling over like an absolute idiot. That was the final straw. Minsu's patience snapped completely, and he screamed in absolute fury, "Forget holding back. I am going to end every single one of you bastards today." Just as he was about to lose it, a gentle hand reached out, offering a piece of paper. A soft voice asked if he was okay, adding that he was lucky not to be badly hurt. A gentle voice came from a volunteer worker who smiled warmly as she stepped in to help. But as she touched Minsu's face, she dropped a line that froze him in his tracks. "You are just as stubborn as your older brother, aren't you?" Shocked, Minsu stammered out, "My brother. How do you know him?" Realizing she had let too much slip, she offered an enigmatic smile and said that since it should have been a secret, they should just keep it as one. Minsu's eyes widened when he read her name tag, Ga Semin. Turning back, she left him with a heartfelt request, asking him to please look after her little brother. The name Ga Semin struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving Minsu utterly paralyzed. No way, he thought. Suddenly, memories of his vicious showdown with Sejong came rushing back. He remembered the secret keyword Yu Seong had taught him to tame, that absolute beast. Is Ga Semin pretty? That exact question had made Sejun lose his mind and fall right into the trap. Yu Seong had planned everything. He wanted Minsu to exploit this fatal weakness against the top dogs in the cell block. Meanwhile, up on the nursing home rooftop, Yu Seong met quietly with Semin, stepping over to offer her a drink as a token of thanks. He asked if she had a rough day. Semin smirked, wondering if he used his own cash, but he casually admitted it was actually just a little bribe. He thanked her genuinely, admitting that things were going much smoother now thanks to her valuable help. Semin leaned against the railing, her gaze drifting toward the distant prison walls. He confessed she wasn't doing this out of pure charity, but simply because she couldn't leave her idiot little brother to survive on his own in that living hell. Yu Seong stood beside her in silence. He understood that feeling better than anyone, as both of them were risking everything to protect their troubled brothers. After all, kids that age always think they are the center of the universe. Semin suddenly asked if he had heard of the Red Prison, prompting Yu Seong to ponder that isolated zone where only inmates in red uniforms could go. He wondered how anyone could sneak into such a heavily fortified place. Noticing how late it was, Yu Seong urged Semin to head back, reassuring himself that since he tasked Sejun with protecting Minsu, they could rest easy for now. Semin smiled, claiming that Sejun was actually a very gentle soul who would never raise a hand against anyone without a good reason. Yu Seong looked highly skeptical, but she kept absolute faith in her brother's calm nature. Semin remained totally convinced her brother would never start a fight. Talk about famous last words, reality was about to hit like a truck. Yu Seong nodded along, agreeing there was absolutely no reason for their two brothers to go to war with each other. Meanwhile, back at the volunteering site, a brutal brawl was already underway. Instead of tearing each other apart, Minsu and Sejun were fighting side by side, absolutely destroying the hostile crowd around them. Standing back to back with pure murderous intent in their eyes, they prepared to crush anyone foolish enough to step up. The surrounding crowd of inmates began to cheer in excitement. They're fighting. Minsu and Sejun are throwing down. Minsu grinned as he realized the battle for the top spot he had been waiting for was finally kicking off. Minsu smirked, asking if Sejun was ready to lose his title. Sejun snarled back, "Shut up and fight. Let me show you the difference between a real pro and a green rookie." Taeho's lackeys kept hyping them up, eagerly waiting for a bloodbath. Sejun coldly declared that he would make his opponent regret ever stepping foot in this prison. But things took a hilarious turn when both Minsu and Sejun suddenly pivoted to beat down Taeho's lackeys instead. The Block C thugs shrieked in agony. What the hell is going on? Why are they both targeting us? Minsu delivered a crushing blow, stating that trash always needs to be cleaned out first. Sejun agreed, wearing a fierce expression as he promised to make these punks pay for ruining his cell block's peace. Over in the storage room, an old officer lit a cigarette and asked how things looked. Surprisingly, the officer was submissively lighting a cigarette for a rat-faced guy, eager to please. The two laughed mockingly, thrilled that the unruly kids had no idea what was waiting for them. The rat-faced man warned the chief guard to keep a very close eye on Minsu, calling him the single most unpredictable wildcard in their entire operation. After pocketing a thick envelope stuffed with cash, the corrupt guard instantly obeyed like a loyal, tail-wagging dog. Back at the nursing home, pure chaos broke out, sending the guards into an absolute panic. One guard screamed in despair that only the warden could handle this level of mess, while another ran off in a panic to report that Sejun was going completely wild, knocking everyone out. Things got so bad, the officers deeply regretted bringing a walking disaster like Sejun on this trip. Watching from afar, Semin just crossed her arms and sighed, completely fed up with her brother's endless violent streak. Meanwhile, the Block C thugs screamed orders to tear Sejun apart and reclaim their dignity at all costs. Yet Sejun stood tall, looking like an absolute beast surrounded by a pack of weak wolves. With sharp, lightning-fast moves, Sejun executed brutal takedowns that left the surrounding crowd utterly terrified. Even when surrounded by 6 guys at once, he did not flinch. In fact, he only grew more vicious. "How dare you touch Minsu? He is in my cell." But the mob instantly seized the opportunity to pin the Block A leader down. Sejun grit his teeth, cursing under his breath for getting dragged into this annoying, unscheduled fight. Seeing his cellmate pinned, Minsu immediately leaped in to help. After kicking one guy down, Minsu delivered a nasty low blow to another. Sejun seized the opening, broke free, and punched his captor away. He quickly regained his composure, calculating the perfect angles for a massive counterattack. A massive thug swings his heavy fist straight at Sejun's face, triumphantly shouting that he has run out of options and has nowhere left to hide. Sejun counters with a lightning-fast punch that sends the giant crashing down in pure agony. Watching from afar, Minsu realizes that the absolute beast inside Sejun has finally awakened. That monster is clearly done holding back. Not wanting to be outshined, Minsu burns with determination, knowing he has also grown way stronger than before. He charges into the fray with a powerful punch, proving he is no longer the weakling of the past. Standing back to back while surrounded, Sejun coldly warns Minsu not to get in his way. Minsu snaps back, telling him to watch his own step. He loses his mind after being called a mommy's boy right after saving a guy. Sejun impatiently asks if he is done talking yet. They nearly start fighting each other right over the pile of knocked-out thugs. Finally, Sejun backs down, letting Minsu take the lead just this once. Suddenly, a massive giant blindsides Minsu with a brutal kick. He mockingly calls them little punks and declares they have no chance of causing trouble here. As the imposing stranger steps forward, Sejun delivers a sharp kick to his face, but the blow does absolutely nothing. The giant smirks, admitting they are decent, but coldly claims he is on a whole different level of power. Watching from above, Taeho smirks, fully confident that everything is under control. But then, Minsu suddenly gets a dark bag shoved over his head, leaving him completely in the dark. Taking advantage of Minsu's blind spot, Taeho unleashes a barrage of nasty kicks, shouting that Minsu should start listening while he is still playing nice. He gloats that what he really wants is a strong minion like Ga Sejun, confidently bragging that his fighter To is actually many times stronger. Taeho sneers that no matter how tough Sejun is, he stands no chance against the monster he owns. He boastfully introduces To as a D-rank warrior who possesses the raw power of a true A rank. Sejun is barely holding on. Sejun is shocked to realize the giant is taking hits on purpose, just waiting to counter. A barrage of heavy punches slams into Sejun, putting him in serious danger. He bitterly realizes that if this keeps up, another humiliating defeat is guaranteed. Sejun tries to launch a desperate counterattack to turn the tables, but the reality is simply too brutal. His body seems to have reached its absolute limit, refusing to obey his brain anymore. To's heavy fists rain down relentlessly, blurring Sejun's vision and making his head spin. In agonizing pain, Sejun feels darkness slowly creeping in, as he is completely overwhelmed by the giant's physical power. Sejun passes out, haunted by yet another helpless defeat. The scene shifts to solitary confinement, where Yusong is looking down at a bruised and broken Sejun behind bars. He coldly asks if Sejun plans on being a loser forever. Yusong tells him he does not belong in this pathetic cell, offering a powerful proposal to change his future. Sejun looks up with fire in his eyes, knowing exactly what he has to do to never live with regret again. Back at the scene, Taeho laughs smugly, declaring the winner has been decided, and Sejun is done. He brutally mocks Sejun's weakness, claiming there was never any real competition between them. Face bloody and bruised, Sejun slowly pushes himself back up, his eyes burning with absolute resolve. He growls that he will show them what a real difference in class looks like. Seeing his opponent get up, To yells in pure excitement, roaring that crushing him will actually be fun now. He throws a massive punch, only to gasp in shock as Sejun blocks it flat. "What the hell is this?" To yells. "Are you just going to hide?" He rains a flurry of blows onto Sejun's guard, shouting that this is getting boring. To continues to rain a flurry of blows onto Sejun's guard, demanding that he start fighting back harder. Yet, Sejun silently endures the brutal assault, completely ignoring the giant's constant provocations. To mocks him, asking if he plans to just stand there forever. In that split second, memories of his training with Yuseong flashback don't just block, shift the point of contact, demonstrating a subtle technique to neutralize the impact. Yusong reminds him that instead of taking a blow head-on, he must learn to redirect that force elsewhere. Back in reality, Sejun executes a flawless parry, deflecting To's punch harmlessly into the air. To is completely stunned, wondering how his strike got swiped away so easily. Flashback to their bathhouse training, where Sejun wonders if redirecting force really minimizes the damage. Yuseong calmly adjusts his glasses, confirming it is the ultimate key to defeating giants. He sternly asks if Sejun is ready to put it to the test. Back in the present, To swings wildly, but Sejun is already reading his movements like an open book. Taking a deep breath, Sejun locks his sharp eyes onto the opponent's opening. As To unleashes another thunderous punch, Sejun parries it with flawless timing. He coldly tells To his attacks are useless, launching a blinding counterstrike. To groans in shock, realizing he is completely outmatched by Sejun's expert martial arts. Sejun dodges the next strike, closes the distance, and grabs the giant's collar. He drives a brutal fist straight into To's face, reminding him that the fight is far from over. The crushing blow completely deforms To's face. Staring at his own hands, Sejun is shocked by his own explosive power, wondering if he has truly become this strong. Watching from afar, Yuseong smiles, realizing Sejun has finally figured out how to disrupt his opponent's balance. With one final, lightning-fast strike, Sejun sends the giant crashing down in pure agony. Standing tall among the fallen, Sejun looks down at his opponent. He realizes that To's massive frame actually made it incredibly easy to throw off his balance. Sejun glances toward his next target. Meanwhile, a blinded Minsu is still taking cheap shots from Taeho, who mockingly threatens to call his crew to finish the job. Inside the black bag, Minsu grits his teeth through the pain. He grabs Taeho by the collar, ignoring his pathetic screams, and roars that he is going to end him. The crowd watches in shock, unable to comprehend how Minsu can strike so accurately while completely blinded. Absolutely terrified, Taeho cries out, begging for mercy and claiming it was an accident. Minsu shows absolutely no mercy. He channels all his rage into a devastating nutcracker kick, roaring that this is payback for his knee, his grandparents, and his own sanity. An old officer arrives, furiously screaming at the kids for causing a riot at a volunteer event. Desperate to hide his connection to Minsu, Yuseong suddenly kicks his own brother right in the head. He roars that this is how you actually fight, leaving Minsu to scream in frustration. Yuseong quickly whispers to the boys to shut up before they make things any worse. Sejun coldly explains that the Block C thugs started it by messing with his sister and harassing the elderly. Hearing this, Yuseong is shocked by the real reason behind the brawl. The old officer refuses to listen, threatening Yuseong with heavy disciplinary action. But as he turns to leave, Semin suddenly appears, suggesting he prepare for a trial instead of a report. Semin steps forward confidently in her volunteer uniform, leaving the old officer demanding to know who she is. She casually shows her phone screen, revealing she recorded everything. The old officer freezes in pure terror as he watches clear footage of himself taking bribes from the prisoners. His face completely warps with fear as Sejun mocks the value of this blackmail video. Sweating like a pig, the old officer stammers out, "Please, Sejun, just stop." She coldly grills him for taking bribes to let inmates torture those poor, helpless elderly folks. Driven to absolute panic, the old man shrieks for her to hand it over and lunges like a madman to snatch the phone right out of her hands. Yuseon moves like lightning, shutting down his desperate grab. The old officer screams in agony as Yuseon brutally twists his arm behind his back and slams him into the dirt, whispering a sweet little warning that his arm is about to snap like a twig if he keeps resisting. He silently thanks Sejun for her beautiful, clutch timing, securing the ultimate receipts to expose this trash of an officer to the high-ups. Sejun and Minsu are left utterly frozen, marveling at how smoothly Yuseon handles his business. He gets right in the old man's ear, asking in a dangerously low growl for the names of the red-uniformed goons lurking in the dark. Yuseon casually waves the phone, claiming he is just a good citizen doing his civic duty. Terrified, the old man promises to look the other way for literally anything if Yuseon just lets him off this once. But Yuseon is not buying the sweet talk. He aggressively grabs the guy by his collar. Getting right in his face, he demands a crystal-clear explanation about these red-uniformed ghosts. Back in the juvenile facility, the atmosphere is just as toxic and delightfully violent as always. Minsu quietly watches the inmates rip each other apart through the iron fence, realizing the chaotic hierarchy here remains completely untouched. He waves a casual goodbye before following Yuseon into a totally deserted area. Yuseon immediately gets serious, telling him to lock in and pay attention because a brand new boot camp is about to kick off. They slip into a dark, dusty storage room, completely shut off from the loud madness outside. Standing among the stacked boxes, Minsu cluelessly asks if they are here for some spring cleaning. Yuseon casually remarks that he already took care of the trash. Then, out of nowhere, he aggressively cuffs Minsu's hands behind his back, leaving the poor guy utterly baffled by the sudden bondage. He silently picks up a bright yellow tennis ball, announcing it as the new tool of his affection and training. Before Minsu can even process this, Yuseon barks an order to dodge and hurls it straight at his face like a rocket. The younger brother can only pop his eyes out at this sudden, high-speed betrayal. But then, Minsu quickly smirks, completely unimpressed as the first tennis ball comes sailing in. It is way slower than he expected, total easy work. But his smugness instantly vanishes when another ball rockets toward him from a completely impossible angle. Wait, another one? Smack right in the kisser, leaving Minsu completely dazed. He gasps, realizing the second one was way faster. Yuseon just stands there holding more balls, casually explaining this develops elite reflexes for chaotic encounters. Minsu screams in sheer frustration, asking what kind of crazy instinct training this is. Yuseon coldly cuts him off, telling him to stop whining and start dodging. The kid can only grumble about this pure abuse while trying to survive. Yuseon looks at him thoughtfully, admitting he did win his last fight, but then drops a reality check. "Did you really win convincingly, though?" he asks. He breaks down how all three of them fight with one major flaw. Minsu relies strictly on brainy tactics, Sejun runs on wild instinct, and Dubo relies on raw, meathead strength. Yuseon points out that Minsu only won by exploiting obvious flaws. But what happens if Sejun actually gets smart, learns real tactics, and starts fighting with a brain? Would you still win then? And without building leg power to counter Dubo, you would have been crushed. A flashback shows Minsu desperately pushing a giant boulder, proving he must train like hell to overcome that massive weight difference. Yuseon then drops a massive truth bomb. Sejun is already learning basic combat tactics from him. If they rematched right this second, Minsu would get absolutely destroyed. Minsu freezes at this brutal reality check, realizing he cannot slack off for a single second. Gritting his teeth with burning resolve, he vows to keep training. He refuses to lose to that bastard again. A flashback shows Yuseon sitting across from the old officer in a quiet, empty diner over some drinks. Cutting straight to the chase, Yuseon demands to know what the red uniforms are. Sipping his drink, the old man admits it is shrouded in mystery. Yuseon insists he must know what threats to dodge. The old man reveals the red uniforms are elite inmates handpicked by the warden to handle dirty jobs guards cannot touch. In exchange, they get insane privileges. Yuseon listens intently as the officer drops the real kicker. Their main job is stopping anyone from ever getting released. Sure, this place claims to rehabilitate kids, but some are deemed totally hopeless. Unleashing them back into society would trigger major political nightmares for the big boss himself, President Han Mansu. Yuseon asks about the point system and the early release program, but the old man scoffs, confirming it is all just a giant scam to keep them trapped. Mocking Yuseon and his innocence, he asks if he has ever seen a single soul walk out of here in one piece. That is where the red uniforms come in, executing tasks too dark for regular guards. They target inmates who are close to escaping this hell, brutally crippling them. The old man drops the final, depressing truth: getting out of here alive is flat out impossible. Yuseon stands frozen, whispering that even if it is impossible, he will force it to happen. Meanwhile, in another corner of the prison, Youngju is holding a shady, secret rendezvous. Casually tapping his fingers on the table, he proposes a sweet business deal. The guy opposite leans in, curious, only to receive a hit list of targets to eliminate. Scanning the paper, Taeho notes they are all pretty big players. Smelling a profitable opportunity, he offers a cool 1 million won cash bounty for every single name taken out. He expects the power of cash to work its magic instantly, but Youngju completely shatters his confidence with a flat, cold refusal: no deal. While Taeho stands there completely stunned, Youngju flashes a smug, mocking grin. He coldly states that no matter how good the scheme is, serving a total weakling would just ruin his flawless reputation. Furious at the blatant disrespect, Taeho snaps and threatens to put him 6 feet under. He demands to know why Youngju dared to show up entirely alone, without a single bodyguard. Youngju retorts that he does not need backup to deal with literal trash. On cue, the heaviest hitters from each block emerge to surround him completely. First up is An Guju, the massive C2 boss covered in tattoos. Then comes Han Sang-hoon, the C3 leader with eyes that could kill. Soon, Dong-in of Room Cone and Park 2 of Room Bone also join the party. Park 2 smugly asks if this grand army makes him want to reconsider. Youngju merely adjusts his glasses, muttering that it is quite impressive, and admits buying muscle is actually a solid strategy. He stares down the heavy-looking crowd, throwing out a massive tease. Do you really think just 4 guys are going to be enough to stop me? His sheer audacity instantly sends the tension through the roof. Meanwhile, back at the training warehouse, Yuseon enthusiastically shouts, "All right, kid, let's go again." Handcuffed and helpless, Minsu takes a deep breath for the next round. "Dodge," Yuseon bellows, as the kid frantically ducks, sweating under the absolute pressure. Showing zero mercy, Yuseon cranks up the speed to the absolute limit. Tennis balls rain down from every angle, yet Minsu somehow maintains a shockingly cool composure. Yuseon quietly watches, completely blown away by his little brother's insane growth. Though completely untrained, Minsu has already started stripping away all useless movements, dodging every single projectile with beautiful, laser-like precision. The kid dances around seamlessly, using the absolute bare minimum effort to effortlessly slide past the relentless barrage of flying yellow balls. Minsu, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, asks if his survival instincts are enough. "Is this good enough?" he pants. Meanwhile, Yun Song is secretly amazed. This kid isn't just dodging, he's actively moving to gain the upper hand. A mysterious smirk plays on Yun Seong's lips as he announces it's time for Phase 2. Before Minsu can even process what that means, his mentor aggressively fires a brand new shot straight at him. Spotting the low-flying ball, Minsu leaps to avoid his legs getting clipped. But the ball bounces off the floor at a wicked, unnatural angle. It slams directly into his face, sending him crashing hard onto the cold ground. He screams in agony, complaining about the cheap trick. "Who bounces a ball like that?" he groans. Yun Seong calmly explains that this is Phase 2. Standard straight attacks are way too easy to dodge once, but at this level, he has to learn how to deal with attacks from all different angles. Yu Seong insists that blind spot strikes are the ultimate challenge, even for the pros. Even though Minsu gets the point, he won't stop grumbling about how annoying these handcuffs are. Like it or not, he just has to suck it up. Yu Seong coldly reminds him that his hands are for both offense and defense, so they should only be used when dodging is absolutely impossible. Minsu reluctantly agrees to continue the training, but he freezes when Sejun suddenly shows up to join. Sejun screams in pain as he strains against the extreme tension of the heavy rope. Yusong stands watching, silently wondering if Sejun should just join the training session too. But looking at Minsu struggling so hard under the pressure of those ropes, Yusong just shakes his head, knowing the kid still has a very long way to go. Drenched in sweat, he pushes with every ounce of strength to break through his limits. Yu Seong keeps cheering him on, telling him to take just one more step. Suddenly, a massive burst of power snaps the rope clean in half. Sejun loses his balance and crashes hard onto the floor. Yu Seong slowly walks over to the two boys, sprawled out in the warehouse after this brutal training. Honestly, with this insane intensity, dying from exhaustion seems way more likely than actually learning how to defend. Yu Seong looks at them both and asks, "You both said you wanted to get stronger, right?" He makes it clear that he is only here to guide them, but actually getting stronger is entirely up to their own effort. Yu Seong warns that this training is going to be a living hell. He looks straight at Minsu and Sejun, emphasizing that if they cross this threshold, their potential will truly explode. If they fail, it stays locked away forever. Yu Seong points his finger in a bold challenge. "I wonder which of you two will be stronger once this hellish training is over," he says. Minsu and Sejun glare at each other, their eyes burning with rivalry. "Now tell me, who do you think wins this clash?" Night wraps around the gloomy detention facility. Behind a locked door, the old officer wears a sinister smile as he steps inside, muttering to himself that those debts must be completely settled by now. Officer Shin is utterly shocked by the horrific scene before his eyes. The entire group Taeho brought in has been wiped out by Ju alone. Ju looks incredibly casual after the fight, barely even breaking a sweat because of his insane skill gap. Taeho frantically rushes over and clings to his leg, begging Officer Shin to save him. But instead of helping, the old officer just looks down coldly, muttering that things have completely spiraled out of control before casually handing over a phone, telling him to take it. He asks him, "Didn't you say you needed to evolve?" Witnessing this alliance, the prisoner on the ground is shocked to realize the officer he trusted is actually working with his enemy. Officer Shin frantically unleashes his rage onto Taeho, screaming in absolute fury, "You piece of trash! Because of you, Yu Seong has me cornered. Spit out the safe code right now." While Officer Shin is madly interrogating him, Ju calmly puts the phone to his ear. The other side reports that they have seized control of the entire business and cleared everything out. Inside a dark warehouse room, thick stacks of cash filling the shelves and illegal cryptocurrency accounts are slowly revealed. The total value reaches a staggering 200 billion. These guys are insanely good at making dirty money. Ju smirks with satisfaction upon hearing that the revenue statements have been fully processed. He coldly demands his own commission, completely ignoring Officer Shin's presence right behind him. His eyes burn with calculating ambition as he stares into empty space and orders his subordinate, "Tell those people he wants a meeting, because the scapegoat is now fully prepared." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Minsu gasps in shock upon hearing some terrible news, asking what the hell they are talking about. He can't believe he is suddenly being kicked off the logistics team like this. A team member sighs and confirms that yes, that is just how it is. The guard explains to Minsu that because the kitchen staff is overstaffed, they had to cut some people. Seeing Minsu's confused look, he suggests there is an opening on the construction crew if he wants to try it. Minsu mutters doubtfully about this new assignment. He anxiously wonders if this sudden change will ruin the entire plan that Yu Seong worked so hard to set up. Seeing his hesitation, the guard snaps that if he doesn't want it, he should just say so. Minsu immediately agrees, saying he will do it. He reassures himself that this job offers plenty of bonus points, so surely nothing will go wrong. Minsu silently realizes that getting kicked out of the kitchen and sent to construction seems to be part of someone's mysterious plan. The moment he steps into the massive workshop, a heavy, suffocating atmosphere immediately weighs down on him. Standing before Minsu are prisoners with terrifying, fierce looks, especially one guy sporting a bright red bee on his chest. It is the symbol of extremely dangerous, violent criminals. Minsu is absolutely shocked, wondering if these guys are really high school students like him. High schoolers? They look middle-aged. He secretly worries if the leader here is just as crazy as Kang Duo. Right then, a calm voice echoes, saying it is not polite to intimidate a friend who came to help them. He kindly hands Minsu a pair of gloves and gives him a gentle reminder. "Here, take these. Doing heavy work barehanded will get you hurt." He introduces himself as Kang Min, the construction crew leader, but says he can also go by Jisoo. Kang Min wraps a friendly arm around Minsu, telling him that since it is his first time working with machinery, he should feel free to ask for help. He pats Minsu's shoulder, telling him to just ask whenever he needs a hand. Minsu excitedly replies that he understands, Captain. He breathes a silent sigh of relief, thinking the leader here is so gentle and kind, unlike that crazy Joe Ram. Switching to the construction crew was definitely a smart move, but the moment Minsu looks away, Kang Min's expression suddenly shifts, becoming ice-cold and calculating as he stares at the newcomer. Talk about a total snake, putting on a friendly face just to trick a kid into trusting him. Down a dark, cold corridor, steady footsteps echo alongside complaints about exhausted, aching legs. A stranger stops in front of a room, wondering if this is the place they are looking for while noting that the area reeks of lonely men. After getting permission from the guard since time is limited, the intruder pushes open the door, leaving behind a playful farewell. It is Hyoshin, a special prisoner wearing a bright red uniform. She casually winks and announces she is here to find someone. The prisoners stir in shock at the appearance of a girl in a male reformatory, though some remain skeptical since she looks a bit like a boy. Instantly, Kang Min orders all his men to bow flat to the ground in respect. Watching the crowd grovel like actual gangsters, Hyoshin laughs with amusement, noting that these are definitely the most notable faces in this place. Just how high level is she? Kang Min firmly asserts that unless he gives the signal, his underlings will hear and see absolutely nothing. Hyoshin mutters that Kang Min's face does not match the person she met before. Seeing her unfamiliarity, Kang Min smirks and asks if she is disappointed in him. Hyoshin casually replies that she is not disappointed, just surprised that someone else showed up instead. He gets straight to the point, wondering what brought someone like her to this rundown place. Hyoshin suddenly remembers her main goal and squeals in excitement. Holding up 3 fingers, she reveals that the candidate list is officially back to 3, leaving Kang Min absolutely stunned. She explains that since Borum and Gyun were eliminated, the final 3 are Kang Min, Hong Cheon from maintenance, and Minsu. Hearing that Im Jisoo personally nominated Minsu, Kang Min immediately starts to seethe. He worked so hard to prove his worth all this time. Yet, in their eyes, why is he still just a mere candidate? Hyoshin lets out a mocking laugh, claiming Kang Min has actually proven nothing at all. She exposes the brutal truth that every single achievement of his is just him riding the coattails of his brother, Lai Kang. Kang Min stands shocked, his eyes wide as he realizes this stranger knows all about his brother. Hyoshin casually strolls closer, delivering a savage burn. Even with a tiger backing it, a rabbit is still just a rabbit. Leaning in close, she calls him a cute little bunny and dares him to prove his worth without his tiger protector shielding him. Infuriated by the rabbit comment, Kang Min takes off his glasses to reveal a sharp, murderous glare. He growls, asking if taking down Hyoshin right here would be enough proof of his power. Hyoshin just sighs and facepalms, amazed he fell so easily for such a cheap provocation. She coldly remarks that Kang Min is still far too green to even think about joining the high ranks. Kang Min starts to feel uneasy, realizing this woman is definitely not as ordinary as she looks. Of course, she would need serious backing to walk around this place with such confidence. A sudden chill runs down Kang Min's spine as he stares into Hyoshin's dark, terrifying eyes. She asks with a menacing glare, "Do I really look that weak to you?" Kang Min freezes as her terrifying aura confirms she is definitely on another level. Hyoshin suddenly smirks, telling him not to worry, since she only wanted to personally test the skills of a candidate as strong as him. Pressing a finger to her lips, she delivers a final ultimatum. "If you can defeat one of the other remaining candidates, I will accept that as your proof." Hyoshin waves goodbye playfully, teasing that she will help him move forward with Minsu's tools. She bids her cute little bunny farewell and departs, leaving Kang Min standing frozen as his hand trembles uncontrollably. Shocked, he asks himself if he was actually that terrified. Kang Min gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, resolving that taking down just one of those 2 candidates would be more than enough. Over at the workshop, Minsu is busy nailing wooden boxes, completely unaware he is being watched. From behind, Kang Min quietly observes him with a scheming gaze, sizing up his target. Minsu really does not look like the guy who supposedly took down Dubo or Gyun. In that case, maybe I should give him a little test? Watching Minsu work, Kang Min notes the kid might actually be better at woodworking than expected. But suddenly, an object flies through the air at blinding speed. Minsu's eyes widen in sheer terror as a hammerhead grazes his face, slamming into the wall with insane force. A massive inmate approaches, casually scratching his ear with a smug apology. "Sorry about that. The head just flew off." Minsu screams in anger, asking what kind of reckless swing that was. The inmate casually shrugs it off as an accident, leaving Minsu standing there with crossed arms, completely fuming at the irresponsibility. Minsu walks away, reminding himself to stay alert because this place is incredibly dangerous. But the moment he says that, his foot catches on a tight cable stretched right across his path. Minsu cries out in panic as he trips, tumbling forward. He barely avoids face-planting straight onto a wooden board covered in rusty, sharp nails lying on the floor. That same inmate appears again, fake apologizing that the cable was just too long. What on earth is going on here? Minsu wonders in shock, as these near-death accidents keep happening back-to-back around him. Staring at the spinning saw blade, he wonders if this is bad luck or a setup. But if it is intentional, what is the motive? Suddenly, a rough hand grabs Minsu's wrist, startling him. Is he trying to pull another trick? But the giant inmate simply warns him that working like that will get his hand hurt, leaving Minsu letting out a confused, "Huh?" Minsu awkwardly thanks him, wondering if he completely misjudged the guy's intentions. Seriously, dude, keep your guard up. Who actually trusts people in a place like this? But right after that, two other inmates approach with wicked grins. Claiming they want to show him how to use the table saw, they crowd him and press down on his shoulders, making Minsu extremely uneasy. He tells them he does not need that much help. But the horrifying truth unfolds as they start forcing his hands directly toward the spinning blade. Minsu gasps in horror, asking what they are doing. The crazy thugs just grin with twisted faces of pure excitement. They brutally use all their weight to force his hands down, pushing them closer to the screaming blade. Minsu desperately struggles to break free, sweating profusely in this terrifying high-stakes life-or-death situation. Just then, a mysterious hand flips the circuit breaker, instantly plunging the workshop into total darkness. The confused crowd panics, wondering if it is a blackout. A few seconds later, the lights flicker back on, leaving everyone absolutely shocked. Minsu looks down and cannot believe his eyes. The bullies from earlier are all sprawled out on the floor, knocked out cold. He innocently tells them they cannot sleep here. But as dozens of hostile glares lock onto him, Minsu frantically points to himself, desperately trying to plead his innocence. He pleads that it was not him, and he did not touch them. Tension spikes as Minsu realizes he has walked straight into an elaborate trap. He bitterly realizes this is a complete setup. Despite trying to cooperate, Minsu is now framed for assaulting his fellow inmates right in front of everyone. Surrounded by massive, hostile inmates, he hesitates between fighting back or taking the beating to avoid penalty points. Ultimately, Minsu tightens his red gloves. There is no other choice left. Seeing the hostile inmates close in, Minsu immediately screams for the guards. But instead of stepping in to help, the officers standing outside remain completely indifferent. Minsu keeps screaming in absolute desperation, but the two nearby officers just calmly sip their coffee, even happily chatting about how beautiful the weather is, completely ignoring the chaos inside. Minsu realizes in horror that the guards are playing deaf on purpose, leaving him to the wolves. The thug coldly boasts that the guards have all been bribed and are on their side. Minsu's eyes darken as he realizes he is completely isolated in this deadly trap. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the prison, Sejun is completely exhausted, panting and drenched in sweat after some brutal training. Worried that time is running out, Yu Seong warns him they must return immediately before the others get suspicious of their long absence. But Sejun desperately begs to train for just one more round. Yu Seong is quite surprised by this sudden burst of determination from the room A leader. Sejun grits his teeth, pouring all his strength into passing level 1 this time, eats him alive knowing that Minsu easily cleared this exact level. Sejun tells himself he absolutely cannot fall behind, and he definitely won't lose to Minsu ever again. Back at the workshop, Minsu puts his hard-earned reflexes from Yu Seong's training to the test. He frantically dodges attacks from every direction, fighting solo against dozens of inmates rushing to tear him apart. Kang Min quietly watches, noting that Minsu is definitely stronger than he looks, but wonders why the kid is only dodging. Honestly, Minsu is just trying to stay out of trouble so he can grab his volunteer points and leave in peace. But Kang Min sees right through him, realizing Minsu is holding back because of penalty points. So, he cleverly sends the guards away for a smoke, promising to clean the workshop himself. The guards take off, completely trusting their team leader. With the obstacles gone, Minsu knows the real fight is on. Suddenly, a massive thug charges at him, screaming that the kid needs to be taught a lesson. The other lackeys join in, shouting trash talk and threats. Since there is no reason to hold back anymore, Minsu delivers a clean, decisive counterattack, dropping the bald guy with a sharp elbow right to the face. Seeing his buddy drop, another goon rushes forward to get revenge, but Minsu quickly leans back to dodge the incoming strike. In a flash, he plants one hand on the ground for leverage, shifts his weight, and unleashes a brutal kick that sends the guy flying with a painful scream. Watching this, Kang Min finally admits that Minsu beating Sejun in duo was definitely not a fluke. Minsu demands to know if Kang Min planned this dirty setup. Frustrated, he wonders what he did to deserve this nonsense. But then, Kang Min drops a bombshell, revealing that he is also a candidate, just like Minsu. Faced with this candidate title business, Minsu only cares about his precious volunteer hours. Fighting is cool and all, but saving his points is way more important right now. Hosen's previous mockery, calling him a helpless little rabbit without his brother's protection, clearly struck a nerve with Kang Min. He slowly removes his glasses, his face twisting with irritation at being compared to someone who knows absolutely nothing about the candidate system, like Minsu. Originally, Kang Min wanted his minions to deal with the kid, but anger has completely taken over his mind. Gritting his teeth, he tells himself to forget the plan and decides to finish this personally. Seeing the clear intent to fight, Minsu tilts his head, adjusting to the situation. He casually wipes some dirt off his face and mocks the guy, saying that if he wanted to throw hands, he should have just said so from the start. Minsu points out that Kang Min wasted way too much energy setting up those useless traps just to test him. Wearing a completely reckless smile, he flips him the middle finger and firmly demands that he stop with these cheap, annoying games. Distractions are old news to him, so he dares the bastard to just bring it on. Meanwhile, in the construction yard, the surrounding inmates start whispering as they witness the showdown. One inmate turns to Trang Hai and asks if that guy shares a room with him. Suddenly, Kang Min strikes with a lightning-fast punch, catching Minsu off guard as he realizes the guy is incredibly quick, leaving him barely enough room to dodge. Kang Min attacks aggressively like a predator cornering its prey, refusing to give Minsu even a second to catch his breath. The poor guy is struggling just to slip past the punches. Shocked by how incredibly sharp the attacks are, Minsu wonders if this jerk has some serious boxing experience, which would explain why he is talking so much trash. He quickly realizes he cannot just stay on the defensive and keep dodging forever. Shifting his footwork, he spots an opening and lunges forward with a clean, decisive punch. However, to his absolute horror, Kang Min casually raises his hand and catches the fist directly out of the air. A smug smirk appears on his face as he mocks Minsu for being decent at dodging, but clearly clueless about attacking. Kang Min then unleashes a barrage of heavy punches, forcing Minsu to brace himself and absorb the damage. He sneers while throwing hits, asking if this is really how he fought all the other guys. Disappointed, Kang Min scoffs that Sejun and Duo must have been incredibly weak to lose to someone like Minsu. Despite being overwhelmed, Minsu keeps his eyes open, spotting his chance and celebrating internally that this is the moment he was waiting for. But just as Minsu goes to counter, Kang Min suddenly shifts his angle and drives a devastating elbow strike right into him. Caught completely off guard, Minsu can only gasp in shock at what just happened. An elbow strike? Really? He bitterly realizes he has no choice but to keep dodging these dangerous, unpredictable moves if he wants to make it out of this fight alive. Realizing his current attacks are doing absolutely nothing to this jerk, Minsu decides to play defensively. He will focus entirely on dodging until the guy wears himself out, waiting for a fatal opening. Spotting an opening in Kang Min's chest, Minsu commits everything to a finishing blow, only to realize too late that it is a trap. Kang Min throws a sudden kick, forcing Minsu to block frantically while wondering why a supposed boxer is suddenly throwing kicks. It hits Minsu that he completely misread his opponent. Kang Min is definitely not just a puncher. He snaps another sudden kick that catches Minsu totally off guard. Terrified, Minsu realizes that this guy isn't a boxer at all, he is a professional kickboxer. At this rate, things are looking pretty bad, and he might end up leaving in a body bag. Just as Kang Min prepares to deliver the final blow, a hand reaches out and seamlessly catches his leg midair. Yusion has arrived right on time, stopping the heavy kick with a single hand. Kang Min stands frozen in absolute shock. What on earth is this? Standing tall between them, Yusion coldly announces that the fight is over. Kang Min stares at the intruder in disbelief, wondering who this officer is and why he is interfering. Yusion delivers a stern, icy warning. If they keep fighting, he will throw both of them straight into solitary confinement. Kang Min quickly identifies him as the new officer assigned to the construction crew, but he still cannot figure out when the guy managed to slip inside. Yusion challenges him, asking if there is a problem. He then turns to snap at the other guards for neglecting their duties, forcing them to make lame excuses about sneaking away for a quick smoke. Yusion firmly orders them to wrap it up because it is already late. Kang Min grits his teeth in sheer frustration, knowing he was just inches away from completely knocking Minsu out. He was so close to knocking him cold. Watching Minsu being led away by Yusion, Kang Min curses silently, his eyes burning with intense hatred. He vows that he will definitely crush Minsu next time. Later in the infirmary, Yusion gently bandages his brother's wounds. Looking at the blood-soaked cotton piled at their feet, he quietly asks Minsu why he is not angry. Wiping the blood from his nose, Minsu mumbles that he actually expected Yusion to be furious at him for fighting again. Yuseon stays quiet for a moment before asking what the real reason is for his transfer to the construction crew. Minsu explains that they claimed the kitchen crew was downsizing. Yuseon immediately senses something is off, since he never received any official order about staff cuts. He suspects someone is deliberately targeting Minsu, just like when they forced him into the kitchen. Minsu lowers his head. Admitting his complete helplessness, the guy felt exactly like Yuseon, leaving him totally unable to land a hit or even dodge. Yuseon explains that his opponent, this time, is a professional kickboxer. Unlike Sejun or Duo, this guy cannot be beaten with cheap tricks or basic tactics. He tells Minsu that he must step up his own raw power. Seeing no other way, Yuseon decides to start the third stage of training immediately, declaring he will personally monitor Minsu on the construction crew. While Yuseon quietly investigates the mastermind behind this, he demands that Minsu focus entirely on building his core strength. He has to prepare for a head-on clash, because sloppy fighting will not cut it. Meanwhile, in the quiet workshop, Kangmin is secretly planning, pleased that the guy in the red uniform successfully put Minsu right in his crosshairs. However, Yuseon's constant presence has become a major roadblock. For weeks now, the sergeant's strict surveillance has kept him completely locked down and unable to make a single move. Even after managing to steal the guy's personal records, Kangmin still cannot uncover Yuseon's true identity. Sitting quietly in the dark with a dangerous look on his face, he slowly opens a drawer, pulls out a hidden cell phone, and places a highly confidential call. The moment the other side answers, he whispers that it is him. Kangmin strictly warns the person on the line to make sure Kwang never finds out, before giving a direct, decisive command. He has a task for them, and honestly, having a hidden phone in prison is a wild level of freedom. Meanwhile, on a busy street as night falls, Yuseon is waiting around with a pretty impatient look on his face. Constantly checking his watch, he mutters that she should have been here by now. Just then, a familiar figure emerges from the distance, slowly making her way towards him. It is Jemin, looking absolutely beautiful, but a bit exhausted. As soon as she approaches, she apologizes for being a little late. Yusong casually replies that he anticipated that, which is why he intentionally left 30 minutes late. Seamin playfully challenges him to a bet, prompting Yusong to counter that next time he will show up 40 minutes late. Seamin smiles brightly and declares that if so, she will show up 2 hours late in retaliation. However, both of them are completely unaware that their every move is being watched closely from behind. A click echoes as a photo of Yuseong and Seamin is captured through the phone lens of a stranger. He immediately reports over the line in a highly triumphant tone. "Yes, sir. I think we found him," the mysterious figure says while staring at his phone screen, firmly asserting that he has found Yuseong's fatal weakness, just as his boss requested. Out in the quiet city night, Yuseong and Seamin are deep in conversation, totally unaware they are in someone's crosshairs. Inside a car parked nearby, Kangmin's loyal lackeys are watching their every single move. They cannot stop whispering to each other. What on earth are those two even talking about? One goon clicks his tongue in jealousy, muttering that it is obvious they are just playing romantic games. It is so unfair. We have to stalk people all day while this guy gets to flirt with a beautiful girl late at night. Talk about suffering from severe secondhand romance. Their little date ends, and Seamin gives a charming wave, telling him she will call later. Watching her walk away, Yuseong just scoffs to himself. What a total joke. Right as Seamin steps into a dark alley, a black van screeches to a halt, blocking her path. Two sketchy guys jump out, and one of them smirks, thanking her for walking right into their trap. Seamin spins around, her eyes wide with shock. What is going on here? Despite being cornered by three big dudes in a pitch-black alley, she somehow remains incredibly calm. She coldly points out that this is quite a crowd for simple stalkers. One thug, taking a drag of his cigarette, growls back, telling her she is coming with them. Showing absolutely zero fear, Seamin smirks and agrees, but she also makes a very firm demand. "Sure, but can you put out that cigarette first? I am actually trying to quit." Suddenly, the scene shifts to the tense warden's office, where coffee is poured alongside a very calculating question. "How has Yuseong been doing lately? Looks like someone is keeping tabs on our big brother's private life." The reporting officer stands at attention, updating the director about Yuseong's highly unusual behavior. He claims the young sergeant is showing an unhealthy obsession with Minsu. Even after Minsu was transferred to the construction team, Yuseong kept acting weird and kept showing up there to watch him. He even asked about the red reform class. Hearing this, the director stops pouring his coffee, his eyes narrowing dangerously. He smirks, revealing that transferring Minsu to the construction team was actually just a trick to test Yuseong's reaction. He admits the decision partly came from the special task force, but the main goal was checking out Yuseong because he is too suspicious. Strangely, his file is the only one locked on the military database. All their current info is just on basic paperwork. Convinced there is a massive secret behind Yuseong's identity, The director hired an outside investigator to dig deeper, and will tail him closely until they get results. The curious officer asks why the director and that special task force are so incredibly interested in Minsu. Taking a slow sip of coffee, the director grins and delivers a chilling answer, because he looks exactly like a certain someone. Meanwhile, over at the showers, Minsu is lost in thought under the freezing water. 2 whole weeks have passed since his brutal clash with Kang Min, and he is still beating himself up over that loss. Despite training hard, Minsu knows his old tricks are completely useless against a pro. To beat someone like Kang Min, he needs real, raw skill. And to get there, Minsu tells himself he absolutely must master stage 3 of his physical training. Right in the middle of the men's shower, a classic cliché happens when a bar of soap slips right out of Hyunjun's hands. Dropping soap here is notoriously dangerous, but before it even touches the floor, Minsu catches it cleanly. Hyunjun takes the soap back, completely stunned by the guy's insane reflexes. "Hey, thanks a lot. But how did you do that? Your body looks way more built than before." Later, in the locker room, rumors start spreading about why their regular guard is suddenly missing. Looks like guard Yuseong is not showing up today. Others said he took a sudden leave of absence. Minsu instantly worries about his schedule, wondering what happens to their daily training sessions now. Instead of training, they are ordered to clean out a storage room instead. Out of nowhere, another inmate from the construction crew approaches Minsu with an incredibly serious face, asking if they can talk in private. Minsu asks why he is acting so serious. The guy whispers that he wants to reveal the dark secrets of the construction crew. Minsu asks if he was the one who cut the lights to save him back then. Seeing the boy's calm face, the inmate warns him in a low, tense voice, "You still do not get how terrifying Kang Min really is." Out of nowhere, the guy just drops his pants, making Minsu scream in shock. "What on earth are you doing? Why are you stripping?" Minsu stares in pure horror at the heavily scarred, deformed legs in front of him. The man bitterly confesses that he used to be a close friend and loyal follower of Kang Min, that brutal boss of the notorious MZ gang who ruled Daehyun-dong. Just for defying the leader once, he was beaten and left with these permanent, agonizing injuries. He shivers, warning that if Kang Min was just a good fighter, he would not stop him. But that guy is a terrifying monster. He remembers his ex-boss's pure cruelty, a complete psychopath who gladly smashes bones with a hammer to get his revenge. He begs Minsu to stay away from the construction site, warning he could end up permanently crippled. Minsu nods to calm him down. "All right, I won't go there unless the guard is with me. I am looking into other volunteer gigs anyway." But secretly, Minsu is already plotting his next move. "If it comes down to it, for my brother and our plan, I will step into the ring again." Meanwhile, in a hidden hideout, some thugs are reporting their mission progress to Kang Min over the phone. They have successfully bagged the girl and are bringing her in right now. As the black van speeds down the highway, another thug gets a call, told to make sure the target cannot return to the reform class today. When they ask what to do with the girl afterwards, the cold boss tells them they can do whatever they want with her. Hearing this, a creepy thug in the back smirks, excited for a wild night ahead. Tied up tightly and lying helpless in the back seat, Seamin pieces the clues together. Kang Min, the reform class, this is completely different from what she had originally planned. She realizes these guys are probably working for some high-profile figure pulling strings inside the prison. Their real goal is likely buying time to keep Yuseong busy while something major goes down. Memories of her argument with Yuseong flash back. He was completely against her reckless idea of acting as live bait, telling her it was way too dangerous. Yuseong argued that they were being watched all along, and the target is definitely one of them. He suspects the mastermind is either the prison's shadowy boss or the person who framed Minsu. It might even lead them to the mysterious red reform class behind that forbidden door. She insisted this is their only shot at exposing the prison's dark secrets, asking if he is really going to chicken out. He worriedly admitted that if he was the target, it would be fine, but he cannot stand the thought of her getting hurt. No real man would let a girl take the fall. Smiling at Yuseong's worry, Seamin remained totally cool. Holding up a GPS tracker, she assured him she was not worried at all. "If I were the target, you would come save me, right?" Back to reality. The van carrying Gossamin is speeding into a pitch-black tunnel toward her execution site. Suddenly, a massive motorcycle roars onto the road, tearing through traffic at a terrifying, suicidal speed. There is IU clad in full protective gear, eyes burning with pure rage and determination behind the helmet visor. He grits his teeth and tells himself, "Just hang in there. Gossamin, I am coming to save you right now." Meanwhile, somewhere else, Lee Kang-min stands with his arms crossed in deep thought after getting a request to meet in private. "I never expected you to ask for a secret meeting like this." Lee Chang-hee warns him in a dead serious tone, just ignore Lee Minsu. He explains that while he does not know why Minsu is being targeted, The guy is just trying to take over the workshop anyway. Facing Kang Min's suspicion, Chang-hee insists that though he was once part of the construction crew, he is no longer a lackey. I am asking you this as your childhood friend. Memories of elementary school suddenly flood back, a time when Kang Min and Chang-hee were absolute best friends. They used to play together, running along the streets without a single care in the world. But after elementary school, life dragged them down completely different paths. While Kang Min jumped into his older brother's business, Chang-hee had to shoulder the massive burden of taking care of his sick, bedridden mother. Under the weight of their own harsh realities, they slowly lost touch, each choosing a very different way to survive. As soon as high school started, Chang-hee got his driver's license and took a delivery job just to stay afloat. He diligently grabbed food bags from kind shop owners, rushing out to make his deliveries. Seeing his struggles, the sweet shop owners did not hesitate to lend Chang-hee a motorcycle. He bowed deeply in gratitude, promising to ride carefully and thanking them from the bottom of his heart. That grueling job paid for his mother's soaring hospital bills. One day, he stops in front of an ancient, sketchy brick building, wondering who on earth would order food all the way out here. What kind of freaks live in a dump like this? Talk about walking straight into a death trap, right? Chang-hee enters timidly, asking in a shaky voice where he should leave the food delivery. He is met with a gloomy room crawling with sketchy, rough-looking thugs. Sensing immediate danger, Chang-hee drops the food bag onto the table, planning to leave it right there and make a run for it before getting caught. The moment he turns around, a bone-chilling voice halts him from behind, asking if he is Chang-hee. He gasps in absolute shock. The guy calling his name is none other than Lee Kang-min. Chang-hee stammers out Kang-min's name in sheer disbelief. It is indeed his old buddy, but he can barely recognize him now because his entire vibe has turned incredibly dark and intimidating. Kang-min is dripped out in luxury designer gear, boasting a shiny gold watch on his wrist. Chang-hee can't help but wonder what crazy stunt this guy pulled to get so loaded. Kang-min casually asks what he has been up to lately. Chang-hee mutters that he still does deliveries. When asked if his mother is still very sick, he sadly nods and says yes. Kang-min eyes his old friend with a calculating smirk and asks if he wants to make some fast cash. He holds up his phone, showing a malicious one-star review on a bowl of noodles. Mocking the restaurant for adding extra protein, he smugly praises Chang-hee's writing talent. Keep writing malicious reviews like this, and you will be rolling in cash in no time. Chang-hee is completely baffled, wondering if fake reviews can actually make money. But Kang-min assures him that if they do it his way, the cash will start pouring in. Soon, the sickening brutality of their scam unfolds. A restaurant owner falls to his knees, begging desperately for them to delete those toxic comments, promising to pay whatever they want. With the restaurant failing because of their attacks, Kang-min calmly demands 5 million won to delete the posts. When the transfer notification hits, Chang-hee is stunned to see 5 million won, his first massive payday, earned solely through malicious cyberbullying. He tells himself that if he keeps making money this easily, he can pay off all of his mother's massive hospital bills. Talk about easy money. But these dirty schemes always come with a horrific price. Tragedy strikes fast. An obituary notice goes up, and cruel whispers echo through a depressing funeral. Mr. Kim took his own life. Rumors say he was blackmailed over fake food claims until he went completely bankrupt and chose to end it all. Standing in the funeral crowd, Chang-hee's heart shatters as people curse the extortionists as absolute human garbage. Plagued by guilt, he drowns his sorrows in alcohol, haunted by the fake reviews and blackmail he did under Kang-min. It feels like he personally murdered that poor man. But when he painfully suggests confessing since an innocent person died, Kang-min merely adjusts his glasses and asks a cold, heartless question back. Confess? He stares dead into Chang-hee's eyes, asking if he actually feels guilty when both of them are already knee-deep in this crime together anyway. This absolute psycho refuses to let his partner turn back now. Kang-min grabs Chang-hee by the throat, sneering mockingly at his old friend's ridiculous, sudden burst of empathy. He snaps that if he ever cared about guilt, he would have never started these filthy scams in the first place. Pointing a sharp pen directly at Chang-hee's face, he snarls that he never forgives traitors. Chang-hee can only shiver and beg for his life in absolute terror. Showing zero mercy, Kang-min drives the sharp pen straight into Chang-hee's leg, making him scream out in agonizing pain. He coldly warns Chang-hee to stop babbling about nonsense unless he wants to see him get truly, violently mad. Right then, a massive, imposing shadow walks in. It is Lee Kang-won, the notorious leader of the East Daehyun MZ crime gang, and also Kang-min's ruthless older brother. While Kang-min panics at his brother's sudden arrival, Kang-won coldly reveals that the police are investigating their massive blackmail ring due to the victim's tragic death. Shirking all responsibility, he decides to make Chang-hee the perfect scapegoat to take the fall for the entire organization. Chang-hee collapses, sobbing in utter despair as he realizes he has been entirely backstabbed and is now staring down a bleak prison sentence. But Kang-won smirks, declaring that sacrificing Chang He alone won't make this mess go away. He coldly orders his own little brother to turn himself in too, knowing that as a minor, Kang Min will get a much lighter sentence than an adult. In the end, both Kang Min and Chang He are thrown into a juvenile reformatory, a bright red letter A branded onto their uniforms, marking the start of their survival in actual hell on earth. Is this our first face-to-face since that day? Lee Kangmin starts a highly tense conversation with Lee Chang-hee. He admits they both sought each other out because of Lim Minsu, and that he deliberately blocked Kang Yu's interference just to get a clean shot at reaching his wayward younger brother. Chang-hee asks about his old friend's true intentions with deep suspicion. But two of Kang Min's thugs instantly pin him to the table from behind. Smirking, Kang Min explains he must punish Chang-hee for trying to help Minsu, revealing why he took on this annoying role. Brandishing a massive pair of bolt cutters, Kang Min coldly declares that in a brutal, dog-eat-dog environment like this one, once you get hurt or turn into a mere tool, absolutely no one will ever suspect or pay attention to you again. He brings the heavy blade close to his victim's fingers as a terrifying threat. Calculating eyes, Kang Min is absolutely certain this twisted plan will force Minsu to show up on his own. Over at a completely isolated, abandoned warehouse, the black van has parked, and the thugs report they secured Gase Min. Though bound hand and foot in the middle of the debris, she remains completely motionless, radiating a terrifyingly calm aura that leaves her own kidnappers feeling highly uneasy. Smoking cigarettes, the thugs whisper anxiously about how chillingly calm their hostage is. They already sent a threatening text, forcing him to come to this address completely alone before 12 p.m., or else his precious girl pays the ultimate price. Looking at his phone filled with threatening texts, Yu Seong calmly adjusts his glasses with an icy glare. "Do not rush me," he thinks. "I am already on my way." Without a single bit of hesitation, he strides across the empty lot, heading straight into the open warehouse where a trap awaits him. He is fully committed to playing the classic hero saving the damsel. Is that guy really on his way? One thug asks in the abandoned warehouse. The boss confidently laughs, stating any real man would rush over immediately upon learning his girl was taken. They figure that even at top speed, it will take him at least 2 to 3 hours to find this place. Grinning, they light up cigarettes, thinking they have plenty of time for some fun before he arrives. Inside the warehouse, Semin is tied up tight, but her calm attitude leaves the bullies utterly confused. Like, what is wrong with this girl? She gets kidnapped and does not even flinch. One thug steps closer with a creepy stare and starts mocking her, asking if she is actually enjoying this, because being tied up honestly makes her look even prettier. He roughly reaches to touch Semin's face, teasing her to have some fun while waiting for her boyfriend. "Just be good, and we won't hurt you." Before he can even finish, a brutal impact slams directly into his face and sends him flying backward. A motorcycle helmet flies straight through the air at ridiculous speed, launching a dramatic raid that makes the whole crowd scream in panic. What on earth is this? The knocked-out thug writhes on the ground, groaning in pain as he realizes a literal helmet just wrecked his face. Then, out of the rising dust, a massive shadow walks in with pure, terrifying killer intent. It is none other than Yu Seong. The surrounding goons are absolutely speechless at his sudden entrance, cursing under their breath, wondering how this crazy bastard got here so incredibly fast. They wonder if Yu Seong secretly tailed them from the start without anyone noticing. But despite their shock, the gang quickly surrounds him and yells a threat. "Sure, you got here fast, but look around. What can one guy even do?" Yu Seong does not even answer. He coldly tightens his black gloves, staring straight ahead with lethal eyes, ready to declare war. "Plenty of things. Let me show you right now there are way too many enemies," Yu Seong thinks as he sizes up the tight crowd. He knows if this fight drags on, he will definitely run out of gas first. So, Yu Seong decides to show absolutely no mercy, aiming for a swift and brutal victory. He charges right into the crowd, throwing lightning-fast punches that drop the thugs one by one. Every single strike is perfectly placed and packed with insane power, shutting down one thug after another. Even as the suffocating pressure starts to wear down his lungs, Yu Seong tells himself he will never, ever back down. He channels all his weight into a thunderous uppercut right to an opponent's chin, but suddenly, a thug behind him screams out that his back is wide open. "You idiot!" Guy fires a nasty kick, but Yu Seong is way faster, ducking low to dodge before grabbing the bully's leg in a vice grip. The punk panics, begging him to let go, but Yu Seong coldly breaks him, leaving him screaming in agony. "Ah, my leg." Watching this brutal beatdown, the rest of the gang completely freezes in place, terrified and wondering what kind of monster this prison guard actually is. Normally, anyone trapped in a 1 versus 10 situation would immediately panic. But Yu Seong fights with the chilling, icy composure of a highly seasoned warrior. His footwork is incredibly precise and fluid, completely dominating the battlefield. Fighting him is like throwing eggs against a stone wall, they are just dropping like flies. Honestly, these guys are learning the hard way that Yusong is barely even trying. Basic tactics are totally useless against someone with his level of high-tier combat skills. Yusong aggressively grabs a guy by the face and slams him straight onto the hard floor with a bone-crushing thud. Seeing his crew dropped left and right, one thug desperately pulls out a knife and charges, screaming that this is the only way to end it. But Yusong remains terrifyingly calm. He catches the armed wrist with lightning-fast speed, then delivers a devastating, heavy punch that completely knocks the guy out and shuts him down. Watching quietly from the corner, Semin admits to herself that she was a bit worried about him being outnumbered, but the reality is, Yusong is totally dominating the room with absolute, overwhelming power. Seeing the bullies get dismantled so easily, Semin cannot help but smile. Yusong, you are an absolute beast, she thinks with a smug grin, quietly awarding him 10 out of 10 points for such a cool and impressive performance. And honestly, can you even blame her? Meanwhile, back at the prison training yard, the grueling reflex session with those tennis balls finally comes to an exhausting end. Minsu collapses flat on the floor, gasping for air and feeling half dead. He glances over at Sejun, who is also barely breathing nearby, and starts teasing him. Hey, are you exhausted too? Stop pretending. Sejun tries to act tough, snapping that he is not tired at all, and telling Minsu to get lost. Minsu just laughs out loud, clearly hearing his heavy wheezing, and proudly declares that he is officially counting this as passing level 2 today. Sejun scoffs, telling Minsu he needs to make up a more believable lie, pointing out that a mere level 2 rookie like him has absolutely no idea what terrifying nightmares are actually waiting ahead. While Minsu and Sejun are resting on the floor after their workout, a prison guard suddenly bursts through the door. He roars in anger, demanding to know why they are slacking off instead of cleaning up the warehouse. Seriously, when you work hard, no one notices, but take one tiny break, and the boss instantly catches you talk about bad luck. Minsu casually replies that he is just resting because he is completely wiped out. Out of nowhere, the guard tosses a white cloth bundle toward him, coldly telling him to catch. Minsu catches the strange item, thoroughly confused, as the guard reveals this is a little present sent from Shanghai. The moment he unwraps the cloth, Minsu's face completely twists in pure horror. Sejun instantly senses something is terribly wrong, watching him freeze up as cold sweat pours down his face. Inside is Shanghai's severed, bloody finger, along with a warning from Lee Kang-min. He threatens that if Minsu does not show up within 1 hour, he will keep sending even more gruesome gifts. Minsu realizes with a jolt that this is an open declaration of war from the construction crew leader. Meanwhile, back at the warehouse, Yu Seong uses his blade to quickly slice through Semin's ropes. The second she is free, Semin starts complaining about how late he was, grumbling that her wrists are killing her. A flustered Yu Song tries to explain that he took care of the thugs as fast as humanly possible, offering a sincere apology, but she keeps teasing him anyway, mentioning that he actually looked pretty excited to finally get some exercise. Looking around the room at the dozens of kidnappers groaning on the floor, Yu Seong insists he really did rush to save her. Semin sighs softly, deciding to cut him some slack and believe him this time. But Semin's expression suddenly turns dead serious as a dark realization hits her. She points out they have been played. The real goal was never to kidnap her, but to lure Yu Seong away from the Gangnam Center. Yu Seong asks, in shock, "What?" Semin pulls out her phone, explaining that Lee Kang-min can only make a move on Minsu when Yu Seong is not there to protect him. Yu Seong falls completely silent, deep in thought. He realizes they have no immediate plans to breach the cell block. It means that as long as Minsu reaches stage 3 of his training, things should be fine, though who knows if they are operating under his nose. Yu Seong admits to Semin that he had long suspected his younger brother's schemes, which is why he has been watching closely. Meanwhile, down a set of metal stairs, Lee Kang-min slowly walks down with a cocky grin. He admits his hands are practically itching because it is rare to find a worthy opponent, and he is absolutely sure Yu Seong feels the exact same way facing some like him. Lee Kang-min smirks, claiming that motives do not even matter anymore. He bluntly lays down the challenge. How about it? Care for a fight? He is none other than Lee Kang-min, the powerful leader of the MZ gang ruling over the Gangdong area. Back at the prison, Shanghai is in a brutal spot as Lee Kang-min stomps on his unhealed wounds. Surrounded by a cheering prison crowd, Kang-min lets out a smug laugh as his opponent lies defeated. He looks down at Shanghai with pure mockery, asking if picking a fight with him was just way too much for a weakling to handle. That gets Minsu so incredibly mad, his face turns into a horror movie mask. His eyes flare up with pure rage as he roars to take that filthy foot off right now. Charging forward, Minsu throws a wild, angry punch right at the captain, but the smug Kang-min just slips the blow like a total pro. To Kang-min, those punches feel as weak and clumsy as a toddler's tantrum. Confident he can wrap this up in a second, he fires back with a swift counterpunch. But wait. Minsu casually parries the strike like they are dancing. The captain completely freezes, totally shocked by how a rookie can react that fast. How on earth did this guy block a lightning-fast counter in the blink of an eye? Even though he spots an opening, Kang Min stays cautious, smelling a sneaky trap. He aims a heavy elbow to finish the fight, but Minsu fakes him out with a slick move. Kang Min realizes with absolute dread that this kid has studied his entire moveset like a nerd cramming for an exam. Believing there is no way out of this, Kang Min spins for a decisive, high-speed kick. Yet somehow, Minsu blocks it perfectly, forcing the boss to admit things are getting spicy. Well, looks like you actually trained hard, he thinks. He is utterly shocked because Minsu predicted and stopped his kick before it even gained momentum. The peanut gallery of inmates starts losing their minds over the insane upgrade. Wow, that kid got ridiculously strong. No one expected him to handle Kang Min's crazy fast kicks so easily. Still, some hater sneers that Minsu has not landed a real blow yet. But Kang Min's sharp eyes sense that this kid has a much bigger plan in mind. The crowd is left scratching their heads. It turns out Minsu took those hits on purpose just to free Trang Hai from Kang Min's grasp. Shaking off the dust, Trang Hai mutters a quick thanks. Kang Min smirks, asking if this bromance rescue mission was the plan all along. Standing tall, Minsu declares that now his friend is safe, they can finally start the real romantic dance of fists. The actual reason for this brawl does not even matter anymore. Suddenly, heavy, ominous footsteps echo down the quiet staircase, completely ruining the vibe. A cocky guy with a killer smile appears, throwing out a direct challenge, asking if anyone is down for a quick round. Meet Kang Woo, the big boss of the powerful MZ gang ruling the east side. Face to face with him, Yu Seong immediately feels a heavy, suffocating pressure, realizing this guy is the real deal. Yu Seong gets serious, knowing this guy is leagues above the random thugs he usually beats up. Seeing his deep thought, Kang Woo lets out a highly provoking smirk. Why the long face? Not in the mood to play, Kang Woo asks. Honestly, Yu Seong just wants to avoid a pointless fight while figuring out this guy's syndicate ties. But Kang Woo has zero plans of letting him just walk away. Glancing at Semin, he cruelly suggests taking her instead, warning Yu Seong that he is going to pay a heavy price for starting trouble. In a flash, Kang Woo charges with insane speed. Yu Seong fires a kick, but his confidence is instantly shattered when the boss stops the blow with zero effort. Blocking it casually, Kang Woo tosses out a sarcastic compliment. Yu Seong is left panicking internally, realizing he has been completely shut down. Realizing this opponent is both incredibly strong and insanely sharp, Yu Seong grits his teeth. He has to go all out, immediately throwing a second rapid kick to overwhelm him. But the boss easily blocks again and counters with a brutal punch straight to the gut, knocking the wind right out of him. Yu Seong drops to his knees, clawing the ground to stay upright. Kang Woo casually rubs his head, asking with a smug smirk if that actually landed. If it did, your spine would be dust right now, he sneers. Looming closer, he asks if the punch hurt, while Yu Seong clutches his ribs, gritting his teeth in agony. Terrified his ribs might actually be broken, Yu Seong forces himself up. Knowing delay only makes the pain worse. He charges forward with everything he has got to end this quickly. A loud clash echoes as Yu Seong uses his own fist to block the boss's strike. Kang Woo is genuinely shocked, asking if he really just used a fist to stop that. With every punch deflected, Yu Seong feels a wave of panic. He realizes the boss is deliberately brushing off his attacks, like they are nothing but annoying flies. Is he just playing with me? Yu Seong wonders. Kang Woo looks him dead in the eye, asking if that is all he has because he is starting to get bored. But as Yu Seong tries to strike, Kang Woo steps heavily on his foot, calling him painfully predictable. Damn it, the boss has read every single one of his moves. I went easy on you, but this is your limit, Kang Woo mocks. He sneers at textbook fighters, calling them completely uncreative and way too easy to read. With that, he slams Yu Seong into the dirt, leaving the young officer completely helpless. Standing tall, Kang Woo looks down with ultimate superiority, wondering what kind of soft battles this warden actually fought to end up so incredibly weak. For him, fighting was never a choice, it was his pure survival instinct. He was born to a mother who only cared about booze and men, a woman who never gave her child a single ounce of love. Starving constantly, Kang Woo had to fight just to survive, turning to robbery to avoid starving to death. He learned early on that a physical beating was way better than an empty stomach. He learned to fight giants, and no matter how tough they were, the sweet high of winning became his absolute favorite addiction. Surviving hundreds of life-or-death brawls made him a total beast. From shady back alleys to busy main streets, his territory kept growing day by day. Eventually, he rose to the very top, ruling the entire Eastern District as a legendary gang leader. Back in reality, Kang Woo stands tall among the debris, admitting that Yu Sung actually has decent skills for a nerd. But then, he smirks, dropping a highly toxic insult. "You are just too textbook," he sneers, saying all nerds are the same, while Yu Seong lies defeated by his raw, street-fighting violence. Looking down at his pathetic state, Kang Woo calls it a buzzkill. He strolls over to Semin, wondering if he should find some better entertainment. Meeting her furious glare, he smirks that he quite likes the attitude, even if she is not his type. Seeing Semin tremble in fear, Kang Woo gets excited, saying that face is what makes this fun. But Semin is not looking at him. She is staring behind him. Yu Seong casually adjusts his glasses, admitting his previous attacks were indeed way too basic. He explains his master ordered him to only use standard moves when dealing with completely average, everyday fighters. Yu Seong looks up with cold eyes, realizing his opponent is no ordinary thug. Under his glasses, his eyes burn with crazy determination as he vows to unleash his absolute full power. "You can never trust those guys with glasses. I seriously thought he was a goner, but the dude is somehow still standing." Meanwhile, somewhere else, an assistant wearing a bright orange vest happily cheers as he lifts a giant monster of a fish. What a spectacular catch, a legendary prize like nobody has ever seen before. Standing right next to him, Assemblyman Kang in his fancy fishing gear is showering him with praise. He praises his assistant, saying he is incredible and that he has never seen anyone catch such a beast at sea. The assistant sighs, telling the politician to skip the sweet talk, especially since the old man also bagged a pretty decent trophy himself. Looking out at the vast sea, the assistant quietly confesses that he actually hoped Yun Sung would quit early on. That is why he pulled some strings, so Yun Sung could not take the easy officer route, forcing him to apply for the brutal special forces instead. Assemblyman Kang just smirks, claiming that if you are a real man, surviving that much is basically the bare minimum. The politician recalls that brutal special forces training program, where out of every 5 recruits, at least 2 would quit halfway through. It was a non-stop nightmare of shirtless running, high-altitude jumps, night infiltration, and grueling survival drills. Honestly, only guys with absolute monster genetics would ever dare to sign up for this kind of torture. But Yun Sung did not just survive, he completely dominated. He graduated at the top of his class in every single subject, absolutely shattering every existing record in Special Forces history. He boasts that, to be his son, you cannot just be smart, you must have a body built like a tank. And that is exactly why he sent his strongest warrior into the juvenile prison to dig up dirt and drag the current president right off his high chair. Hearing this, the assistant completely loses his color. He suddenly realizes that the ultimate weapon the assemblyman is talking about is none other than Yun Sung himself. And the monster who trained Yun Sung is Jun Seo Jun, a former North Korean agent known for absolute brutality. Yun Sung stands there silently, remembering his master's golden rule: always stick to basic moves when fighting regular civilians. But looking right at the smug gang leader in front of him, he lets out a cold smile. "Though I guess I do not have to count you as a normal civilian, right?" Yun Sung confidently declares that he is about to face him with his absolute maximum strength. Instantly, an insanely terrifying and chilling aura floods the room, making Kang realize with sheer horror that this guard's entire vibe has completely transformed. Yun Sung slowly steps forward with cold, deadly eyes. Kang charges in like a rabid dog, screaming to see what kind of joke this power-up really is. He throws a massive swing, but Yun Sung slickly dodges and counters with a brutal uppercut. Kang staggers back, completely shocked that Yun Sung's speed is suddenly on a whole different level. Despite the blood dripping down his face, Kang Wo flashes a twisted, creepy grin and admits this fight is actually getting fun, but deep down, he is panicking. Yun Sung's reaction time has evolved so much that dodging him is now practically impossible. Yun Sung lunges forward with a strike that literally cracks Kang Wo's arm bone on impact. The gang leader screams in agony, desperately yelling if Yun Sung really thinks a single arm can stop a beast like him. But Yun Sung effortlessly blocks his punch with a clean elbow strike. The gang leader realizes with pure dread that Yun Sung has read his moves like an open book. Sent flying by the sheer force, the boss is secretly terrified by this young guard's insane combat experience. Not giving him a single second to breathe, Yun Sung immediately follows up with a heavy kick straight to his ribs. Kang realizes he has never fought anyone with such a bizarre, unpredictable style. He gets absolutely pelted by a ruthless storm of blows, screaming in pure frustration as he wonders where on earth Yun Sung learned these dirty tricks. But Yun Sung coldly reminds him that what he learned was never meant for friendly sparring. A barrage of heavy, precise punches rains down, completely crushing Kang into the dirt. Yun Sung silently reflects that real combat is not just about winning. The true purpose of his deadly skills is to neutralize any target as fast and efficiently as humanly possible. Yun Sung delivers one final, devastating blow, leaving the arrogant gang boss completely broken and knocked out cold. Meanwhile, over in the prison yard, the inmates are losing their minds. They are gossiping because nobody expected Minsu to be tough enough to force the construction captain to use his signature kick so early. As a deadly kick aims right for his ribs, Minsu successfully blocks it with his bare hands, cheering internally. But before he can celebrate, Kang Min immediately follows up with a heavy punch, leaving Minsu groaning in pain. Gritting his teeth, Minsu realizes this jerk is deliberately stacking his attacks, so he cannot dodge or guard. Kang Min is moving way too fast and precise, trapping him in a hopeless defensive loop. At this point, Minsu is basically a human punching bag. Facing an absolute storm of blows from left and right, he can only brace himself and take the pain, while Kang Min flashes a smug, victorious grin. He confidently laughs out, "This is the end for you." He swings his leg up for a massive high kick to finish the fight. A blow so clean that the crowd is sure it is game over. They are convinced that absolutely nobody can walk away from the captain's signature head kick. But a second later, Kang Min freezes, a look of total confusion spreading across his face. The terrifying truth is revealed. Minsu had actually grabbed his leg mid-air. He looks up with cold, menacing eyes and growls at his shocked opponent. Minsu growls that he was starting to worry the guy would never throw that kick. Exuding a chilling, murderous aura, he confirms he has been baiting this exact high kick the entire time. This was part of the brutal training Yoon-sung forced his younger brother through, pushing his focus to the absolute limit. As Yoon-sung pelted him with balls, he taught him the golden rule: you must know which attacks to dodge and which to take. He wanted Minsu to learn that in a real fight, perfect defense is a myth, so you have to sacrifice some skin to force an opening in your opponent. Back in the present, Minsu executes that painful lesson flawlessly to completely outplay his opponent. He firmly grabs Kang Min's leg the very second his signature high kick is launched, trapping him in place. A wild, triumphant look covers Minsu's face as he growls that he has been waiting for this exact kick for a very long time. Kang Min's eyes widen in sheer horror, unable to believe his trump card was read so easily. With a grip tight as steel, Minsu locks his opponent's leg and remembers the golden mantra, "Sacrifice your flesh." To break their bones, he channels all his built-up rage and raw power into a brutal fist straight into Kang Min's knee, leaving the construction captain screaming in absolute agony before completely collapsing. The devastating impact on his knee makes Kang Min scream in sheer torment as he collapses, clutching his leg. He desperately yells at his own body to stay upright, praying his knee is not completely shattered. Before Kang Min can even process the pain, Minsu feeds him another fist. Outside the warehouse, Yoon-sung sits on the dirt with a bruised face after his life-or-death duel, while Se-min gently cups his face in her hands. She looks at him, crying internally over how his handsome face got even more beat up than before. Sniffling, she scolds him for pushing himself too hard, while Yoon-sung just stares at her in confusion. He softly asks if she is crying, making Se-min sob even harder, as she quickly buries her face in his chest to hide her tears, telling him not to dare look at her. She cries that he could have easily finished this so much faster, instead of getting himself beaten to an absolute pulp. Yoon-sung quietly apologizes to her, looking at his unconscious foe and admitting that the guy was definitely a nightmare of a match. He knows that if the guy had not let his guard down, things might have ended very differently. Yoon-sung remembers the exact moment he realized that if he had not broken his arm early, he might have been the one on the floor. Just as Yoon-sung is helping Se-min up, the heavy iron doors screech open, forcing them to turn around. A group of suspicious strangers slowly marches into the warehouse. Yoon-sung glares and demands to know how they found this place. A henchman smugly holds up a phone, smirking as he reveals he called for backup while Yoon-sung was too busy sharing a romantic moment with his beautiful girlfriend. But before he can even finish, a hand grabs his head and slams it hard into the dirt. It is Kang Min. Incredibly, even with a broken arm, he has managed to drag himself back up to his feet, completely battered but refusing to stay down. He growls a fierce order to his lackeys. "This fight is strictly between me and this trash. Who gave any of you permission to interfere?" Kang Min radiates a chilling bloodlust, threatening to tear apart anyone who dares touch his prey. Facing their boss's terrifying wrath, the gang bows in unison, basically agreeing to just sit back and watch him get humiliated. His worried underlings rush over to help Kang Min up because he looks absolutely terrible. Suddenly, Yu Seong speaks up and demands that everyone stop right there. Despite his crushing defeat, Kang Min flashes a smug grin and claims he lost this time, but they will fight again. He crazily declares he will challenge them 10 or even 1,000 times until he finally wins. But Yu Seong only stares back coldly and delivers a brutal reality check it is best if they never see each other again. While Yu Seong and Se-min stand silently in the ruined facility, things over at the construction yard are turning extremely tense. The gathered prisoners start whispering as shocked murmurs quickly break out everywhere. Is Kang Min actually losing right now? Ever since Minsu predicted his signature kick, The construction chief has been entirely on the defensive and completely lost his rhythm. Minsu relentlessly closes the distance, raining down heavy blows right on his opponent's weak spots. The brutal onslaught leaves the construction chief with no choice but to brace himself and take the beating. A decisive punch sends Kang Min flying backward, crashing to the floor to everyone's absolute shock. Minsu slowly towers over his defeated foe, looking down with freezing cold eyes and sternly ordering him to get back up. This is far from over. Gasping for breath on the ground, Kang Min's eyes turn crazed as he spots a sharp screwdriver lying right within his reach. He frantically grabs the deadly tool and screams in pure hatred, calling him a bastard. But just as he is about to drive it home, a lightning-fast hand clamps down on his wrist to stop the dirty trick. The sudden savior is none other than Chang He, leaving Kang Min completely stunned. Taking advantage of the distraction, Minsu relentlessly rains down savage punches straight onto the villain's face, releasing all his long-bottled resentment and bitter anger. Watching Minsu explode like this, the surrounding inmates stand frozen in disbelief as they witness the mighty Kang Min get totally destroyed. Relentless beating continues, leaving Kang Min utterly bewildered as to how these two ever became so close. Realizing the harsh reality, he desperately wonders if there is truly no way for him to win this fight. Another heavy punch from Minsu sends Kang Min flying backward, while the nearby prisoners just watch, too terrified to take action. Kang Min crashes miserably into a pile of junk. Sitting helplessly on the floor, he frantically questions how he can preserve his candidate status when everything is slipping through his fingers. As Minsu rushes over to check on Chang He, Kang Min suddenly bursts into a manic laughter. The wild, unhinged cackling echoes through the entire workshop like a man who has lost his mind. Kang Min screams to the crowd, accusing Chang He of cowardly ruining his fight. "You all saw that, right? That bastard Chang He interfered in my match." He frantically riles up the other inmates, shouting that if he goes down, they will all suffer a miserable life in this hellhole. His manipulative words successfully ignite their fury, sending the mob into a frenzy as they scream to eliminate the rules breaker. Alone and outnumbered, Minsu is surrounded by dozens of bloodthirsty inmates. The overwhelming numbers put him in immediate danger as the Area C thugs scream to grab him and hold him down tight. They brutally tackle him and pin his arms, leaving Minsu entirely helpless. One of them smugs, roaring that they finally caught the little rat. Savage punches rain down on him, forcing him to grit his teeth through the agonizing pain. Damn it, he thinks. They are seriously ganging up on him. How is anyone supposed to fight back? Right in the nick of time, a massive fist blindsides the guy holding Minsu, sending him flying. Minsu looks up in disbelief. Is that Sejun? Sejun coldly asks if he just called for backup. He can barely believe the leader of Rume showed up to save his skin at the perfect moment. Sejun's arrival completely flips the script on the battle. Charging into the crowd like a wild beast, he unleashes brutal strikes that send enemies crashing down in screams of terror. The entire atmosphere of the workshop instantly shifts, becoming freezing cold and heavy just from his presence alone. Sejun stands tall among the fallen, his sharp gaze ready to crush anyone who gets in his way. Heavy footsteps echo through the room alongside the shocked whispers of the crowd. Here comes the big boss Deputy Chief Kim Song-hwan, the former construction leader, swaggering forward with a smug grin. He tilts his head and asks if they are looking for someone. Kneeling on the ground, Kang Min smirks with a calculating look. Who else would he be looking for in a spot like this? Looks like Kang Min found himself an ally too. The battle resets to 0. Without warning, Sejun charges forward, shocking the crowd. Is he really going straight for the boss? Kim Song-hwan roars with excitement, saying it has been a while since his last warm-up and daring him to bring it on. He launches a fierce attack, but Sejun gracefully dodges with lightning speed. Kim Song-hwan is completely stunned by his opponent's incredible agility. What on earth is this? Is he predicting my hand movements? In the blink of an eye, Sejun vanishes, forcing the terrified deputy chief to look around in a panic. Where is he? Is he right next to me? Sejun suddenly strikes from his blind spot, delivering a massive, earth-shattering punch right to the face. The decisive strike sends Kim Song-hwan flying backward, crashing to the ground instantly to the absolute disbelief of the onlookers. The crowd of prisoners freezes, unable to believe their eyes. What? Was Kim Song-hwan really taken out in a single hit? Guess he was just all talk after all. Witnessing such overwhelming power, Kang Min starts sweating bullets. He trembles in sheer terror, wondering when Sejun became so ridiculously strong. Realizing he is cornered, Kang Min desperately screams to stop. He says he has no clue why Sejun is trying to save Minsu, but from now on, he better fall in line. He smirks, revealing his cowardly card, threatening that his men have taken Sejun's sister hostage. Minsu gasps in utter shock. What? Sejun grits his teeth in pure rage, clenching his fists at the thought of his sister being in danger because of this absolute trash. Kang Min casually holds up his phone, claiming it is the absolute truth whether they choose to believe it or not. The screen clearly shows Se-min completely tied up hand and foot. He smugly asks if his sister's name is Se-min. Kang-min keeps mocking their close bond and admits he took her hostage specifically to gain leverage over him. He smirks, noting that Yu Seong is missing, and demands to know where the warden is. Kang-min laughs wickedly, imagining Yu Seong getting brutally beaten by his goons while attempting to save Se-min's life. But before he can even finish his mocking, a heavy punch from Minsu strikes him square in the face, sending him flying backward. Minsu roars in pure anger, exposing the villain's fake gentle act to reveal the deceitful, cowardly piece of garbage he truly is. Even after eating dirt, Kang-min stubbornly asks if Minsu really thinks he can stop their master plan all by himself. He crazily screams out his orders to Sejun, telling him to kill that bastard immediately if he wants to save his sister, but completely defying his expectations. Sejun and Minsu just exchange a knowing smirk and share a firm high five right in front of their enemy's face. Standing tall, the duo declares they have already seen through this pathetic plot to divide them. Sejun looks down at the kneeling loser and dryly asks if he truly believed his sister was left all alone. Kang-min was in complete shock, drenching in sweat, as Sejun completely ignored the threats to his sister's life. He kept frantically screaming his demands to end Minsu, but Sejun just coldly shrugged it off, saying his sister might be pretty, but she can easily handle herself. Besides, she had a protector by her side, so he had zero reason to worry. Sejun loomed like a shadow over the trembling Kang-min. "You dare target my sister, but do not dare touch the kids in my room," Sejun warned, promising a steep price to pay. Kang-min screamed in sheer terror, pleading for a stop. Right then, the gang leader's phone on the ground suddenly rang. A hand quickly grabbed it. On the other end of the line was Yu Seong's completely casual voice. "Hey there, brother. Is everything wrapped up on your end?" Minsu then called out to his brother to report that their side was also finished. Se-min was totally fine, but because Kang-min dared to kidnap Sejun's sister, he was currently getting the absolute beating of his life. Hearing this, Yu Seong was left speechless, only able to stammer out a quick response to see him at school tomorrow. Yu Seong promptly hung up the phone and adjusted his motorcycle helmet. He turned to the girl beside him, mentioning he just heard her brother's voice, and that the kid sounded incredibly annoyed, as if someone was bothering him. Heavy engine roared as they both sped off on his high-powered motorcycle. Se-min wondered where they were heading, but Yu Seong calmly ignored the question, asking instead if her wounds were okay in this chilly weather. She softly suggested why they did not head back to her place to see her cat instead. The moment Yu Seong stepped inside, his attention was immediately stolen by a cute orange cat purring softly. He sat right on the floor to gently pet the kitty, while Se-min got busy in the kitchen. She smiled warmly, thanking him for the rescue earlier and promising to whip up something delicious for him to eat. Spotting an old photograph on the shelf, Yu Seong curiously asked if it was a family portrait. Se-min explained in a heavy tone that Sejun used to play the piano, and the man in the photo was actually their deadbeat father. Her face practically burned with resentment at the mere mention of him. Soon after, the food was sizzling hot on the pan. Se-min served it with a playful yet threatening warning that dinner was ready. Even if it tasted terrible, he had to eat it all and praise her cooking. She set the plates down, making sure to highlight her hard work. But Yu Seong just wanted to doze off on the floor with the cat on his chest before heading back to school, leaving her staring in disbelief. Well, that is what happens when you successfully lure a literal block of wood to your house. Finding him fast asleep on the cold floor, Se-min went into her room to grab a warm blanket for him. After hesitating for a moment, she lay down right next to him, gently wrapping her arms around his back, completely forgetting about the dinner they were supposed to eat. She just wanted to steal a cozy moment with her handsome savior. But that sweet slice of peace vanished instantly, dragging us back to the harsh prison reality, where Sejun walked up and coldly called out to Minsu. Minsu looked up with exhausted eyes, murmuring Sejun's name. Sejun rubbed his own head, admitting he was completely drained of energy after going all out in that brutal brawl. Just then, Jung-hee slowly unwrapped the bandages on his hand, only to reveal a completely uninjured palm. If his hand was perfectly fine, then whose severed finger did Minsu actually receive earlier? Rewinding back a few hours, just as Kang-min was about to slice off Jung-hee's finger, Officer Shin had rushed in to stop the madness. Inside the clinic, the chilling truth was revealed by a dry, hollow snap as a fake finger was sliced off a model hand and hit the floor. Officer Shin smirked with absolute satisfaction. The veteran officer believed this little prosthetic performance would easily fool anyone watching their every move. Kneeling beside his medical kit, Shin muttered that he should have never started this dangerous game, and needed to end it all before the director caught wind of the truth. Clutching a syringe, he felt like a mere pawn trapped in a spiral of crime. Meanwhile in the clinic, another guard gasped in horror upon opening a box and finding the dummy hand with the missing finger. The guard squealed with absolute joy, believing he had just secured the ultimate evidence to punish Minsu. Over in the treatment room, a nurse bandaged Minsu's actual hand, reminding him he was extremely lucky his bones did not get completely crushed. The nurse let out a sigh of relief while wrapping the bandages, emphasizing that the hit had narrowly missed the bone. If it had landed any deeper, his hand would have been completely useless. Minsu quietly thanked the nurse and sat in silence. He shuddered, remembering the exact moment the heavy hammer grazed past his face, knowing he would have been in deep trouble if that strike had actually connected. While drowning in dread over the thought of being trapped in this hellhole forever, a sudden rustle came from the adjacent bed. Pulling the curtain aside, Minsu gasped in utter confusion. His eyes widened to find Taeho lying right there, the same bully who used to torment elderly folks at the nursing home. Except now, he was wrapped in bandages from head to toe like an actual mummy. Taeho groaned, admitting he brought this painful defeat upon himself by challenging Kang Min, and thanked Minsu for avenging him. Minsu coldly snapped back that he did not act to help a bully, immediately cutting straight to the point. He demanded to know what the red uniforms actually meant. Taeho smirked, proposing that Minsu must become his underling first before he spilled any secrets. Without a shred of mercy, Minsu pulled out a feather and started tickling Taeho's bare foot, making the mummy sweat profusely as he fought to hold back his laughter. Broken by this vicious torture, the bully begged for mercy and promised to spill everything. He confessed that the red uniforms were reserved for high-priority targets, convicts whom society would absolutely never allow to reintegrate. This special unit answered directly and secretly to the prison director himself. Instead of standard rehabilitation, they were assigned a dark, under-the-table mission called release control. Whenever an inmate got close to earning enough points for freedom, the Red Squad would show up to orchestrate extreme situations, baiting them into violations and penalty points. If those psychological traps failed, they resorted to far more brutal methods. Taeho stared at Minsu with haunted eyes, recalling the dark rumor that in this godforsaken rehabilitation center, absolutely no one gets to walk out in one piece. For inmates who successfully accumulated their points or neared their release date, the Red Squad would step in to shatter their bones or reduce them to broken, traumatized shells. The goal was to guarantee that once they stepped outside, they would be physically incapable of causing any trouble. Minsu froze in sheer horror as Taeho delivered the ultimate bombshell. Minsu himself was the prime target for the next purge. Deep inside a luxurious VIP room, the members of the Red Squad were casually watching the entire facility through a state-of-the-art surveillance system. Jisoo calmly noted things were turning into a circus, but the messy-haired guy across from her did not care. He kept his eyes on the monitor, stating he was far more interested in Minsu. And Jisoo reminded him that Minsu was the beast who crushed both Dubo and Sejun. The guy remained skeptical, wondering if the kid was truly that strong. Jisoo smirked, calling Minsu a fascinating toy, which only fueled his desire to personally test the rookie. These guys sure get the VIP treatment. Meanwhile, the power dynamic inside the facility had completely shifted after that earth-shattering showdown. Kangmin, having instigated the massive brawl, was dragged away to solitary confinement to pay the price. As Minsu's fearsome reputation spread like wildfire, the attitude of the other inmates underwent a massive shift. Minsu silently acknowledged his new kingpin status, standing tall before the crowd and commanding them to get through the day's work without any incidents. The crowd roared back in unison. Yes, Captain. Minsu had officially become the undisputed leader of the construction crew, walking proudly through the halls as everyone looked on with sheer respect. As they marched down the corridor, Minsu expressed his surprise that they actually followed him and signed up for construction duty. His crewmates happily laughed it off, saying working under a badass boss was way better than rotting away in their boring cells. Gossip about the epic clash quickly heated up. A few remained skeptical, whispering doubts about whether Minsu really took down Kang Min on his own. Another chimed in, claiming rumor had it that Sejun was actually the one who did it. Sejun coldly corrected them, stating he only landed the final blow. But before the conversation could go any further, a thunderous shout shattered the atmosphere. Stop right there. An old officer blocks the path, roaring in anger at the noisy crowd. Yusong rushes over to diffuse the tension, explaining they just finished volunteering, but the old man immediately snaps, demanding to know where his salute is. Yusong quickly snaps to attention. I apologize, Sergeant Kang Yusong reporting, but instead of letting it slide, the old man suddenly swings his baton, striking Yusong with brute force right in front of all the prisoners. Minsu screams in silent horror, brother. The old officer sneers, asking if that pathetic display is how a sergeant greets his superior. Accusing Yusong of disrupting the facility's order, the old man roars, ordering everyone back to their positions and threatening severe punishment for anyone who dares to disobey. Clutching his baton, the old officer looms over them, glaring at Yusong with absolute disgust while demanding total obedience. Minsu and the other prisoners stand frozen, shocked to see Yusong struck down. The old man coldly snaps that the warden is waiting, proudly spouting his twisted ideals. The vice director only wants to help you trash, become human again. With that, he turns on his heel and walks away, leaving Yusong struggling to push himself up on the cold floor. Inside the warden's office, the old officer delivers a sharp, loyal military salute. Reporting in, the vice director stands tall as the warden quietly asks about the commotion outside. The deputy warden assures him everything is handled, but immediately voices his deep concern about the prisoners. I heard that place has been completely ruined, he states, and I will begin correcting their behavior right away. Surprised, the warden asks if he needs more leave since he just got back. But the old man only tightens his cold grip on his cane. He coldly claims his only joy is turning this human trash back into real people. Meanwhile, inside the classroom, a heavy silence hangs over the prisoners as they struggle to understand complex academic concepts. Slumped over stacks of textbooks, one exhausted kid cannot fight the fatigue anymore and collapses onto his desk. Suddenly, a chair is hurled with violent force, smashing right into the sleeping boy's desk with a deafening crash. The deputy warden glares, roaring a threat: if you do not want to stay trash forever, do not sleep in my class. The terrified boy can only tremble and stammer out apologies, staring in absolute horror at the warden's twisted, furious face. His cruelty leaks into the kitchen too. Just because a meal is not to his liking, he dumps a boiling pot of soup right over Duo's head. Ever since this new deputy warden arrived, life in the reformatory has taken a brutal turn for the worse. Inside the cells, the young inmates are forced to kneel in rigid, robotic postures for hours on end, lasting until the lights finally go out. The humiliation reaches its peak when guards bark orders down the halls, forcing the boys to make squealing pig noises every time an officer passes. Even just moving down the corridor, the prisoners must march in absolute, robotic unison. But for Minsu, an even worse nightmare is waiting for him right around the corner. Before this, the training sessions were just sick games to amuse the guards, but now, things have entered a terrifying new chapter. The daily drills under this deputy warden are nothing short of a living hell. In the pouring rain, Minsu and the prisoners are forced into the muddy puddles, holding a push-up position. The guards scream frantically, "Get your heads down, don't you dare look up." Minsu struggles to breathe as filthy mud rises to his nose. He curses in pure frustration, "Damn it, the water is too high. I have to breathe through my mouth." Beside him, a young boy chokes, coughing and sobbing apologies as mud floods his nostrils. Instantly, the nearby guards explode in furious rage, demanding to know who allowed him to look up. "I told you to stay down, you trash." They beat him mercilessly, shoving his face deep into the filthy puddle. "If you cannot do it yourself, I will help you." The loud splashing water and the boy's agonizing screams make the entire scene brutally horrific. Watching this inhuman cruelty, Minsu snaps. He roars with absolute fury, "Stop it right now." Ignoring the danger, Minsu lunges forward, slamming a guard back, and quickly cradles a gasping Hai-jun. Standing nearby, Yusong knows his brother's reckless outburst will not go unpunished. Minsu yells in sheer rage, "This is completely wrong. You could have literally killed him." Just as things reach a boiling point, Yusong steps in to shield them and bows. "I apologize, Deputy Warden. I will personally teach them a proper lesson, so please do not trouble yourself." The Deputy Warden eyes Yusong with absolute suspicion, asking if these troublesome brats belong to his unit. "Fine," he sneers. "I will leave them to you." But then he steps dangerously close, pointing straight at Minsu with a dark, threatening challenge. "I am curious to see how you normally discipline these punks," he says, "so show me right here." Yusong and Minsu stand face to face under the freezing rain. Now the two brothers are caught in this cruel twist of fate, all because of that bastard deputy warden. Glaring through the downpour, the old man growls, repeating his demand to see the sergeant discipline his unruly prisoners. Seeing him freeze, the deputy warden loses patience, mockingly asking if he is hesitating just because there is an audience. Yusong quickly reassures the old man that he is only figuring out the most effective way to discipline them. Tightening his grip on his baton, he calmly declares he will show his method with zero mercy. Yusong swings, striking Minsu directly with his baton. Minsu collapses into the mud. Looming over him, Yusong barks at him to get back up immediately. Panting, his brother struggles to stand, snapping back that he was just about to. But Yusong is faster, driving a brutal kick straight into Minsu's ribs. Afterward, Minsu is escorted to the showers to wash off the thick mud. Yusong stares at his brother sitting blankly on a bench, warning him that if he keeps acting up, he should just go back inside. "How long do you plan on sitting there?" Minsu looks down, whispering that he is thinking. He has been doing a lot of thinking. He remembers how his brother always shielded him, even taking beatings that left his face covered in bandages. Back then, Yusong just laughed it off, promising to protect them from this madness. But Minsu screamed in frustration, telling his brother that his constant coddling was the actual problem. Why do you keep trying to protect us like this? You are supposed to be a guard, not our babysitter. You promised to get us out of this hellhole. But escaping a place like this takes careful planning. Looking his brother dead in the eye, Minsu declares that to survive, they must forget the truth. We are not brothers here. I am a criminal, and you are a guard. So promise me right now, if a situation forces you to punish me again, act like a real guard and not my brother. Under the dim hallway lights, the two brothers make a silent, solemn promise to seal their resolve. Back in the freezing rain, Yusong continues putting on his theatrical performance, screaming furiously to convince the deputy warden. You go down after a single strike? Get up. But deep down, his heart is pleading for Minsu to stay down and not move. Ignoring his brother's silent plea, Minsu grits his teeth through the pain. He crawls back up from the mud, spitting out a challenge. I took your hit, and it was nothing special. Dragging himself out of the mud under the pouring rain, Minsu barely gets a breath before Yusong strikes again. To keep up his performance for the deputy warden, Yusong drives a brutal kick into his stomach, dropping his brother back into the freezing dirt. Yusong steps closer, staring down at his motionless brother, and coldly asks if it was really nothing special. He raises his baton high, preparing to deliver a final, crushing blow. Is this still not special enough? But just before the strike lands, a hand suddenly shoots out, stopping him in his tracks. The vice director steps in to stop it, telling him that is enough. But Yu Seong still looks absolutely murderous. He growls that he wants to teach this brat a lesson, so he never dares to cause trouble ever again. Smirking softly, the vice director admits he understands how Yu Seong feels, but reminds him that if Minsu gets his neck broken, all this tough love and education becomes completely pointless. Yu Seong quickly steps in, suggesting they get Minsu treated first, fearing his death would cause a massive headache for the facility. Under the endless rain, the inmates are forced to maintain their exhausting, humiliating posture out in the yard. Meanwhile, inside the director office, a knock shatters the silence. A guard delivers the detailed personal file on Sergeant Kang Yu Seong, exactly as ordered. The director casually flips through the papers, his eyes narrowing in suspicion at how incredibly fast the information was delivered. He digs into the hidden secrets of the file, searching for any weakness in the young sergeant. Suddenly, Yu Seong catches a glimpse and is left utterly shocked, wondering if the horrible things written right before his eyes are actually true. As he drifts in and out of consciousness while being carried on his brother's back, distant childhood memories suddenly flood Minsu's mind. This goes back to the days before they entered the orphanage, back when Minsu was just a tiny kid protected by his older brother, carried everywhere on that thin back. It has been an incredibly long time since he last felt this comforting warmth. He realizes his brother's back has grown so much broader and stronger over the years. Waking up from his blackout, Minsu panics and yells out, "Wait, what is this? Why am I on your back?" Yu Seong glances back and asks if he is awake, but Minsu keeps struggling, demanding to be let down immediately. In the empty, silent hallway, Yu Seong stubbornly holds onto his little brother. He softly tells him they are almost there, and he just wants to carry him like this for a bit longer. Noticing his brother's shoulders trembling, Minsu hesitantly asks if he is actually crying. Yu Seong immediately snaps at him, asking if he has a death wish for saying that. Minsu lowers his head, sincerely apologizing for dragging his older brother into this absolute mess because of him. Clearly pointing out his own actions, Yu Seong reminds him that he was the one who actually beat him up. But Minsu knows he only did it to protect him in front of their enemies. He knows the road ahead is full of danger, but Minsu begs that they never give up on each other. Behind his glasses, Yu Seong's eyes well up with tears, deeply moved by his brother's strength. Honestly, seeing them quietly care for each other in this heartless place is just heartbreaking. But right now, Minsu's eyes burn with a fierce, unbreakable determination. He is absolutely escaping this miserable hellhole, no matter what. Standing before the cold iron door of the restricted zone, Yu Seong spots a highly unusual change. The guards who usually patrol here have completely vanished without a trace, leaving him wondering if some massive incident just went down. He is absolutely sure of it. All the dark secrets of the Red Army lie right behind that door. The gruesome images of the victims brutally tortured by the sadistic Changsu constantly haunt his mind. It drives him to uncover the truth at all costs. If he does not act fast, his brother might end up dead too. He steps forward, fully determined to break inside and expose the truth once and for all. But right as he prepares to move, Yu Seong freezes as he detects a completely unexpected presence. It is the vice director himself. Yu Seong is completely shocked, wondering what on earth that cruel old man is doing here right now. Quietly watching the old man swipe his keycard to open the heavy door to the restricted zone, Yu Seong wonders if this guy is indeed the shadow mastermind pulling the strings of those mysterious red uniforms. Suddenly, The vice director pauses. He lets out a sinister smirk as if he knew Yu Seong was hiding there all along. He softly asks if Yu Seong is really that curious about what lies inside. Caught red-handed, Yu Seong stands frozen while the scarred old man delivers a deeply unsettling invitation. Telling Yu Seong to follow him inside, the scarred old man leads the way. Yu Seong silently follows the vice director down the quiet, empty corridor, his heart heavy with suspicion. The steel door opens with a screech. A mysterious empty space lies ahead. Stepping inside, Yu Seong is utterly shocked to find nothing but a massive, empty room. The vice director stands in silence for a long moment, resting his chin on his hand in mysterious thought. He mutters to himself, wondering if the director somehow managed to beat him to the punch. Turning to Yu Seong, he coldly asks if his curiosity is satisfied, then delivers a stern, chilling warning that going any deeper here is extremely dangerous. Yu Seong asks in complete disbelief if that is supposed to be a threat, and why he was shown this place. The vice director narrows his eyes, looking at him with intense, calculating eyes. He says Yu Seong must be special, a foe who went as far as beating up his own brother. Yu Seong goes numb, his eyes widening in pure horror as his biggest secret is laid bare. Sardonically lecturing him, the vice director says that if he chooses to walk into hell, he must at least learn how to play the devil. He warns that if Yu Seong does not learn how to hide his true colors, he will quickly be exposed and destroyed in this godforsaken place. Once the chilling conversation ends, he heads back to his daily guard shift. Yu Seong wonders about the vice director's sudden return after a long absence. A nearby guard explains that since he is new, he wouldn't know the old man was recently in court facing bribery charges. Stunned by the news, Yu Seong repeats the word bribery in disbelief. The guard whispers that the vice director reportedly took cash from an inmate's parents, but was recently acquitted. Rumor has it that this was actually a setup by the director, who sees the vice director as his direct rival for absolute power. Watching the intense power struggle between these two powerful men, Yu Seong quietly analyzes their hostile relationship. But he knows it is still too early to jump to conclusions. Suddenly, a chaotic fight breaks out down the hallway, pulling him back to reality. An angry inmate yells, "You bastard! How dare you smirk and look down on me?" The other guy fires back with insults, daring him to bring it on. As tension rises, Minsu walks right into the conflict. He calmly tells them to break it up. It is work hours, so settle it later. Enraged by the interruption, the inmate swings a fist at Minsu and screams, "Get lost! Who do you think you are, the class president?" He arrogantly brags about stabbing someone outside, trying to intimidate Minsu. Minsu coldly replies that he does not care about his past, then suddenly lands a devastating punch that shuts the loudmouth up instantly. Talk about instant karma, bragging in prison only gets you a face full of knuckles. Towering over the beaten thug, Minsu calmly warns him that he is letting it slide this time since he is a rookie, so get back to work. The terrified newbie can only tremble in silence. Drenched in sweat, the guy stammers out an apology. Minsu then loudly orders the rest of the crew to get moving, and the prisoners immediately shout back in unison, fully ready to work. "Yes, Captain." Watching from a distance, a guard happily admits that since Minsu took charge of the construction crew, their jobs have been way easier because they rarely have to step in. Yu Seong silently nods. He realizes his little brother has truly grown since that fateful day, and promises never to abandon him. Getting beaten so often has finally taught the kid when to stand tough and when to let go. Determined to help, Yu Seong wants to create opportunities for Minsu to rack up reward points even faster. Meanwhile, the latest meeting inside the command office begins in tension. Yu Seong clearly announces the next community service mission to assist a local village hit hard by devastating floods. The guards discuss expanding the rehabilitation efforts, focusing heavily on things like civil engineering, maintenance, and cooking classes. But the vice director voices his concern: what if the inmates escape? Who is going to take responsibility for that? But the chief warden immediately plays peacemaker, insisting their last gig at the nursing home went off without a single hitch. To keep things clean this time, they agree on a super strict inmate screening process, relying purely on the guard's list of recommendations. Adjusting his glasses, Yu Seong confidently points out that if this community service project succeeds, it will be a total golden ticket to boost the prison's public image. The director nods, thoroughly pleased with how well prepared he is. "Good. Proceed as planned," the boss says, before suddenly ordering all other staff members to clear the room, leaving just Yu Seong behind for some high-level, private, one-on-one talk. The other guards file out. In the silent room, Yu Seong stands perfectly straight, desperately trying to keep his cool as he quietly asks what the boss needs. "Yes, director, do you have special instructions for me?" The boss suddenly gets way too close, personal, and gently adjusts Yu Seong's tie, whispering that it is a bit crooked. Talk about an unexpected workplace romance moment. Flustered, Yuseon awkwardly mumbles his thanks. Cold sweat starts dripping down Yuseon's neck from this bizarre, intimate closeness. The director then gets thoughtful, saying he always wondered why an elite high achiever like Yuseon would ever choose to work in a dump like this. But now, he has finally found the answer. A stunned Yuseon asks what that is supposed to mean, only to freeze when the director smirks and reveals the real reason is because of his father. Wearing a devious grin, the director casually drops a massive truth bomb, revealing Yuseon's true identity. Is he not the son of Kangmanti, the president's arch political rival who actually built this very prison? He smirks, wondering if he should give such a high society boy some special treatment. With a cold look, the director delivers his final verdict. Yuseon is officially excused from this community service trip. Moments later, the heavy prison gates slowly creak open. The buses packed with inmates rumble out of the facility, officially kicking off their grand volunteering adventure. On the bus, Minsu anxiously scans the crowd, whispering to Sejun if he has seen his brother. Sejun is also quite puzzled, realizing their favorite guard is nowhere in sight, as he replies that he has not seen him either. It looks like he is not riding with them. Sejun figures Yuseon must be traveling in a completely different vehicle that they cannot see. While scanning the area, Sejun spots a random guy sitting right next to Minsu and asks who he is. Minsu glances at the stranger currently using his shoulder as a pillow, sighing in complete helplessness that he has absolutely no clue. He can only question his life choices in silence. Why is this total stranger with gray hair sleeping so peacefully on him like they are in some romantic drama? Meanwhile, at the flooded village disaster site, Jiang Duo and the kitchen crew are locked and loaded, holding a massive ladle like a weapon of war. Bursting with cooking energy, the team leader asks where they should start prepping the feast. Meanwhile, the cleanup crew takes their first brutal steps into the thick mud that goes all the way up to their calves. Everyone tries to cheer each other on, wishing to get this messy job over with. Suddenly, the vibe turns as intense as a real war zone. Minsu leads the charge, shouting out battle cries while his fellow inmates roar with ultimate determination. But they are not fighting rival gangs today. Their true enemy is this endless, sticky mud. Shouts echo everywhere as they coordinate to drain the sewage and clear out the heavy debris. Days of relentless, record-breaking rain have turned the scenic village into a complete wasteland. The entire area is drowned in a thick sea of brown sludge, making rescue and movement almost impossible. An inmate gasps in shock at the sight of the ruined, completely unsalvageable electronics. Yet, amidst all this chaotic trash, Jiang Duo's kitchen crew keeps working hard to deliver supplies. Shouts offering hot soup fill the air to comfort the exhausted workers. Meanwhile, the tech team is busy replacing fuses and checking circuit boards, hoping to bring electricity back to the village. In stark contrast to all the hustle, the gray-haired Daisu is just sitting on the steps, letting out a massive, bored yawn. Daisu grumbles to himself, wondering why on earth he has to be in this trashy place. He debates if he should just wrap things up quickly so he can get the hell out of here. Watching Minsu sweep away the mud, Daisu notes that this kid is acting very differently from what he had imagined. His gaze suddenly turns sharp and highly calculating, wondering if this boy is indeed the target he needs to hit. Oblivious to the heavy stare, Minsu is just staring blankly at a bun in his tired hands. He looks at the food, genuinely wondering if this thing is actually safe to eat. The inmates flop onto the ground, soaking in a rare moment of sweet peace after hours of grueling work under the blazing sun. But their tranquility is instantly shattered by some loud shouting between a guard and a local. "What do you mean?" the guard asks, desperately trying to convince a stubborn old man to evacuate because the saturated ground is on the verge of collapsing. The grandpa angrily brushes him off, claiming his house of several decades is perfectly fine. Even as the guard begs him to move to a temporary shelter, the old man just yells about how incredibly inconvenient it is. He points a shaking finger at the inmates, snarling that he will never trust those criminals. He claims they just stole his wallet, causing a scene and accusing the prisoners of robbing him blind. The deputy warden strolls over, calmly asking if the old man is absolutely sure these boys took it. The grandpa passionately insists his wallet vanished in the blink of an eye right after he set it down to clean. He is dead certain the culprit is one of them. Suddenly, he points directly at Sejun, who is quietly carrying a box in the distance, shouting that the long-haired punk is the thief. The old man furiously storms over, aggressively grabbing Sejun by his collar and screaming to give his wallet back. Facing this blatant, unfair accusation, Sejun keeps a completely calm expression and flatly denies stealing it. "I did not take it," Sejun says. But the old man is too far gone, screaming with heavy prejudice that criminals never change and always remain trash. Watching from afar, the deputy warden silently realizes this is exactly why these boys hate doing community service. It is a brutal, cold truth that no matter how many good deeds they do, Once society brands them as criminals, people will always look at them like garbage. So yeah, note to self, keep your hands clean and do not get locked up with these guys. The old man keeps screaming directly into Sejun's face, violently twisting his collar. He rants that in the eyes of society, all of them are just worthless criminals, asking if Sejun got locked up for stealing, and if he should chop his hands off to teach him a real lesson. Just then, Hoinjun steps in to interrupt, asking if the old man is looking for a brown wallet. The grandpa spins around, snapping back to ask who he is and if he is the thief. Hoinjun casually replies that he saw it on the ground earlier and left it at the mart. Hearing this, the old man lets go in shock, but still tries to yell just to save his own pride. "I am not saying you are right. What if a single penny was missing?" the old man grumbles, muttering about never trusting scum. Sejun walks away, bitterly muttering that things like this will never change. Hoinjun scratches his head, murmuring that he was only telling the truth. Suddenly, a sweet old lady walks up with a bowl of warm corn, telling them to eat up and ignore that angry grandpa. Seeing their confused faces, she explains that the old man became bitter ever since some kids on motorcycles hit his leg. Sejun takes the corn and starts eating while she smiles, asking if it tastes good. Sejun gives a sincere nod, replying that it is absolutely delicious. The peaceful, wholesome, outdoor volunteering scene fades away, taking us back to the heavy, suffocating atmosphere of the office. In the public reception room packed with computers, Yuseon is wearing headphones, staring blankly at the screen. He sighs heavily, wondering how he ended up demoted to this place, knowing he will get exposed eventually. After all, having a powerful politician as a father casts a massive shadow that is near impossible to hide. The director's chilling words are still ringing loudly in his ears. Is your father not Kang Monty, the president's ultimate political rival who practically founded this prison? The director had insisted that such an elite father would surely have high expectations for his precious son, ultimately declaring that Yoo Seon is totally excused from doing this dirty volunteer work. Struggling to keep his cool, Yoo Seong demands to know why being a congressman's son even matters. You two are implying I have an ulterior motive, but the warden just sneers, claiming he is only nipping potential trouble in the bud. Back in his office, he pieces it all together. The warden still has no clue that he and Minsu are actual brothers. But the deputy's cryptic words linger their enemy forced him to hit his own sibling. Yoo Seong wonders in absolute shock if that old man really knows. Suspicion flares in his eyes. He is totally trapped in the overlapping conspiracies of the prison bosses. Under the pouring rain, the deputy warden stares down at the village with a cold, calculating gaze. Yoo Seong vows to uncover whatever game he is playing. The guard reports all the kids are assembled, and the deputy coldly asks if they checked the GPS signals. With everything running smoothly, he gets back to business. As the rain pours heavier, the deputy bellows to the team that they are moving to the temporary shelter immediately. He harshly threatens the drenched prisoners, warning them that they are being tracked by GPS, so they better not try anything funny. The inmates shout in unison and march into the downpour. The old man watches silently, praying that absolutely nothing goes wrong on the road. But right then, a terrifying roar echoes as an entire hillside collapses. A sudden landslide strikes, and trust me, nobody was prepared for this chaos. Minsu gasps, realizing that was the old man's house. The elder desperately struggles against the guards, screaming to go back despite warnings of a second landslide. My wife is still inside. His heartbreaking scream freezes Sejun, knowing the kind, disabled old lady is trapped in that collapsing building. The deputy frantically calls rescue teams, ordering the boys back as rushing mud threatens to swallow everything. But amidst the chaos, Sejun calmly bends down to tightly double knot his shoelaces. Minsu instantly senses his reckless plan. Wait, Sejun, do not tell me you are. Without a single word, Sejun bolts straight toward the active landslide zone, ignoring everyone's desperate screams. He never looks back, fully aware of his own crazy gamble. Inside, mud and debris rain down from the crumbling ceiling. Sejun kicks the door open, shouting for the elderly lady as he frantically searches the dusty ruins. Where is she? Sejun suddenly freezes at a sharp, cracking sound above. He looks up in absolute horror as the entire ceiling begins to collapse right over him. Outside, the old man screams in total despair, struggling wildly against the officers holding him back as he weeps. Let me go. My wife is still in there. The officer desperately holds him back, warning him of the danger as the landslide completely swallows the house. Sejun stands frozen, rain dripping down his face as a massive concrete slab crashes down inches from where he stands. But out of nowhere, Minsu appears right beside him. Sejun demands to know why he came in, and Minsu just grumbles that he has to protect this suicidal idiot. Sejun snaps at him to shut up and start looking. They search the dusty ruins until Sejun points to a dark corner, the only spot left. They finally find the unconscious grandmother buried under debris. Minsu and Sejun quickly clear the rubble as Minsu desperately begs her to wake up. Sejun checks her pulse and sighs in relief she is still breathing, but their joy instantly vanishes as another terrifying, cracking sound echoes from above. The unsupported ceiling collapses entirely, burying all three under a cloud of dust. Seeing this horror from the outside, the other inmates scream in utter despair. The roof collapsed. They are still inside. Amidst the panic, a giant, rugged hand grabs the edge of the fallen roof, quickly joined by another massive, dreadlocked inmate. Both men push with all their might, veins bulging on their muscles as they roar in sheer effort. Under the pouring rain, these two giants lift the heavy rubble to open a path for their trapped brothers. Inspired by their bravery, the kitchen crew refuses to stand by. They shout encouragement, cheering on their leader and rushing to help. Even the maintenance team gets fired up, their leader yelling that it would be pathetic to wimp out now. Everyone roars in agreement. Dozens of inmates pool their strength to lift the heavy roof, slowly creating a small opening. There is a gap. Sejun and Minsu seize the chance, yelling to run as they drag the lady out. Seconds before the entire house completely implodes behind them, the inmates stand in disbelief, staring at the ruins. Some still cannot believe their eyes after watching an entire house crumble so violently. They sigh in relief, realizing they barely cheated death as ambulance sirens echo through the pouring rain. The old man rushes to the stretcher, weeping and begging his wife to wake up. She slowly opens her eyes, amazed to be alive after facing certain death. Relieved she is safe, the old man holds her hand. Watching from a distance, the guard asks the deputy if he plans to punish the boys for acting without orders. The deputy silently stares at Minsu and Sejun resting by the ambulance. The guard remarks that during the deputy's absence, these boys have changed quite a bit. He notes that this change was not because of adult supervision, but because everything started turning around the moment Minsu arrived. Staring at Minsu's determined face, the guard quietly realizes that the ones who can actually save these kids are not the adults. The next day, the sky clears up beautifully. The community service continues amidst the village ruins. The only difference now is that the local Women's Volunteer Association has joined in to help. Even the villagers' attitude has softened. They warmly serve them food, telling them to eat up, while one grandmother scolds the guard for trying to stop them. "Why are you so strict? They need watermelon to regain their strength." She feeds the guard while asking about his hard work as the radio plays. The radio reports that the conglomerate chairman skipped court again due to chronic illness. Imju sneers, thinking those adults are the ones who actually need reform school. Startled by the villagers offering watermelon, he stammers awkwardly. Suddenly, Gayun appears in an apron, smiling as she hands him a cold glass of juice. Resting under a tree, Sejun asks when she arrived. Semin teases him for being hard to shock, and honestly, these two are pretty cute together. Semin gently asks if he still hates old people. Sejun quietly admits he still does, but he could not just ignore a grandmother who had been so kind to him. Hearing his sincere words, Semin smiles warmly in approval. She tells him he did a great job, but warns her little brother not to jump into dangerous situations anymore. As night falls, the whole group gathers to rest in the local community gym. Watching the long rows of sleeping inmates, Minsu quietly prays that absolutely nothing else goes wrong tonight. Seriously, going out on a field mission is way more stressful than getting into a prison brawl, guys. Late at night, Minsu wakes up needing to relieve himself. He mutters, "Man, I really have to go." He sits up, planning to make it quick and get back to sleep. But Minsu completely freezes when he looks at the empty spot next to him. Wait, where is Hui Jun? Did he go to the restroom too? Outside in the quiet night, rustling sounds echo from the dark forest bushes. A figure is frantically sprinting through the thick trees. It is none other than Hui Jun. He runs for his life. In the pitch, in the plies, in applies life. Of crust. Arhu. He runs for his life. In the pitch black, Hui Jun spots an old clothing donation box on the side of the road. He quickly rummages through it, swapping his prison uniform for some loud floral pajamas and a wool scarf as a disguise. Stepping onto the main road, he spots a woman walking and timidly calls out, "Excuse me." As she turns around, Hui Jun urgently asks how he can get to Joksung Hospital. Looking at the teenager's bizarre outfit in the dead of night, she feels bad for him, assuming he is just a poor, homeless beggar. Talk about a flawless disguise. She kindly points down the road and tells him to catch that oncoming bus. It is only a 30-minute ride. Hui Jun bows politely and thanks her. But as the bus pulls up and then rolls away without him, he remains frozen at the deserted bus stop. He frantically searches his pockets, only to realize a bitter truth. What is he supposed to do now? He does not have a single cent for the fare. Standing alone in the dark, Hui Jun grits his teeth, swearing he will get money at any cost. Meanwhile, back at the monitoring station, Yu Xian is glued to his screen. Constant warning beeps echo as Hujun's GPS signal slowly drifts out of the designated community service zone. Yuseon quickly calculates the distance. He hasn't gone too far yet. Since he got the old man to buy him some time until morning, there is still a window to act. But worry sets in, because even if he leaves right now, it is a 4-hour drive. Plus, the old man cannot abandon his post. Do these runaways really think escaping is that easy? Everything they do is in the palm of his hand. With no other choice, Yuseon has to make a call for backup. He sighs, "I am sorry, but you are the only one I can turn to right now." He begs Semin to find Hojun and bring him back. Receiving the call, Semin immediately throws on her riding gear and starts up her massive motorcycle, ready to head out into the night. Seeing Sejun standing there, clearly planning to tag along, she asks in surprise if he is coming too. Sejun steps forward with a cold stare, cutting her off, telling her to shut up and just ride. Riding on the back of his sister's bike, Sejun stares blankly into the dark, his mind drifting to his past mistakes. It is not just about Semin, but what he did to Huijun. He bitterly realizes he still owes them a confession, having never found the chance to apologize. Meanwhile, television screens at roadside diners broadcast the latest news. The Han Group chairman, Han Mansu, has once again failed to show up in court. Onlookers click their tongues in disgust, grumbling that the rich are always the worst. It is obvious the guy is just faking an illness to dodge his trial. Some of them fake insanity. Others pretend to have terminal illnesses. Then they just head off to a luxury resort. Meanwhile, in another corner of town, Huijun is on his knees, desperately clawing for loose change under a vending machine. He sighs, realizing he is still short 1,251 for the bus fare. Just as he is about to lose hope, a creepy bald guy with a greasy smile approaches and asks if he needs some cash. He offers to give him some pocket money, and naive Huijun looks up with pure hope, asking if the man is really going to give him cash. The creep smirks with a dark grin. Sure, but in exchange, he has to be his secret friend. Huijun is completely confused, wondering what on earth a secret friend is, as the disgusting creep starts explaining his twisted definition. A secret friend is someone who goes into that dark, empty alley over there to have some fun. Hearing this, Huijun immediately gets a terrible feeling and timidly steps back, pointing out that the place does not look fun at all. Ignoring the boy's hesitation, the creep presses closer, his face twisted with disgusting desire as he urges him to go. Realizing the danger, Huijun screams in pure horror and bolts in the opposite direction. He screams that he is not that kind of kid, and that the creep has the wrong person. The old man can only yell out in frustration as his target slips away, narrowly escaping a horrific trap. Huijun runs blindly into another alley, gasping heavily for air. He collapses against the wall in complete despair, muttering that he is too hungry and thirsty to take another step. It is already 1:30 in the morning. Suddenly, loud snoring catches his attention. Right at the base of the wall, a homeless man is fast asleep, with a small bowl of spare change sitting right beside him. A dark temptation flashes in his mind. He only needs 1,251. If he just takes that tiny amount, the man's life will probably still be fine. Huijun hovers over the bowl of coins, his hands trembling as he reaches down, but his own conscience holds him back. He suddenly realizes he absolutely cannot sink this low. Meanwhile, out on the streets, Sejun and Semin are desperately searching for him in the dark. Sejun bends down to peer under a vending machine, asking if Huijun might be hiding inside, which prompts Semin to nag that the gap is way too small for any human. Sejun argues that with his tiny frame, it is actually quite possible, but Semin snaps at him to shut up so she can focus on tracking the GPS signal. She mentions Yuseon just called, and the target has moved a little but is still nearby. Sejun grumbles, asking his older sister for a cigarette since it has been forever, but she calmly reveals she quit, and this is actually candy. Sejun is absolutely dumbfounded, since she was the very person who got him into smoking. He demands to know why on earth she decided to quit so suddenly. She casually reveals she quit because she wants to kiss a non-smoker. Sejun completely freezes before absolutely losing his mind, screaming to know who this mystery guy is. Ignoring her brother's tantrum, Seaman tells him to stop worrying about useless gossip and focus on finding Huijun. Meanwhile, Sejun's hilarious screams of betrayal continue to echo down the empty, silent street. Who is he? Who is that jerk? Good luck finding anyone with all that loud screaming, guys. Back in the dark alley, Huijun is holding his arm tightly, trembling. He struggles with his inner demons, repeating to himself that stealing from someone else is completely out of the question. He turns to leave, but a raspy voice suddenly calls out, "Just take it." Huijun freezes, his eyes wide in shock. He stammers, asking the man if he was awake the whole time. The homeless man looks up sleepily, kindly offering his bowl of coins. Huijun frantically waves his hands in panic, turning down the offer. He apologizes, but the old man gently insists, saying the kid must be going through a much harder time than him. He can tell just by looking at his bizarre disguise. The old man opens his hand, showing some coins and a single paper bill, joking that he can just pay him back 10 times more down the road. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Hui-jun accepts the money. He tears up as he thanks the kind old man. Meanwhile, Sejun and Semin track the coordinates directly to this exact spot. Sejun points out that the signal ends right here, but doubts they will find much since he probably bolted. Scanning the empty alley, Semin is thoroughly confused since no one is there. She wonders if he already moved, but suddenly, desperate screams break the silence from a dark corner. Someone is crying out, refusing to hand something over. Sejun stops in his tracks, utterly confused. Up ahead, a gang of thugs is brutally beating up the kind homeless man to steal his last coins. They scream at him for cigarette and gas money, mocking that since he begged for it, he might as well share the wealth. Zemin is ready to bounce since she thinks Hui-jun is not here, urging Sejun to leave because she hates playing hero. But Sejun suddenly freezes after spotting something completely unexpected in the crowd. Out of nowhere, Hui-jun leaps into the chaos, hugging the old man to shield him from those brutal kicks. He begs them to stop bullying the old man, but the furious thugs grab his hair and start beating him instead. Zemin gasps as she recognizes the kid. It is Hui-jun, the exact guy they have been tracking down all night. Jackpot, their long search is finally over. Hui-jun refuses to let go, shielding the old man with his own body while screaming for them to stop. The lead thug grabs him by the hair, shouting, "Who the hell is this little beggar?" He screams that Hui-jun ruined his brand new clothes before raising a heavy fist to smash him. The poor kid can only freeze in terror as the punch flies right toward his face. Out of nowhere, Sejun catches the fist mid-air with a cold warning, "Stop bullying people and get lost." He glares at the trash with pure murder in his eyes, promising them a world of pain. The thugs try to play tough, yelling, "Who does this bastard think he is? Looking at us like garbage," but Sejun absolutely wrecks them, forcing the punks to drop to their knees and beg for mercy. While they are whimpering, Hui-jun rushes over to check if the old man is okay. Covered in blood, the old man smiles weakly, saying he is used to the daily beatings, before thanking the brave kid for stepping up to save his life. Zemin steps up and gently tells him it is time to head back. Hui-jun realizes that if they leave right this second, they might actually get back before anyone notices they are gone. Under the dark night, they slip away from the ruins. Meanwhile, Yu-sung is sweating bullets on the phone after hearing some terrible news from the other end. "What do you mean you found him but cannot come back yet?" he asks. Zemin casually explains they need to stop by a hospital first, begging him for just a little more time. She promises to return as fast as possible before speeding off into the night with the boys. Left in the control room, Yu-sung can only sigh in absolute defeat. But wait, a much bigger problem is about to hit him. Peeking out the window, he spots the warden starting up his jeep. The boss waves cheerfully, telling Sergeant Kang to watch the reform camp well, while he goes out for a quick inspection. Yu-seong freezes as the jeep drives away. The warden is heading straight for the community service zone, the exact spot his missing inmates secretly escaped from. Over at the hospital, they park their bikes and head inside. Riding up the elevator in total silence, Sejun looks over and asks the kid a question. He asks if his father is staying here and on what floor. Hui-jun timidly answers that it is the 16th floor. Hearing this, Sejun hesitates for a second before pressing the button. Zemin is impressed, teasing him about booking an entire VIP suite. But Hui-jun stammers out the actual truth: his dad does not just rent the room, he owns this entire hospital. Sejun gives him a highly skeptical look, asking if his dad is some kind of elite doctor. Hui-jun shakes his head, clarifying that his dad is not a doctor, he just owns the entire place. Sejun rolls his eyes, coldly telling him to keep his wild lies believable. He reminds the kid about the time he bragged his family owned the entire Lottie Tower, leaving Hui-jun awkwardly scratching his head as the elevator finally dings at floor 16. Sejun steps out first, warning him that if he keeps lying, nobody will ever trust him again. The poor kid can only bow his head and whisper a quiet apology. But as they step into the hallway, they both freeze in absolute shock. Dozens of massive bodyguards in black suits are lined up along the corridor, standing at attention like they are waiting for a king. Sejun gulps, seriously wondering if they got off on the wrong floor. Even though Sejun had promised to stand up for the kid, the raw authority in this hallway makes his hands shake in nervousness. He is just about to whisper to Hui-jun that they should turn back because they definitely got the wrong floor, when every single one of these giant bodyguards suddenly bows down in perfect, terrifying unison. "Welcome back, young master," they shout. Sejun and Zemin stand frozen in absolute disbelief, realizing their weak little friend is actually a high society heir. With a serious face they have never seen before, Hui-jun calmly commands them to let him see his father. Meanwhile, back at the command center, the GPS tracking signal on the computer screen keeps blinking, showing Hui-jun's exact location right inside the central hospital. Yu-seong stares at his phone map, realizing the drive to the community service site takes well over 2.5 hours. He has barely 2 hours left before the warden arrives at the scene and realizes the entire squad of inmates is completely missing. He clutches his head in absolute panic, knowing there is no way they can make it back to the facility in time. Desperate, he tries to brainstorm any way to slow down the boss. Meanwhile, the warden is speeding down the dark, empty highway in his jeep, completely unaware as his driver nervously speaks up. The driver mutters that they might be running a bit late. Puffing on his cigarette, the warden frowns and asks if there is a crash ahead. The driver just points out the windshield with a sweating face. Under the streetlights, a massive convoy of military tanks is crawling down the road, completely blocking the entire highway. The warden loses his mind, seeing an unannounced midnight military drill blocking his path. He screams at his driver to find another route immediately, and the terrified driver quickly swerves the jeep onto their very last alternative detour. And the reason for this sudden tank parade: our brilliant officer Yu Song just pulled a favor from his highly influential adoptive father. Hanging up the phone, Yu Seong gets a sharp, calculated look on his face as he prepares his next trap. Meanwhile, the warden's detour turns out to be another absolute nightmare. The driver nervously speaks up again, warning the boss that they are getting delayed. The old man yells back, "Why? We literally just bypassed the military zone." But right in front of them is a single cyclist pedaling incredibly slow, and before they can even honk, a massive pack of professional racers suddenly swarms the lane. They block the entire road leading to the village. The driver panics, crying out that this is their only path, and they have absolutely nowhere else to go. Back at the hospital, Hoojun stands frozen outside his father's room as dark memories of his childhood suddenly rush back. He remembers witnessing brutal gang violence, watching helpless kids get beaten half to death by cruel thugs who did not hesitate to cross every line of humanity, even taking a life. His father was a legendary figure with enough power to control both politics and corporate giants. Yet he coldly insisted that such crimes could never be swept under the rug. He taught him that bad deeds must be punished. But back then, Hoojun could only cover his ears and sob in confusion, begging his dad because he simply did not understand. Staring at a cold body lying at the bottom of the stairs, the young boy's mind completely fractured under the weight of his family's brutal secrets. Sure, criminals deserve punishment, but why did all the blame fall squarely on his shoulders as a kid? The real monster was his older brother, who actually committed the crime. Yet he stood there grinning smugly, throwing an arm around him like a proud sibling, driving Hoojun completely mad with rage. He cries out in absolute fury, why does he have to take the fall while his older brother gets off completely free? Inside the suffocating walls of this wealthy household, dinner was never a warm family gathering for Hoojun. Instead, he had to sit there and quietly watch the cruel favoritism play out right in front of him. By their strict family rules, the grandfather, the father, and the precious golden grandson always got to eat first at the lavishly spread table. Meanwhile, Hoojun and his sister are shoved into a corner like second-class trash, waiting to eat the cold leftovers. Talk about a super outdated, feudal mindset for a rich family. The favoritism peaks when the grandfather warmly asks his favorite grandson how the fish tastes. The moment the old man looks at Huijun and his sister, his face drops and he treats them like dirt. One wrong move, and he is ready to get physical to teach them a lesson. The old patriarch screams at the boy for being rude, forcing him to pour water like a servant and show total submission to his abusive older brother. That toxic dinner turns into absolute chaos as the grandfather yells at his daughter-in-law for letting the golden boy's soup get cold. It is just pure, mindless oppression under one roof. For Huijun and his sister, this grand mansion is nothing but a living nightmare they desperately want to escape. Endless, violent beatings from his older brother became a deeply terrifying shadow over Hoojun's entire childhood memory. His brother would take his anger out on Hoojun for ridiculous reasons like daring to eat decent food or blaming him for his own exam stress. Seeing her little brother treated like a punching bag, the older sister finally snaps and slaps the bully right across the face. That slap stopped the bullying for a bit, but the grandfather's wrath for hitting his favorite boy came down hard and fast. That very night, the poor sister was locked away in a dark warehouse, starved for a full 24 hours. Huijun desperately begs his sister to eat and take her medicine so she can recover. They cling to each other to survive, studying like crazy as the years pass, fueled by the single hope of escaping this prison of a family. While Huijun buries himself in his books despite the pain, his brother goes down a dark road. He becomes a gang leader, orchestrating brutal assaults and committing acts that are barely human. Even when the police arrest him, the jerk just smirks, mocking the officers because he knows his powerful grandfather will easily sweep his crimes under the rug. Seriously, this spoiled brat needed to be locked up ages ago. One day, Huijun's sister happily runs in with her university acceptance letter, eager to show her father and grandfather. The old man laughs in approval, but then violently snatches the letter away with a cold, heartless demand. He tells her she must give up her dreams to serve and support her brother's future career. Talk about absolute trash. Left with no choice, she yields to their cruel plans. But that spark inside her dies, and driven to absolute despair, she eventually throws herself into oncoming traffic to end her own life. Yet, in that utterly rotten family, nobody cares that she is currently clinging to life in a hospital bed, hooked up to life support machines. Seeing his sister's tragedy, Hoojun completely gives up on his so-called family. They treat their own blood worse than absolute strangers on the street. A few days later, the brother pushes a poor classmate down the stairs during a brutal beatdown, ending the student's life. Huijun accidentally walks by and witnesses the whole horror, yet his monstrous brother does not show a single shred of remorse. To cover up the murder, the grandfather pulls every string to bury the case. The older brother leans in close, whispering a chilling promise right into Huijun's ear. Just do what I say, and you will be out of there in no time. With that lie, Huijun enters the juvenile detention center in uniform number H523, taking the full blame. Inside that brutal prison, the other inmates relentlessly beat him up. Turns out, his brother lied to him once again. Gritting his teeth through the abuse, he wonders if this is his penance for failing his sister. Huijun breaks down in tears, whispering that he will take the punishment because he could not save her. Shouldn't the actual killer pay for his heinous crimes? Back in the present, Huijun's father stands by the window, tossing out a completely heartless remark. He says it is all for the family, claiming a minor sacrifice brings the greatest profit to their business. With a cold glare, the man demands that his mistress's son, Huijun, stay quiet in prison just a bit longer. Watching this sickening display of cruelty, Sejun fires back with intense disgust, asking how the man can say something so utterly shameless. He turns away, fully convinced the father has lost all right to even be called human. Sejun tells Huijun not to worry, but makes it clear he has some urgent business to settle before heading back to the detention center. He tells the kid his hospital stay is finally over and it is time to go. Huijun quietly follows the group out, only to run straight into the old chairman and his abusive brother waiting outside. Huijun gasps in shock at the sight. Meanwhile, night falls over the miserable detention center. The deputy director walks down the quiet corridor and overhears a hushed conversation between two young inmates. One inmate tells the other that this is the last time he will see him, as the creaking fan spins in the silence. The guy watches his friend meticulously fixing the fan and asks him what on earth he is doing. He asks if he is fixing that broken fan like his life depends on it. The other inmate calmly replies that he simply wants to show some respect to the boss. The boy reveals his dream of landing a job at an auto repair shop after his release. He quietly hopes for a better future, a clean slate where the two of them can start a new life together. His friend eagerly asks if he will find him at that shop if he gets released first. The boy smiles, promising he will. Together, they keep working, holding on to their simple dreams of a fresh start. The deputy director stands silently at the door. He watches the two boys with deep sadness, knowing very well that nobody ever leaves this hellhole in one piece. Down a dark hallway, Peros keeps watch and receives word that their inside man is ready. Smirking with absolute malice, the snake prepares to set his dark plan into motion. Back at the hospital, guards stand watch outside the VIP room. Huijun is stunned to find his exhausted father and his incredibly arrogant brother waiting for him. His arrogant brother sneers that a criminal will always be worthless trash, and he will never receive any protection from the family. He laughs it off, claiming that since Huijun got his hands dirty, his reputation is totally dead. Then, the creep turns his filthy gaze to Seaman, tossing out disgusting remarks about her looks. He casually throws his arm around her shoulders, wanting to play around since he finds her style attractive. Watching that disgusting hand touch his sister, Sejun's rage spikes to the absolute limit. But before he can even move, Seamin launches a devastating punch that sends the golden boy flying back in absolute shock. Both the chairman and the father stand completely frozen, their eyes wide with shock at the sudden, violent blast in the hospital room. She coldly remarks that he apparently learned absolutely nothing useful in school other than using cheap force. Her eyes go pitch black, burning with a freezing rage directed right at the jerk who dared to touch her. Infuriated, the old man loses his mind, screaming how she dares to lay a hand on his precious grandson. Seamin just smirks with absolute contempt. His grandson? How hilarious. Is the old man completely blind? Didn't he see the creep trying to harass her? The furious grandfather points his finger, barking that he was going to stay out of other people's business, but asks if they have any parents to raise them right. He mutters about how these punks have zero manners, but Seaman fires back with a mocking tone, saying her parents divorced early, so she basically graduated from homeschooling a long time ago. Looking straight at the old man, she proudly declares that if she learned one thing, it is that siblings shouldn't fight, must share everything, and always support one another. Hyunjun stands frozen at Chaemin's sharp words. She coldly delivers the final blow, noting his precious son clearly missed that lesson. The furious old man shrieks at his son, "What on earth is that brat talking about? My ears must be failing me, so deal with her already," he snarls. The grandfather points a condescending finger, warning the kids he will pretend he never saw them if they beat it while he is still being nice. But Hyunjun's older brother has zero intention of letting this go. Gritting his teeth, he mutters to hell with that, grabs a long iron bar, and swings a lethal blow right at Chaemon's head. Sejun's eyes widen in absolute horror as he screams out for her. Yet the old man does not stop it. He actually cheers his grandson on. "That's it, teach her a lesson," the crazy old man cackles. The iron bar slices through the air, barely missing Hymin's face. Meanwhile, over in the reformatory workshop, one of two working inmates heads out to use the restroom. Seizing the moment, a shadowy figure slips inside and snatches a heavy wrench off the floor. The remaining inmate assumes his buddy has returned and ignores him, completely unaware of the lethal danger creeping up behind him. With no time to react, the poor guy takes a brutal hit straight to the head. Meanwhile, at the hospital, two heavily armed bodyguards stand alert outside a tightly locked VIP room. Hyunjun's brother stares in utter shock, yelling out in pure terror at what is unfolding right before his eyes. What on earth is going on here? Hyunjun bravely shields Chaemon, declaring he will not step aside because he refuses to let anyone else get hurt. That fiercely defiant look in his eyes only makes his older brother rage even harder. "Damn it, what is with that rebellious look?" the brother snarls, claiming he needs to re-educate him. But just as he raises his weapon, Sejun lets out a protective roar. A sudden, stinging slap cracks across the bastard's face, leaving him completely dazed. But it is not Sejun who struck him, it is their powerful father, roaring in absolute fury. The eldest son stands completely frozen, barely able to gasp out a shocked cry to his father. But the man just rains down more brutal slaps, demanding to know what he is doing. He roars, demanding to know if this is the garbage he raised him to be. The brother collapses to the ground, unable to believe his doting father would actually lay a hand on him. "You have never hit me, not even once," he whimpers, asking how he could treat his eldest son this way. But the father coldly shuts him down, declaring he is absolutely done with him. He painfully recalls how he already lost his eldest daughter because of this spoiled brat, and even forced his youngest, Hyunjun, into a reformatory to take the fall for his crimes. The father bitterly admits he was a fool to believe his eldest son would eventually grow up. Looking at this harsh reality, he finally sees that the price of his blind faith was far too high. Turning to his poor youngest son, he bows his head in deep regret, begging for forgiveness. He promises to fix his brother's mess by any means necessary and get Hyunjun out of that place very soon. Behind them, the furious grandfather continues to scream at his son. Glaring with bloodshot eyes, he demands to know who gave him permission to turn on his own flesh and blood. The old man calls out for his men, and a squad of towering bodyguards instantly appears. Pointing a trembling finger, he orders them to seize everyone who dared to mock his precious grandson. The dark-suited guards close in, surrounding Sejun and Chaemon in the empty corridor. Meanwhile, Imju casually strolls down a quiet hallway, wondering if his target really thinks they can escape this building alive. He smirks, thinking it is only natural to return since the world gets along just fine without them. Ju casually drags a lifeless body across the floor, noting Sunchan is also on his hit list and needs to be dealt with quickly. He silently drags the heavy corpse away, disappearing around a corner into the pitch-black hallway. Hearing a strange sound, a guard goes to investigate, completely unaware that the killer is still lurking in the shadows, waiting for his next victim. Meanwhile, Minsu is taking a quiet bathroom break. Minsu anxiously calculates his options, knowing he must buy time if things go south. Suddenly, Sungchan from the maintenance crew speaks up, noting that the young man looks like he is carrying a heavy burden. Recognizing him, Minsu wonders what this guy is up to by approaching him, but when Sunchan offers his help in times of trouble, it leaves him completely stunned. Standing side by side, Sungchan quietly admits he used to misunderstand Minsu. He explains that because Minsu was a candidate for the red uniform, he simply assumed he was a bad person. Washing his hands, Sungchan confesses it was just a personal prejudice, then curiously asks if Minsu secretly despises that haunting red uniform. He mutters that he never wants to return to those dark days ever again. Looking into the mirror, Sungchan bitterly notes that being chosen as a candidate just makes them pawns forced to slaughter one another. He promises to back Minsu up whenever he needs it, as long as they do not have to resort to violence. Minsu gives a strained laugh, silently wishing this guy would stop chatting with him while he is trying to use the bathroom. Meanwhile, back at the crime scene, a heavy wrench clatters onto the floor. The unlucky guard who was just attacked is actually Officer Shin. Flashback to the past. The deputy director lights a cigarette, the flickering flame highlighting his heavily scarred face. Shin quietly asks if he did not quit smoking, but the man bitterly replies that anyone would light up after an unfair trial. Shifting the subject, the deputy director asks if they found Hyunjun yet. Shin gasps, shocked that his boss already knows. The man just snorts, muttering that with the way Shin was screaming into his phone, it would be impossible not to know. He warns that if the warden finds out, he will use this security slip as an excuse to crush them. The deputy director instructs him to act as if absolutely nothing happened. Suddenly, the deafening roar of a helicopter engine echoes through the night sky. Officer Shin looks up in panic at the landing chopper, realizing the warden is already here. Shin grabs his walkie-talkie to handle the emergency. Immediately after, a highly staged award ceremony is organized to boost their public image. The guard with the camera urges them to hold still and smile as he snaps photo after photo of this fake display. Two men happily raise a 5 million won check while shouting slogans. They chant about reforming together before taking a photo of the deputy director beside Minsu, who holds a 50-point bonus card. The sycophants shower them with endless praise. They praise how great the shot looks, and the warden smiles as he reviews the final print. Clutching his bonus card, Minsu is absolutely thrilled and asks to double-check. "Are you seriously giving us 50 bonus points?" Minsu asks, unable to hide his excitement. This is even more than they get for doing volunteer work. The warden flashes a slimy smile, saying 50 points is actually small change for saving a life. He notes that the press release will look fantastic thanks to him, then pats Minsu on the shoulder, encouraging him that his parole is just around the corner. "Just keep pushing a bit more," he tells him. Minsu smiles brightly and thanks him, but the warden's gaze instantly turns icy cold as a sinister thought crosses his mind, because getting paroled is completely impossible for them. Darkness soon blankets the quiet corridors of the facility, where the deputy director stares at his phone with a growing sense of dread. If those guys do not get back here fast, things are going to get messy. Down in the shelter, the head guard growls impatiently, demanding to know where they are. "I have been waiting here forever," he snaps. Minsu quickly explains he has been waiting, but Sejun is still in the bathroom. When his subordinate asks if they lost track of the kids, the deputy director coldly claims he does not even need that information anymore. Right as the tension peaks, Sejun's car pulls up, bringing Hoojun back. The two apologize for being late, making Minsu quietly sigh in relief. They finally made it back before anything bad could happen. Flashback to earlier, when the two were still stuck at Ruksung Hospital, and the air was just as tense. Hoinjun's father desperately blocks the bodyguards in black suits. He screams at them to stop, demanding to know why they dare ignore his direct orders to follow someone else instead. The chairman glares at his rebellious son and roars at the guards. "Do you all want to get fired right here and now?" Facing the fury of both men, the sweating guards stammer that they must follow the boss's orders. This makes the chairman even more furious. He screams out that he was the one who put his son in that seat to begin with. He ruthlessly insults his son for trying to display authority so ridiculously. Turning to face him, the old man lets out a furious roar. "How dare you defy me?" Unable to tolerate his father's mad stubbornness any longer, Hui Jun's dad screams, "Please, please, just stop this." The stunned chairman stares in shock, his eyes wide as he looks at his trembling son. He mutters in utter confusion, "Why are you doing this, my son?" Despite the fierce opposition, the stubborn old man still blindly defends his actions, claiming this sacrifice is for the future of his oldest grandson. The brutal truth about the family unfolds through a series of tragic events. Just to protect the oldest brother who always causes trouble, the heartless chairman actually sold out his own flesh and blood. The pain peaks when the oldest daughter ends up in a vegetative state. Meanwhile, the youngest son, Huyun, was sent to a juvenile detention center to pay for his older brother's mistakes. The father screams out in bitter grief, "They are your grandchildren too, and they are my precious children." The old man cold-heartedly claims the other kids will understand his decision eventually, as the main goal is to let the oldest son inherit the family. The father simply cannot stand his cruelty anymore. He strictly orders the guards to drag the honorary chairman out immediately. The old man struggles wildly, screaming for his son to let go and demanding they protect the oldest son at all costs. The father coldly orders his subordinates to never let the old man step outside without his direct permission. Turning to look at Hoin-jun, he makes a firm promise in a steady voice. "Hoin-jun, I will find a way to get you out of there." Realizing time is running out, Sejun and Sign urge the group to leave quickly. Before parting, the father is just glad to see his son safe. Back at the detention center, they snap a commemorative photo to capture the meaningful award ceremony. Minsu whispers, "I do not know what happened, but is everything fully resolved now?" Huyun bows his head, sincerely apologizing for all the trouble he caused. Seeing his friend still down, Minsu puts a friendly arm around his shoulder to encourage him. "It is fine, just glad you are back. Why the long face? Let us accumulate as many reward points as we can and make sure we get the hell out of this place." Huyun responds with a bright smile. "Yeah." But just then, right as they are taking those fake reward photos, A blood-curdling scream echoes out, sending Minsu and Huyun racing down the hallway. Minsu is absolutely sure the sound came from this direction and quickly identifies the suspicious room. Inside, Seung Cheon screams in painful shock. Why? Why? He simply cannot believe his own close brother had to end up in such a horrific state. A horrific scene awaits Minsu, with two people lying motionless on the ground, including Officer Shin, who has a severe head injury. The deputy director strides in, coldly ordering everyone to get out of the way. He kneels beside Officer Shin's bloody body, demanding to know what happened with a murderous look on his face. Seung Cheon desperately holds the hand of his dying friend, screaming in anger about who could do something so brutal. Barely conscious, Taegu gasps out that the culprit has long hair. Seung Cheon freezes in shock. Long hair? Minsu suddenly gets a very bad feeling, realizing this description points directly to the only suspect present at the scene, Sejun. The guard coldly orders Sejun to step aside so the medics can work, then questions him under intense pressure. Inmate 523. What did you see here? Tell the truth. Right as the tension peaks, Hui-jun suddenly rushes in. It was not Sejun. He was with me the whole time. But Sejun suddenly stops Hui-jun with his hand, coldly telling him to drop it. Hui-jun looks at his friend in utter shock, unable to understand why Sejun wants him to shut up right now. The guard narrows his eyes in suspicion, wondering if Sejun is covering up an escape plan or another scheme. Amid the heavy air of suspicion, Minsu suddenly shouts to break the tense silence. That long-haired guy from the construction crew is not Sejun. Minsu firmly insists he saw a completely different person with long hair on the volunteer bus. There was another long-haired kid sitting right next to me. His name was, that is right, Hyosin. The guard pulls out his phone to check the inmate list, but his face quickly twists in pure shock. He shockedly announces a disturbing truth. There is no other long-haired person on the volunteer list, and no inmate by the name of Hyacinth even exists. Minsu frantically screams that the real culprit was sitting right next to him, but the guards only threaten that he will be in huge trouble if he keeps trying to cover for his friend. The deputy director watches silently, wondering if this is all a setup. Losing his temper, Sung Cheon lunges forward to attack, but the guards quickly tackle him to the ground and pin him down. He struggles wildly, screaming for them to let him go. Seung Cheon is heartbroken for Taegu, a guy who was so close to being released, always worked hard, and never caused any trouble. He cannot accept that such a good person has to suffer these brutal injuries. Seung Cheon's heart-wrenching scream echoes down the hallway. Why did it have to be you, Taegu? The ambulance drives off with its sirens blaring, carrying the critical victim. The next morning, the volunteer trip ends on a gloomy note as the buses quietly roll out to take the inmates back to prison. As soon as they return, Sejun is thrown into a cold, solitary confinement cell. He sits silently in the dark, keeping his mouth shut about the truth behind the brutal attack. The heavy iron door slams shut, leaving Sejun alone with his unsolved secrets. Soon, a dull, rhythmic thudding of a head hitting the wall echoes through the dark corridors of the isolation block. In the darkness, Seung Cheon is also thrown into a solitary cell after his chaotic outburst. He sits curled up between four cold walls, his eyes burning with deep hatred as he crazily mutters to himself, "I will kill you, Sejun." Meanwhile, back at the hospital, updates on maintenance team leader Park Taegu finally arrive. Fortunately, Taegu has survived the critical phase and is no longer in immediate danger. However, a harsh reality hits when the doctors reveal that he has suffered nerve damage, paralyzing his left arm. Severe injuries mean Taegu has almost completely lost the ability to move his hand normally. This is a truly heartbreaking tragedy because he was already scheduled for parole, meaning he was supposed to leave the rehabilitation center very soon. The scene suddenly shifts to a solemn ceremony under a clear blue sky. It is a military funeral with full honors, bid farewell to a fallen soldier who served bravely. Grieving mother collapses beside her husband's grave, sobbing his name in absolute despair. Attending Officer Shin's funeral are both the head warden and deputy director Yu Song, standing together in their sleek, elegant suits. The eyes hidden behind his glasses carry a subtle sadness and an unreadable, deep thought. Yu Song silently follows the crowd, but he still looks back at the graves with lingering worry in his eyes. His heavy footsteps echo in the silence. The deputy director leans against a cold brick wall, then suddenly collapses under the sheer weight of exhaustion and helplessness. His shoulders shake as he mutters a late apology over and over. "I am sorry. I am truly sorry, brother." Over at the lumberyard, Minsu is still working hard by the screeching electric saw, but his mind is drifting into pretty dark places. He looks back at the times they had each other's backs, bitterly realizing that in their current situation, getting out of this absolute hellhole is basically an impossible dream. Baktahulu appears from behind, casually claiming that he can tell exactly what Minsu is so worried about with just one look. He exposes a brutal rule that has been around forever. Those who are about to earn enough points for freedom usually get purged and ended up crippled right before their release day. Though confidently states that the only person with enough power to wipe clean the records of someone like Hyosin is the director himself, which leads to only one logical conclusion. Minsu spits out in pure anger that it is the red uniform gang. Back in the heavily armed restricted area, those death-colored red-clad thugs have officially made their return. They are just chilling, playing video games, and enjoying their freedom after hiding out for so long to avoid the deputy director's watchful eyes. Mid-game, Imu coldly sips his drink, eyes full of schemes as he declares it is time to finalize the next name on their target list. The dark-haired guy, eyes still glued to the screen, wonders who else besides Lim Minsu is even worthy of catching their attention. He points out that Hong Cheon completely refused to cooperate, which is why they had to step in and eliminate that stubborn guy. Another thug suddenly flashes a sinister grin, revealing a wicked plan to use Seung Cheon's rage over his crippled captain to make him take out Minsu. It is a setup to force the two strongest beasts into a bloody fight to the death. The sharp snip of the scissors, Hyosin coldly cuts off the long hair he spent so much effort growing out. He clicks his tongue in regret. What a waste of time growing it this long. Stripping off his shirt to reveal a haunting, massive scar across his back, Hyosin quietly slips on a standard gray inmate uniform. With a completely fresh look, he smirks and asks, "Shall we kick off the plan now?" Over at the maintenance area, Han is focused on his work when Hyosin suddenly approaches to chat him up. He asks, "Hey, can you give me a hand here?" Seeing the newcomer's sly face, Seung Cheon warns him in annoyance, "You should not look at me with those eyes." Hyosin casually lies, saying he just joined the crew and needs a little favor. Standing under the chassis, he suddenly probes to confirm, "Are you Ha Sung Cheon, the leader of the maintenance crew?" The moment Seung Cheon nods, Hyosin drops a highly dangerous warning, "You better watch your back, because Lim Minsu is targeting you next." Hey, pulling a cheap distraction stunt like that is pretty dirty. He begins playing some wicked mind games. He points out how Minsu took out both the kitchen and construction crews right after arriving. I heard the maintenance crew is his next target. He cunningly spins a fake conspiracy, claiming that Minsu is deliberately taking over every crew in this place on the director's orders, making Seung Cheon the very last obstacle in his way. When Seung Cheon questions why he is revealing this, Hyosin just gives a highly mysterious smirk. He says, "I hate Lim Minsu too, and I think you are the only one who can stop him. I just want to lend you a hand." Heavy iron doors swing wide open, and Minsu quietly steps into the maintenance team's turf, escorted by a guard. Instantly, the air turns thick with raw hostility as dozens of glaring, furious eyes lock onto him. The crowd closes in, completely isolating Minsu in a ring of boiling anger. They aggressively interrogate him, screaming, "Are you Lim Minsu, the bastard targeting our maintenance team?" Another thug yells out a fierce challenge. They scream, "Did you think we would just sit back and watch you pick a fight with our captain? Well, look at that, the naive little deers just stepped right into the hunter's trap." Minsu roars back, insisting he did not want to come here and was set up by someone. But then he pauses, catching a smug grin from a short-haired guy nearby. Sensing something is wrong, Minsu instantly grabs him by the collar and yells, "Got you now!" He screams, accusing this exact guy of framing Captain Tai Gu from the construction crew. Even while pinned, Hyosin just smirks back, teasing, "Are you going to hit me?" Hound steps in immediately. He violently shoves Minsu's hands away, stating that this guy does not even have long hair and was never in the construction crew. Seung Cheon coldly orders Minsu to shut his mouth and get lost in a corner, warning that he will personally deal with him later. Under Seung Cheon's pressure, the maintenance team quickly gets back to work to finish their tasks as fast as possible. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a burning asphalt road, where the harsh summer sun is scorching everything in sight. A helpless cicada writhing on the hot pavement is suddenly crushed under a slipper-wearing foot without any mercy. Out in the bustling crowd, a woman with messy black hair and a tired face slowly drags a red suitcase along. She walks quietly toward a massive garbage dump, completely isolated from the busy city streets nearby, and suddenly bursts into a crazy, maniacal laugh. The suitcase shakes violently, revealing a creepy eye peering through the zipper gap right before a massive crane hook grabs it, lifting it high into the air. Imu coldly watches, thinking only of their brutal, heartless rule. If you are useless, you get thrown away. If you become a burden, you get thrown away. If you are weak, you get thrown away. Long story short, if you are not useful, you are garbage. In the middle of the yard, the guard screams about an emergency assembly, warning the prisoners not to cause any trouble. Standing in line, Minsu recalls his survival philosophy, and suddenly, he charges at his opponent with a furious roar. He screams, "Did you not say you would keep your promise from the bathroom back then?" Flashback shows the guy promising that as long as it did not involve fighting, he would help out anytime. But reality is completely different. He dives into the brawl under the amused eyes of Ju, who is wondering who will be the last man standing. Yet, just as they are about to clash, things take a massive, unexpected turn. They both turn around and deliver a synchronized punch straight to Hyacinth's face to teach that sneaky instigator a lesson. That is it for today. If you enjoyed it, leave a like to support the channel.